Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Zhengbin received a call from Professor X. "If you want mutant, why don't you come to our X Academy?" Professor X said on the other end of the phone, "There are many students who graduated from us. I believe they can help you. The security department I founded may be different for your development direction. I have no interest in saving the world and helping mankind. The security department mainly works for God industry." But during the New York War, Zhengbin interrupted the other party. "That time was an exception. I am different from you X-Men. Superhero is just someone else's name on me. I have never admitted it. Now, I am just an entrepreneur. The characteristic of entrepreneurs is profit-seeking." Professor X, who was on the phone, saw Jean Grey making moves next to him. He could only helplessly say, "In this case, can we try to cooperate first? I will arrange an X-Men to try it first." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Professor X shook his head at Jean Grey's excitement. "I hope you can get what you want this time." Finally, in addition to Jean Grey, Scott Summers, who has always liked her, also followed. They came to God Industries to report according to the time. The reporting conference room was already full of mutants, most of whom came from Magneto's mutant brotherhood. There's also a small number of mutants, 263, who are now working in the security department. They think that working in God Industries is better than doing nothing on the streets before, so they try their best to promote it to their friend around them and pull them in. The success of God Industries is also visible to everyone, and their personnel are becoming more and more loyal. If you don't come in now, it will be difficult to come in when the standards are raised in the future. And these wandering mutants who were recruited saw so many of their own kind present, and some of them were very famous mutants. Like Jean Grey and Cyclops from the X-Men, Sabretooth from the Mutant Brotherhood. I didn't expect that I would have a day to be their colleague. Jean Grey crossed her arms and accepted the scrutiny from the people around her with an indifferent face. Cyclops glanced around and found that the people present were all mutants of lower levels, and frowned. "Jean, I really don't understand why you came here. Is Zhengbin so good? If you don't like it, you can leave by yourself." "Anyway, I won't leave." Emma Frost walked into the room in a pure white professional suit. The slim-fitting clothes tightly wrapped her good figure, and the hip skirt made her look round and straight. A beautiful face stunned all the men present. "Hello, everyone. I am the assistant of Chairman Zhengbin and the executive CEO of Shin Industry. Next, I will arrange your work." Emma Frost's capable appearance fascinated many men, and many people whistled and made noises in the audience. Emma's face turned cold, and she overturned the table in the middle of the conference room with her mind. The originally noisy room suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Emma Frost. This woman is also a mutant. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Emma Frost spoke again. "Our God Industry is a first-class enterprise in Magneto. I hope you don't bring the bad habits you developed in the third-rate organizations. From now on, you represent the image of our God Industry. Please improve your quality as soon as possible." Isn't this just saying that they have low quality? Everyone could hear Emma's disdain for them. None of the mutants present was a good person, especially those from the Mutant Brotherhood. They had committed many crimes with Magneto before. How could they tolerate a woman riding on their heads like this now? UB***C. A mutant wanted to rush up and teach Emma a lesson. Emma Frost waved her hand lightly, and the man flew out and hit the wall heavily. She looked at the rest of the people below. Who else wants to make trouble? Emma Frost has been hiding her identity as a mutant very well since she was a child, and has always been among ordinary people without being discovered. She never came into contact with mutants, so no one in the mutant tribe knew who she was and what her ability was. Everyone looked at each other, not daring to act rashly. "Very good." Emma Frost showed a satisfied smile. "It seems that you have no other questions, so please follow me." Everyone left one after another behind Emma, and Cyclops also took 2 steps. Then he found Jean Grey standing aside without moving. "Jean, what's wrong?" After hearing Emma Frost's self-introduction, Jean Grey felt a surge of violence in her heart. Why can you all get close to him? There were several moments when she wanted to rush to the stage and tear Emma Frost to pieces. She also knew that her current mental state was not right, so she clenched her fists and tried her best to suppress herself. After hearing Cyclops' voice, she seemed to wake up from a dream, and the violence in her heart dissipated. Nothing, let's go too. After Emma Frost settled the mutant, she sorted out the list and handed it to Zhongbin. All 50 people sent by Mutant Brotherhood are here, and one person is now receiving treatment in the medical room. The X-Men sent 2 mutants. The 15 mutants introduced by the members of the security department have also arrived. What happened to the man being treated in the medical room? I taught him a lesson. Zhongbin nodded, indicating that he understood. He knew that Emma Frost always had a sense of propriety in doing things, and that such a small matter could be left to her to handle. So he did not ask any more questions. He looked at the list in his hand, and there was a very familiar name on it. Jean Grey. Zhongbin raised his eyebrows. He had not seen this person for a long time since he injured her in the parking lot last time. He remembered that Jean Grey was a professor in the mutant district who had reached the Omega level. How could he be willing to send someone here? He pointed at Jean Grey's name and said to Emma, "This person, please help me focus on observing him." Yes. Just after dealing with a new mutant, Tong Yao suddenly appeared in Zhang Bin's office. "Master, I'm back." Zhang Bin was curious. "Why did you come back so soon? Don't you want to play for a few more days?" Tong Yao pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "No more playing. It's not fun at all." In the first few days, the captain of Magnesium took Tong Yao to play everywhere, and they went to various amusement parks. Tong Yao really had a lot of fun during those days. However, after those days, the captain of Magnesium received a mission to go to the refugee area to help refugees. The captain of Magnesium knew that Tong Yao was not an ordinary child, so he took her with him. Tong Yao was in the refugee area every day during this period. There were no toys or playmates there, and she was also prohibited from entering other people's dreams. In addition, the captain of Magnesium took her to visit refugees every day and gave her ideological and moral lessons. Tong Yao was really annoyed. After a few days, she couldn't wait to return to Zheng Bin's side. After Tong Yao came back, she felt bored again after staying for only 2 days. "Master, how can you live a more boring life than a big liar? All you do every day is work, work, work. What's the meaning of such a life? You don't let me play in other people's dreams. It's really boring. I might as well go back and continue to sleep." Zheng Bin agreed to Tong Yao's request and sent her back to the Heroic Spirit Library. Before leaving, Tong Yao asked Zheng Bin, "If there's something fun next time, you must call me out again." After this period of contact, she has already known that her master is not so scary. She also began to dare to make requests to him. Okay, after the New York War, because the company had too many things to do, Zheng Bin had to ask for a leave from the school for a period of time to deal with the company's affairs. The school immediately approved his leave and gave him enough time. Zheng Bin's academic performance is very good, and now he is a young entrepreneur. The school cannot refuse him. Now, they have to please this rising star. Didn't you see how much money Tony Stark donated to MIT every year? MIT's most advanced equipment and the best teaching environment are all built up with Tony Stark's money. So they must not offend Zheng Bin now. Successful entrepreneurs like this will definitely give back to their alma mater in the future, whether it is because of feelings or reputation. Recently, the things of Shin Industry are almost done, and their Emma was in charge of the company. Zheng Bin took the leave slip back to school to cancel his leave and resumed his student life. A limited edition luxury sports car stopped at the school gate. When the students of Empire State University saw it, they quickly took out their mobile phones to take pictures. In this school, no one would not know who the owner of this car is. They quickly posted the photos they took on the internet. The light of Empire State University is finally back. Our superhero. Oh my God, why is he back today? I don't have makeup on. The person above, even if you put on makeup, people will not look down on you. The current executive CEO of Shun Industry should check the internet to see how big the gap is between him and others. When Zheng Bin got out of the car, he found that there were circles of people around his car. Question mark. Zheng Bin looked at the people surrounding him and saw that everyone just stared at him with fiery eyes and did not do anything else. He walked into the school on his own. After he entered the school, this group of people continued to follow him inexplicably. And as he walked along, more people who had discovered him followed him. The team became larger and larger, forming a spectacular scene. Zheng Bin? He found his good friend halfway. Hey, Peter. Peter Parker was also startled when he saw the people behind Zheng Bin, and then came over to say hello. Long time no see. You are finally back to school. Are you done with everything? Yeah. Zheng Bin pointed behind him. What's going on? Peter Parker smiled and said, You are a famous person now, and you haven't been back to school for so long, so it will naturally attract others to watch. It will be fine after a while. Zheng Bin was somewhat helpless. Okay. After saying goodbye to Peter Parker, Zheng Bin walked into the teaching building for class, and the people who had been following him just now also dispersed. It seems that he needs to change a less conspicuous car to go to school in the future. Otherwise, it would be too annoying to be followed like this every day. Zheng Bin built a training ground in Yoyue, where the accommodation and training of the new batch of mutants are all there. Jean Grey also lives there. At the moment, she found the anger in her heart in the open space next to the training ground. She used telepathy to control the stone and smashed it to the ground one after another. Jean Grey trained fighting skills and professional knowledge about security here every day, although she could learn a lot of things here that she had never touched before. But this kind of life is not what she wants at all. She came to Shun Industry just to create an opportunity to meet Zheng Bin. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. But she has discovered that it is impossible for her to meet Zheng Bin here. As the chairman of Shun Industry, Zheng Bin had a lot of things to do every day, and he can't do everything himself. What's more, this group of mutants are just the lowest level employees of the security department. The woman named Emma Frost came to watch their training several times in the name of Zheng Bin. Jean Grey experienced disappointment day after day, and resentment accumulated in her heart. Enough. Cyclops found that Jean Grey was not in the training ground, so he came out to find her worriedly and saw Jean Grey hitting the ground with his mind like crazy. He walked over and grabbed Jean Grey's wrist. You're out of control. Do you know that? Zero. Leave me alone. This man named Zheng Bin has completely influenced your spirit. Don't you realize it? No, you can't stay here. Follow me. I said leave me alone. Jean Grey shouted angrily at Cyclops. She was suddenly enveloped by a faint light, and then Cyclops was bounced out by the sudden burst of power from her body. Cyclops' body flew far away, until he finally hit a tree heavily to stop his momentum. Jean Grey looked at the laser element flying out in disbelief, and then looked down at her hands. She panicked with psychokinesis, lifted him into the air, and flew away. Jean. Zheng Bin returned to the company after class. As soon as he entered the office, he found a middle-aged man in a cloak standing there. Who? Zheng Bin looked at the man in front of him warily, secretly preparing for a fight. He was still equipped with the King Arthur card, and the perception ability of the heroic spirit made him not notice the existence of this man when he was standing outside the door. This man is likely to be stronger than him. When the middle-aged man saw Zheng Bin, a happy smile appeared on his face. He opened his arms, made a hugging gesture, and said to Ban, I am your father. Zheng Bin looked coldly at the man standing in front of him. Father? Yes, said the middle-aged man. I fell in love with your mother on Earth before. She is really a good woman. The middle-aged man showed a nostalgic application. Earth? Then where are you from? By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ego, and I come from a distant and beautiful planet. When I left, your mother was already pregnant, but at that time Zheng Bin took the sword of the Oath of Victory and waved it at the man in front of him without hesitation. Ego dodged the sword energy from the sword sideways. He showed a sad expression. Don't you want to know how your mother and I fell in love? Zheng Bin's eyes were fierce, and he gritted his teeth and said, If you dare to mention my mother again, I will let you die without a burial place. Yaij showed a surprised expression. Zhang Bin's reaction was completely beyond his expectation. It seems that the plan he had thought of before cannot be implemented today. It is such a pity that there is such delicious power in front of him, but he cannot eat it all. In this case, he should go to find his real biological son first. Yaij made a decision, and then showed a kind and tolerant smile and said to Zhang Bin, "It seems that your mood is not stable now. I will come to you later." Then he left Zhang Bin's office. The fatherly attitude made Zhang Bin feel sick and almost vomit. Zhang Bin was so angry that he couldn't even consider the truth of what Ego said. He just kept cursing in his heart. Irresponsible scumbag. If it weren't for him, how could my mother, the only daughter of a well-off family, break off relations with her family because of an unmarried pregnancy? If it weren't for this, my mother could have completed her studies and returned to Daxia to live an easy life. Instead of bringing a burden with her, working as a handyman in a foreign country, and raising him up with difficulty. Zhang Bin, who was born with the memory of his previous life, never had any expectations or feelings for his father. He was just angry about his mother's experience and was abandoned by such a scumbag. If I see him again next time, I will never let him go. Emma heard the noise and rushed over and saw that the office was in a mess, and one of the walls was directly shattered because it was hit by Zhang Bin's sword energy. "What's wrong?" "It's okay." Zhang Bin was still angry, with a face full of anger. Emma Frost looked at him with some worry. This was the first time she saw the calm and self-sustaining Zhang Bin in this state. Jean Grey didn't know where she could go now. She had just injured Cyclops, and now she was too embarrassed to go back to him. She couldn't go back to X Academy, or she didn't know how to explain to the professor. Jean Grey knew that her mental state was not right recently. There was always an inexplicable anger in her heart, making her want to tear everything around her apart. She couldn't control her behavior at all. Only when she thought of Zhang Bin would she feel a little warm in her heart. By the way, Bin, Jean Grey seemed to have found her backbone and cheered up. She ran to Shen Industry to find Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin was the only salvation she could see now. 000. Emma directed the decorators to decorate Zhang Bin's shabby office. Jean Grey hurried to Zhang Bin's office and found that the person she was looking for was not there. Instead, the woman she had always envied was here, directing others to do things like a mistress. Emma noticed someone coming in and looked over. "Jean Grey, what are you doing here? Did you run away from the training ground?" Jean Grey heard Emma Frost's culture and was filled with strong anger. "Why can't I see him for so long? But you can see him every day. Why can you get his trust? Obviously, I am stronger than you." Seeing Jean Grey not speaking, Emma Frost habitually used telepathy to spy on Jean Grey's thoughts. She was surprised to find that she could not see anything. "Are you surprised why you can't hear my thoughts?" Jean Grey looked at her sarcastically. "It's simple because I am much stronger than you." Jean Grey attacked Emma with telepathy. Emma Frost sensed something was wrong and immediately changed her body. Her body turned into a diamond-like material, and under the lights of the office, her body radiated a brilliant light. After changing her form, she could resist all mental attacks. Jean Grey found that she could not use telepathy to attack her now. Jean Grey's attack just now was merciless. If Emma reacted quickly, her spirit would have been greatly damaged. Jean Grey angrily lifted up the sundries in the office with telepathy and threw them at Emma one by one. Emma stood there without caring, letting her throw them. Her body became very hard in the diamond form, and these things didn't hurt her. Jean Grey's eyes were red with anger. Zhang Bin was in the R&D room when the company's employees ran over to ask for help and came up to see what happened. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Jean Grey attacking Emma. Jean Grey was still wearing the uniform of their company's security department. "Stop!" Zhang Bin shouted. Jean Grey heard Zhang Bin's voice, stopped his action, and looked over. "Tit!" Zhang Bin frowned, looking at his office, which was becoming even more shabby, and asked, "What are you doing? Miss Grey, shouldn't you be in the training ground now? Why are you running here?" Jean Grey heard Zhang Bin politely call her Miss Grey, and her face was gloomy. I want to see you." Zhang Bin was puzzled. "See me?" Human Diamond Emma immediately complained to Zhang Bin after hearing it. Boss, Miss Gray just came over and beat people without knowing the reason. It hurt me so much just now. Zhang Bin originally wanted to see how badly Emma was injured, but her body dazzled his eyes, so he had to look away and look at Jean Grey. Miss Gray, no matter what reason you come here, you shouldn't hurt anyone. Sorry, I don't think our god industry is suitable for you. I will call Professor X later. Jean Grey looked at Zhang Bin painfully, and when she saw Zhang Bin's cold application, the expression on her face began to twist. Why? Why do you do this to me? Jean Grey shouted excitedly. I love you so much. After Jean Grey shouted, a huge amount of fire flew toward Zhang Bin's office like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, the bulletproof glass in the office was shattered. The shockwave generated by the explosion was so large that it shattered all the car windows on the 30th floor. The flames enveloped Jean Grey's whole body. Huge amounts of flames instantly filled the entire office. Be careful. Emma stepped forward and protected Zhang Bin behind her with her diamond body. After the strong explosion, Zhang Bin vaguely felt that this power was more than one order of magnitude stronger than the ability of Jean Grey in his memory. This gave Zhang Bin a new understanding of Jean Grey. As the hot wind blew, Zhang Bin looked up and saw Jean Grey floating in the air with a pair of huge flaming wings behind him. Looking at the powerful power emitted by the giant flaming wings, Zhang Bin realized that there was something wrong with the fireball just now. The momentum emitted by Jean Grey now made Zhang Bin a little frightened. Just when Zhang Bin was thinking about how to deal with this powerful enemy, he found that Jean Grey's originally grief-stricken expression suddenly became indifferent. At the moment, Jean Grey gently raised her head and looked at Zhang Bin and Emma with contempt from the corner of her eyes. Then she flapped her huge amounts of wings and flew away without looking back. Professor X hung up Zhang Bin's phone with a solemn look. He sighed and thought for a long time before pressing the button next to the wheelchair. The X-Men's phones all sounded an alarm, and an X sign appeared on their phone screens. This is the sign of the assembly of X-Men 24. All the X-Men members quickly put down their work and rushed to Professor X's office. Beast, who is a teacher at X Academy, was the first to arrive. Professor, what happened? Jean's ability is out of control. You must bring her back to the Academy as soon as possible. You mean that power? Yes. Thinking of the evil and power of that power, Professor X couldn't help shuddering, and then said to Beast weakly, Take me to the brain-wave strengthener. I want to detect Jean's location. After Professor X put on the brainwave strengthener, Fei Chong easily found Zero. After Professor X closed his eyes, he could see mutants all over the world through the brainwave strengthener. Each mutant has its own special light, and Jean Grey's current light is the strongest among the thousands of mutants. It is so strong that Professor X can hardly look directly at it. Jean! Professor X called Jean Grey. Jean Grey heard a familiar voice in his mind. Professor X? Jean, come back. You are not the real you now. You have been controlled by this power. We can help you. I don't need help. I feel stronger than ever before. This feeling is really great. Asterisk T. Professor X felt a sharp pain in his head before he finished speaking. Then he was ejected from Jean Grey's consciousness. The brainwave enhancement flash sparks, and then a burst of smoke came out, and it was directly scrapped. Beast stood aside and saw the professor's painful expression and hurried forward and asked anxiously, Professor, are you okay? Professor X frowned and said, I'm fine. I saw that Jean is now in a hurry. What is she doing there? I don't know. I can't detect her thoughts. She is now completely controlled by that power, and she is no longer the same as before. Emma Frost helped Zhang Bin block the flames. The power of the flames was so strong that even Emma Frost's indestructible diamond body was melted. When Emma turned back into an ordinary person, Zhang Bin saw an obvious burn mark on her back. This! Emma Frost gasped in pain, then smiled bitterly. It seems that I can't wear backless clothes in the future. Don't worry. I will definitely find the best hospital to help you heal. Zhang Bin promised. Host, New mission released. Kill Phoenix Jean Grey to stop her from destroying the Earth. Reward: 4-card draw opportunities. This is the first time Zheng Bin has seen so many card draw opportunities since he bound the system. This also shows the difficulty of this mission. After Zheng Bin settled Emma Frost in his hand, he summoned the system. System, help me summon Solomon. Yes. Solomon is undoubtedly the most powerful card among all the cards Zheng Bin has. Zheng Bin has never done a task with so many card draws. To be safe, he decided to summon his strongest card. After a burst of light, Solomon with his eyes closed appeared in the magic pattern. He slowly opened his eyes without sadness or joy and stared at Zheng Bin. After his death, Solomon was called a wise, kind, and benevolent emperor by the world and was deeply loved by the people. However, these were not Solomon's personal will. He was just the spokesperson of God, and all his joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness were not his own. All of them follow the orders of God. In fact, he is just a non-human without emotions. And Solomon and Zheng Bin's heroic spirit card library can better reflect this point. Because Solomon lost the instructions of God after his death, he also changed back to his true personality, that is, no personality. He can't feel love or hate, no joy or sadness, and is isolated from all emotions. When Zheng Bin equipped him before, he only felt a sense of nothingness in his heart and didn't care about everything in the world. Therefore, although Solomon is powerful, Zheng Bin has never considered equipping him on a daily basis and going further with him. Integrate. Because this feeling of not being able to feel any emotion is really too uncomfortable. But it is precisely because he has no emotions that he is also the best servant. Because he will accept all the tasks of a master. The summoned Solomon still retains the personality given to him by God when he was alive. Although there is no emotion in his eyes, because he is said to be a gentle and sociable person, he greeted Zheng Bin with a smile. Master, we finally meet. Zheng Bin nodded. Finally we meet. Master, do you have any mission to summon me? Yes, there is a difficult enemy now, and I need your help. It's my honor. The summoned X-Men quickly arrived at the X Academy. They changed into their equipment and boarded the supersonic plane modified by Beast. Professor X, who was worried about the students, also boarded and went to AG with them. The Boeing plane quickly arrived at their destination. The X-Men got off the plane. At the moment, they saw two figures standing not far from the desert. UB*************** D. Cyclops recognized one of them and took off his eyes directly. His eyes shot a powerful laser at the other party. Zheng Bin felt a strong force rushing towards him, but he didn't even look at it because he trusted Solomon's ability very much. Sure enough, Solomon immediately used magic to build a barrier to block the laser. Cyclops saw that his attack was blocked, but he still insisted on emitting light waves. Enough! Professor X shouted, stop! Cyclops! Cyclops heard Professor X's voice and reluctantly put his glasses back on. Professor, it's all because of him that Jean is now like this. It has nothing to do with him. Professor X said dejectedly. When Jean was a child, I had already discovered an evil force in her body. At that time, I built a mental fence in her heart to block this force. But as she gets older, her abilities become stronger and stronger. My fence has less and less effect on her. Before she went to God Industry, I had already noticed that her condition was not right. But I still followed her wishes and asked her to get in touch with the people she liked more. I hope this will help her. But I didn't expect that an emotional outburst would make her condition worse. Cyclops retorted, but don't say any more. The most important thing for us now is to find Jean first. Professor X interrupted Cyclops. The current situation is bad enough. He doesn't want Cyclops to continue talking and offend two powerful enemies. Mystique stepped forward to comfort Cyclops. Don't worry, we will definitely take her home. Are you looking for me? Phoenix flew over from nowhere and floated above them. Although she had a smile on her lips and looked very charming, her eyes were cold and there was no emotion in them. Cyclops shouted excitedly on the ground, Jean! Jean! We are here to take you home. Come back to X Academy with us. Phoenix laughed as if he had heard a joke. Ha! I don't want to go back to that boring and annoying place with you. Besides, after I destroy this world, where will there be any X Academy? Destroy this world? What are you talking about? Phoenix stopped laughing and said coldly, I want all of you to die. Do you understand? After that, she looked at Jung Bin. And you, since you don't want to be with me, then you will be destroyed along with this world. After that, she raised her hands, and a constant stream of Phoenix Force was output from her palms, shooting at everyone. Jean Grey and Phoenix Force are now completely integrated. Now she is just a beast, venting her emotions as she pleases. She only has pleasure and anger in her heart. The people of Xavier's school care about their old relationship with Phoenix. Facing her attack, they just hide here and there in a panic and do not fight back. And Jung Bin has no such concerns. Solomon, like before, built a magic barrier to completely block Phoenix Force. Oh, Phoenix noticed the situation on Jung Bin's side, raised his eyebrows, put away the attack on the X Academy, and aimed both hands at Jung Bin and Solomon, increasing the output of power. Solomon and Jung Bin still stood calmly in the same place, and their postures did not change from beginning to end. Even though Phoenix Force had already wrapped them all under Solomon's powerful magic, there was still no way to hurt them. Phoenix was intimidated by the calmness of the two people and output more Phoenix Force. The blazing flames that enveloped them soared higher. However, no matter how much Phoenix increased its output of power, Jung Bin and Solomon remained unmoved. Jung Bin couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Solomon really deserved to be the king of kings. The ability of the position of industry slaves is extraordinary. If Phoenix's current power only relied on Jung Bin and the King Arthur card he was equipped with, it would definitely be very difficult to cope with it, not to mention being beaten. But Solomon has not moved a step from the beginning to now. Phoenix had no way to stop them. Is Castor so powerful? Jung Bin, who had already integrated two fighters, began to be interested in Castor. The situation was deadlocked for a while. After finding that he had no way to deal with Jung Bin and the others, Phoenix stopped his actions in anger. Professor X had been trying to control Phoenix, while Phoenix was attacking Jung Bin. But Phoenix was too strong now, and he had no way to break into her spiritual world. But after a while, maybe Phoenix output too much Phoenix Force. Jean Grey's original personality, which had been suppressed, appeared and responded to Professor X's induction in the depths of consciousness. Professor, Jean, Professor, kill me quickly, Jean Grey shouted. If you don't kill me, I will destroy the world. No, Jean, you can defeat it. You can definitely defeat this evil force. Jean Grey shouted desperately. I tried it. It really doesn't work. It's too powerful. As Phoenix stopped outputting power, Jean Grey's consciousness was suppressed again. Before she completely disappeared, she finally shouted to Professor X, You must kill me. After Professor X opened his glasses, Cyclops, who was standing beside him, hurriedly asked, Professor, how is Jean? I found a real Jean. Professor X said sadly, She asked us to kill her. No, how is this possible? Cyclops looked at Professor X with hope. Professor, you won't do this, right? Professor X closed his eyes in pain. After Phoenix stopped attacking, the sword of promise of victory condensed on Jung Bin's right hand. Jung Bin said to Solomon, Launch attack skills. Solomon nodded and raised his hand to Phoenix, Read inch. As Solomon's skill was released, a huge amount of flames enveloped Jean Grey. The flames looked similar to Jean Grey's just now, but the color was brighter red, like the color of blood. Ah! Jean Grey wailed at the burning pain. Although she immediately activated Phoenix Force to protect herself, the skin burned by the magic still showed signs of burns. In addition to the burning effect, this skill will also reduce the opponent's defense. Phoenix's current defense ability is at its lowest. Jung Bin rushed out of Solomon's protection circle at this time and rushed towards Phoenix with a sword. Seeing this, Phoenix quickly used Phoenix Force to launch one attack after another against Zhengbin. Zhengbin moved forward at full speed and did not dodge Phoenix's attack. Solomon's magic protection made him unharmed. He rushed directly through the Phoenix Force and soon came in front of Phoenix. He inserted the sword in his hand into Phoenix's abdomen without hesitation. No, Jean! Zhengbin attacked too fast, and everyone could only watch what happened. At the moment the sword was inserted into her abdomen, Phoenix's eyes became confused, and her dominant personality regained the upper hand. She looked at Zhengbin quietly, revealing a sweet smile, and the stubborn and somewhat unruly girl returned. Jean Grey used her remaining little strength to lean on Zhengbin. It's good to die in your arms in the end. After hearing this, Zhengbin sighed and gently put her lifeless body on the ground. Cyclops rushed over like crazy, kneeling beside Jean Grey, screaming her name in pain. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Zhengbin with hatred. I'm going to kill you. Professor X used the ability of telepathy to make Cyclops fall into a coma. He signaled Nightcrawler to take away Cyclops and Jean's body. You did a good job protecting the Earth. And death is what Jean wanted. Professor X looked as if he had aged several years. Grey was his proudest student, and because of their similar abilities, Jean was also the student he spent the most effort on. Therefore, even if he knew that Zhengbin had done nothing wrong, he saw his student, who was like his daughter, being killed. Even a saint like Professor X could not be completely free of grudges against Zhengbin. Not to mention the X-Men present today. From today on, there's a gap between Zhengbin and the Academy that will never be overcome. 000. When all the X-Men left, only Zhengbin and Solomon were left standing in the desert. Zhengbin waited for a long time, but did not hear the system prompt that the task was completed. He had clearly confirmed that Phoenix was really dead, so was it not considered a completed task? The system reminded, Host, the task is to kill Phoenix and prevent her from destroying the Earth. Although Phoenix is dead, the crisis of destroying the Earth created by her has not been resolved, so it is not considered a completed task. What is the crisis that will destroy the Earth? Sorry, we haven't found it yet, so we can't answer the host question. Zhengbin had to take Solomon to wander around the desert to see if he could find any traces of Cobweb. But after searching for a long time, he found nothing, so he had no choice but to take Solomon back first. Anyway, when something happens later that will lead to the destruction of the Earth, the system will definitely notify him to solve it as soon as possible. Just as Zhengbin and Solomon left the desert. After being suppressed by the pyramids for many years, a long-dormant mutant suddenly opened his eyes. After returning to New York, he was different from those heroic spirits who asked to stay in the real world for a few more days. Solomon, who had no desires, hoped that Zhengbin could send him back to the heroic spirit library first, because he could not feel any fun in the real world at all. Zhengbin agreed. He put Solomon back into the heroic spirit library. After Solomon left, Zhengbin looked at his card library and found that the freezing time of the Conqueror King had just ended. This card has been repaired for half a year and can finally be used again. Zhengbin couldn't wait to summon the Conqueror King. The fact that the Conqueror King was killed has been weighing on his mind for half a year. After the Conqueror King was summoned, he opened his eyes and saw Zhengbin appear in front of him and was stunned for a moment. I thought I was dead. I actually have a chance to see the Master again. Yes, he died, but I saved him again. Ha ha, you are really my master. I can go to war without worry in the future. Even if I die, the Master can revive me. Zhengbin was speechless. How long had he just woken up? He was thinking about conquering the world again. Don't talk about that for now. Tell me how you were killed. The King of Conquerors touched his chin and recalled, I was driving the Shinwei wheel and passed a planet. I met a man who praised my ox cart. I chatted with him for a while and felt very congenial. I followed him back to his planet, and then he killed me. That man was very powerful, far superior to me. I didn't even have time to resist before he sucked the power out of my body and died. Do you know who that man is? Well, that man makes me feel very similar to Odin. Both of them have powerful powers. By the way, he told me that his name is Ego. Zhengbin was stunned after hearing this. Ego. Yes, I remember his name. Ah, very good. Zheng Bin laughed in anger, with a sinister expression on his face. At this time, Zheng Bin knew why this man suddenly came to recognize his relatives. It turned out that he was coveting his power, but he dared to use this excuse to deceive himself. Zheng Bin had never hated a person so much in all these years. In his heart, Ego was already a dead man. Do you remember where his planet is? I remember. The Conqueror King looked at Zheng Bin seriously, but I feel that his planet is a bit weird. It's okay, you take me there. Before leaving the Earth, Zheng Bin checked the degree of integration between himself and King Arthur. Like Siegfried's card, King Arthur only integrated 90% and then stopped. Zheng Bin's physical examination now superimposed the abilities of two heroic spirits. However, the attributes of his heroic spirit skills are not superimposed. For example, Siegfried's lucky attribute is E, and King Arthur's lucky attribute is B. Then Zheng Bin inherited the ability not E plus B, but inherited the higher ability level 24. So if he wants to make his ability stronger and higher in attribute level, he has to integrate heroic spirits with stronger attribute skills. Because he has only integrated 90% of Siegfried and King Arthur, he has only inherited about 90% of their skills. Now they are Strength A-, Durability A, Agility B, Magic B-, Noble Phantasm EX, sort of promised victory, Noble Phantasm B+, Armor of the Dragon. His current ability attributes are not much different from those of 5-star heroic spirits. And he also has 2 noble phantasms. Now, when facing other heroic spirits, as long as they're not at the crown level, he can fight them with his own ability. The King of Conquerors said that Ego's ability is far above him, and even makes him powerless to fight back. It seems that this time he can't compete head-on. Zheng Bin opened his card library and finally chose the most suitable card to equip, Mountain Elder. He is an assassin with a skull mask on his face. According to legend, there is no witness to the assassin's abyss. Since Ego is so powerful, assassination is the best method. After equipping the heroic spirit card, the clothes on his body also changed completely. The clothes of the ancient warrior revealed an evil and ominous atmosphere. His face was covered with a skull mask. After Zheng Bin equipped this heroic spirit card, he felt the feeling of being controlled by the heroic spirit for the first time in a long time. The original character of the Mountain Old Man was too strong, and it overwhelmed Zheng Bin's own character. He now felt that his heart was full of murderous intent. The Conqueror King stood aside and watched Zheng Bin's equipment, and also saw the changes in Zheng Bin's temperament from the beginning to now. Zheng Bin's temperament is now very contradictory, and his breath is so thin that it is almost non-existent. If you don't pay attention, you can't find him at all. But when he was discovered that year, you could feel the strong, murderous intent on him. The perfect combination of secrecy and murderous aura. Master, you look good now. Although Zheng Bin's temperament is very gloomy now, it can't scare the knowledgeable Conqueror King. The Conqueror King spoke to him cheerfully, as usual. Let's go. Zheng Bin's originally low voice, blocked by the mask, became more mysterious. The King of Conquerors summoned the Wheel of Divine Power and took Zheng Bin to fly into the universe. The heroic spirits appeared in this world with the support of magic. As long as there is magic, even in a vacuum environment, it has no effect on them. The King of Conquerors does not feel any different in the universe than on Earth. Zheng Bin feels the same as the King of Conquerors. His body has long been transformed by the heroic spirits integrate. Even if he does not eat or drink water now, as long as there is magic, he can live on magic. He can naturally adapt to the environment of the universe like the heroic spirits. The speed of the Wheel of Divine Power is calculated in light years. Not long after, the King of Conquerors arrived at his destination. 100 Aster, that's the planet. The Conqueror King motioned Zheng Bin to look at a planet not far away. This planet looks very beautiful from a distance in the universe. The brilliant colors allow people to fully imagine how beautiful the scenery they will see after entering this planet. After hearing what the Conqueror King said, Zheng Bin replied in a low voice, I know. After a few instants, he quickly disappeared from the Conqueror King's eyes. Star-Lord and his team came to Ego's planet. He looked at the magical beauty on this planet with surprise. Ego proudly said to Star-Lord, Welcome to your home planet, my son. One after another, special scenes appeared in front of Star-Lord, making him dazzled. Ego showed a kind smile and patted Star-Lord on the shoulder. My son, don't worry. I will let you experience the beauty of this planet soon. Zheng Bin arrived at Ego's planet. This planet is actually Ego's true body. He can sense everything on this planet as long as he wants. However, almost all assassins know how to hide their breath. Sanji, who is known as the originator of assassination, is even better. Although he is a crowned heroic spirit, both his skills and treasures are powerful and very high profile. But hiding his breath is like breathing air for humans. He keeps hiding his breath no matter when and where. Zheng Bin walked among the woods with a leisurely posture. It was like walking in his own back garden. His breath changed from the moment he landed on the planet, and he merged with the planet. Now, even if someone passes by him, they will not feel his presence. Even Ego, the master of this planet, is the same. Zheng Bin observed the surrounding environment while walking. The flowers, plants, and trees in this forest are all species he has never seen before. They look weird and beautiful. Each plant is like a piece of art that has been carefully crafted. Zheng Bin, who inherited the ability of the Mountain Elder, felt that his perception ability was infinitely magnified. Although his perception ability would also be improved when he equipped other heroes before. But the feeling that the Mountain Elder gave him was unprecedentedly strong. Zheng Bin looked around the environment around him, and he could see every detail around him. Zheng Bin squatted down, just touched the mud on the ground, and looked at the surrounding environment. The experience of the Mountain Elder told him where Ego was on this planet. Zheng Bin walked slowly towards Ego. It was the first time he felt so calm before a battle. There was no fear or excitement that should be faced with a fierce battle. This is because for the Mountain Elder, assassination is too simple. And his countless experiences also let Zheng Bin know that he will never fail in assassination. Zheng Bin walked to the side of a garden. As he expected, Ego was here. In addition to him, there is also a handsome young man here. The two of them are playing a game of throwing and catching a ball with a blue energy ball. Zheng Bin hid his body in the forest not far away. The middle-aged man was the one he had seen on Earth before. His disgust for this man made his own personality overwhelm the old man of the mountain. An important factor for the old man of the mountain to completely hide himself was to keep his heart calm and not have any fluctuations. At this moment, Zheng Bin's anger exposed his whereabouts. Ego immediately found out who is there. Zheng Bin hurriedly retreated. However, the entire planet is Ego's body, and his control over this planet is absolute. Ego found Zheng Bin's position and controlled the trees near him to attack him. Several huge amounts of blue tentacles containing energy also stretched out from the ground and attacked Zheng Bin. Ego felt from Zheng Bin's breath the energy that made him think about day and night. Before, a man with such energy came to his planet. When Ego saw him at that time, he knew that his ability was very powerful and would definitely help him. As expected, after he drained the man's ability, he felt that his ability, which had not changed for more than 1,000,000 years, had become stronger. Ego was ecstatic and immediately used the energy seeds he left on various planets to sense and see if he could find similar power. Finally, he found Zheng Bin on Earth. In fact, he had been lurking on Earth for a while before looking for Zheng Bin that time. He knew through observation that Zheng Bin was very powerful. It is possible that he was similar to him as a god. The Earth is far away from Ego's planet, and his power is weakened. If he went head-to-head with him on Earth, he would most likely lose. So he thought of a way, which was to pretend to be Zheng Bin's father. Children like Zheng Bin who grew up in a single-parent family must be very eager for fatherly love. He had used this method to kill his own children before. Who knew that Zheng Bin's attitude was completely different from what he imagined? The identity of a father even made Zheng Bin want to kill him. After realizing this, Ego could only leave the earth first and make plans. Who knew that this person would come to the door on his own? Although Zheng Bin was wearing a skull mask, Ego could not see his face clearly. But as soon as he felt Zheng Bin's breath, he immediately confirmed that this was the person on Earth. His energy is much stronger than the man Ego absorbed before. This energy does not only come from the body, but more from the soul. And as long as Ego has seen it once, he will never miss Zheng Bin's unique soul. What's going on? Star-Lord heard the movement in the forest and turned his head to ask his father, who had just met him not long ago. Ego was very excited. My enemy came to the door on his own. Son, let me show you how. Ego's face changed drastically. Why did that person suddenly disappear? Zheng Bin flexibly avoided all the attacks in the forest. In the battle, the personality of Shan Jihong gradually gained the upper hand. Zhao Zhao. Zheng Bin's mood began to calm down, and the ability of hiding the breath belonging to Shan Xiong took effect again. Zheng Bin jumped a few times and landed on the trunk of a thick tree. The vines that had been attacking him all stopped, and then seemed to have lost their way, running wildly in the woods, trying to find Zheng Bin. Zheng Bin stood on the tree trunk and watched the vines' movements quietly. The vines stuck to his body several times and passed by him. But even at such a close distance, Zheng Bin was not found at all. The vines searched in the forest for a long time and finally retracted underground. Zheng Bin jumped down from the tree, trunk lightly. There were many leaves and branches under the tree, but when his feet stepped on the ground, there was no sound. He walked slowly and walked back in the direction he had just walked. Ego didn't know whether Zheng Bin had left his planet. However, Zheng Bin was the best tonic he had seen in millions of years. He would never be willing to let him go just like that. If he couldn't feel whether Zheng Bin was still on this planet, then he could only use the simplest method, that is to search the planet thoroughly. Fortunately, there are other people on the planet now. So, we're going to help your father find someone on this planet now. Gamora was puzzled. Isn't this planet your father's body? Can't he find it? Ego said he couldn't feel it. If even someone as powerful as him can't find it, what can we do to help? Gamora felt something was wrong after arriving on this planet, and she couldn't contact one of their team members, Rocket, so she didn't want to help Star-Lord's father. Drax, the always heartless destroyer, said, "In that case, let's help your father find it. Family affection is the most important thing in the world." "Thank you." Star-Lord looked at Gamora with a pleading look. "Please?" Gamora sighed helplessly. "Let's go 747. Star-Lord opened his flight device and quickly shuttled through the forest. Gamora and Drax split into two groups and searched on the ground. Zheng Bin, who was being searched by the three Guardians of Galaxy, had already arrived at Ego's palace. Star-Lord's father sat in the center of the palace in deep thought and did not notice Zheng Bin's arrival. A black sword gradually condensed in Zheng Bin's hand. The sword exuded a blue light, which was very similar to Zheng Bin's current temperament, full of ominousness and evil. Zheng Bin hid behind the pillars of the palace, saw the right time, and appeared behind Ego in a flash. One strike and one hit. The black sword in his hand accurately inserted into Ego's body. Then he pulled out the sword. However, Ego did not fall down as he imagined. Ego showed a secret smile on his face and quickly disappeared. Finally waited. Zheng Bin saw the huge amounts of blood on Ego's chest. The wound was covered by blue energy and healed in a short while. Dozens of huge amounts of blue vines stretched out from the ground and attacked Zheng Bin. Zheng Bin dodged them with a few steps. Zheng Bin was about to leave the palace when he found that the walls of the palace were entangled by countless vines. Even the entrance was blocked. In this case, he could no longer use the assassination-level breath-blocking skill. It seems that he can only face the enemy head-on now. "My son, why do you do this to me?" Ego looked at Zheng Bin with pain. "I had no choice but to leave the earth." "Shut up." Zheng Bin waved the black sword in his hand and forced Ego, who wanted to hug him, to retreat. "How could my mother be interested in a disgusting man like you? Want my power? If you have the guts, come and get it yourself." Ego, who found that his lies were exposed, put away his hypocritical face and looked at Zheng Bin coldly. He activated his skills, and the eyes of the skull mask on his face flashed a strong red light. A fierce, burning blue hellfire ignited under Ego's feet. Ego felt the power attacking him, but he just stood there without moving. He gave Zheng Bin a mocking smile. The next second, his body turned to ashes in the flames. Zheng Bin thought Ego was dead, turned around without any reluctance, and prepared to leave the palace. But the vines wrapped around the palace did not disappear. Zheng Bin felt something was wrong, and suddenly the perception of the part of the Mountain Elder ability told him, "There is danger." Zheng Bin quickly dodged to the side. A huge amount of energy ball hit the place where he just stood. Zheng Bin turned his head in surprise and saw a figure formed by blue energy. The right hand of the figure had become solid and was holding an energy ball, while the other parts gradually turned back to human form. Zheng Bin looked at the bones, tendons, flesh, and skin of the person in front of him, which gradually took shape. Finally, Ego reappeared in front of him. Ego looked at Zheng Bin and showed a smug smile. "You can't kill me. Here, I am invincible." Countless vines rushed towards Zheng Bin. Zheng Bin quickly activated the skill of dodging and dodged all these attacks. But more vines appeared underground, almost covering the entire palace. Zheng Bin cut off the vines that attacked him. The battle continuation of the Old Man of the Mountain is X level. The ability to continue fighting is very strong. Zheng Bin can feel that he is getting braver and braver now. He quickly cut off the vines around him. He can feel the constant power from Ego. And this power is the reason why he came back to life. Although relying on the battle continuation of the Old Man of the Mountain and the constant magic power from Chaldea, he will not be exhausted no matter how long he fights. But Zheng Bin knows that he has not figured out where is this source of ability. There's no point in staying here. He cut the vines in front of him as fast as he could and rushed to the wall. He swung the big sword in his hand to split the vines and the wall together, and left the palace surrounded by heavy siege through the gap. Ego was standing in the middle of the palace with a calm look. He believed that Zheng Bin would be defeated soon under his fierce attack. When he found that Zheng Bin wanted to escape, it was too late to rush over to stop him. Zheng Bin's figure had disappeared in front of him. Ego stood at the gap in the palace and shouted in a rage in the direction where Zheng Bin left. "No matter where you are, I will definitely find you." 000. Ego thought that Zheng Bin would leave the planet when he found that he was not his opponent. In fact, Zheng Bin did not leave, but continued to use the breath-blocking skill to continue exploring on this planet. Ego asked the 3 Guardians of Galaxy to stop searching for Zheng Bin. He thought Zheng Bin should no longer be on this planet. Now, he had to teach his son how to use ability as soon as possible. When they conquered all the planets in the universe together, he would be invincible in this universe. What? In Ego's palace, Star-Lord's eyes were filled with blue energy. Now he had been brainwashed by Ego's power, and friends and love were no longer important to him. He had only one thought in his mind. He wanted to conquer the universe with his father. Until he heard a sentence from Ego. "I was really sad that I put the tumor in your mother's brain." Star-Lord's originally confused eyes became clear in an instant. "What?" He raised his gun angrily and fired at Ego. Shot after shot, Ego's body was smashed to pieces. Ego retreated because of the impact of the gun, but the blue energy quickly repaired his body. "How dare you do this to me?" Ego shouted at Star-Lord, and several blue tentacles emerged from the ground and directly inserted into Star-Lord's body. "In this case, you will stay here forever and be a battery for me to replenish energy." After being penetrated by the tentacles, Star-Lord felt that the energy belonging to the Celestials in his body was constantly draining away. At this moment, a huge amount of spaceship flew in from the window of the palace and hit Ego. The tentacles inserted into Star-Lord also disappeared. One man and one raccoon walked down from the ship. Yondu saw Star-Lord kneeling on the ground and breathing heavily and hurried forward. "Are you okay?" Star-Lord nodded. Gamora and Drax learned the facts about Ego from Mantis and rushed over. Mantis said, "This is just a duplication of his. As long as the planet is still there, he will never die. We have to destroy his center first." So that's it. At this time, a strange voice sounded. Everyone looked over and found a man in a black robe standing not far from them. He was tall and wore a skull mask, and the whole person exuded a very ominous aura. Drax looked at Zhang Bin's clothes in admiration. "Wow, brother, your clothes are so handsome. Why are they always flashing blue light? Did you install lights on your body?" Star-Lord looked at Drax speechlessly. "Can you please consider the occasion when you speak?" He looked at the man, who should be the enemy that Ego had mentioned before. Seeing the amazing momentum of this man, Star-Lord looked fortunate. Fortunately, he didn't find anyone at that time. If he had faced this man, perhaps the entire Guardians of Galaxy would not be his opponent. Zhang Bin heard the movement from the palace when he was in the forest just now and rushed over. In fact, he had been there since Ego and Star-Lord had quarreled. However, his level A breath blocking skill prevented the two from discovering his existence. Just now, he learned from this group of people how to deal with Ego. Where is his core? The core of this planet. Yes, Star-Lord replied immediately. Star-Lord thought, since this man is Ego's enemy, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Or he can help deal with Ego. Zhang Bin nodded. He raised the black sword in his hand and chopped the ground lightly. His action looked like cutting a cake. Very easy. The ground was split by him, and a huge amount of cracks appeared. Zhang Bin jumped directly into the crack. "I'll go." The Guardians of Galaxy were stunned, and after reacting, they hurriedly ran onto the spaceship. They also went down with them. At the moment, countless blue tentacles emerged from the ground and tightly wrapped around the spaceship. "Hurry up." Everyone in the spaceship looked at Star-Lord in the cockpit anxiously. After Zhang Bin jumped down, he found that there was a lot of blue energy below. He knew that these energies were Ego's abilities, and if they were touched, they would be devoured by him. Therefore, Zhang Bin immediately swung his greatsword and used his sword energy to directly split all the blue forces approaching him. He jumped down while splitting them. The greatsword of the Mountain Man was different from other heroes. It had neither a gorgeous appearance nor those skills that sounded powerful. It was just a sword without any characteristics or names. However, nothing could stop this nameless sword that existed in the valley and buried countless people. Soon, Zhang Bin came to the center of the planet. There was a huge amount of round sphere in the middle, and countless ties made of rocks intricately connected the sphere, which looked very spectacular. Oh! And the Guardians of Galaxy's spaceship finally broke free from Ego's comfort and came to this position. The ball in the middle is Ego's core. Mantis said, "We must hurry up. Ego will soon notice our location." Rocket controlled the weapons of the spacecraft and fired at the sphere. "No, these rocks are too hard. We can't break them." "Look at that man," Drax shouted through the glass of the spacecraft, pointing at a certain place. Everyone's eyes followed his finger. They saw the man with the skull mask they had seen before standing on one of the rock ties, raising his sword and aiming at the sphere. No! Ego's body condensed behind Zhang Bin, and the overwhelming blue energy surged towards Zhang Bin. Just when the blue energy was about to touch Zhang Bin, he swung the sword in his hand. The sphere was split into two, and Ego's core, which had been protected by the rocks, was also cut open. Ego's blue energy immediately dissipated, and his humanoid duplication turned into sand, falling to the ground bit by bit. "Oh my God!" Seeing this scene, everyone on the spaceship shouted this sentence at the same time. Everyone was stunned. This man is too strong. His intuition told him that the secret of Ego's ability was here. After Ego died, the planet began to collapse. "Damn it, let's go!" Yondu and Star-Lord quickly started the spaceship and flew out of the cave. Star-Lord saw Zhang Bin standing there motionless and asked, "Should we take that man with us?" "No, the planet is collapsing too fast. If we stop, we will be crushed. But someone is here to pick him up." After Ego died, Zhang Bin immediately activated the command spell and summoned the Conqueror King outside the planet. The Conqueror King drove the god wheel and appeared in front of him the next second. "Master, is the matter resolved?" "Yes." Zheng Bin sat on the god wheel and said to the Conqueror King, "Let's go back to Earth." The Conqueror King's god, 903, god wheel left the planet at the speed of light. The Guardians of Galaxy's spaceship was still hiding in the cave to avoid falling rocks. When they flew, they saw that Zheng Bin and the man had disappeared. Back on Earth, Zheng Bin asked the Conqueror King to land on the top floor of the God Industry Company. After coming into contact with the Mountain Elder State, Zheng Bin felt that the oppressive, murderous aura that had been lingering in his heart had completely disappeared. Although this heroic spirit card is a crown-rank heroic spirit, it has a huge mental impact on him when used, which is the same as Gilgamesh in a sense. And now, there is another problem in front of Zheng Bin. Should he put the King of Conquerors back into the heroic spirit library, or continue to let him move freely? After this, he knew that he had thought too simply before. It was also because he became too arrogant after having the heroic spirit system. In the vast universe, there are still countless powerful people and forces. If he lets the King of Conquerors continue to conquer in the universe now, it is very likely that he will get into big trouble again. The look in Zheng Bin's eyes changed. Finally, he said to the King of Conquerors, "I have nothing to do here. If you still want to conquer the universe, go ahead. But sometimes I may need other heroic spirits to help, and then I will temporarily take you back to the heroic spirit library." Forget it. Let him go. If anything happened to his heroic spirit, he would take care of it. The King of Conquerors' persistence in his ideals was also his favorite part, and he didn't want to stop him. The King of Conquerors patted Zheng Bin's shoulder vigorously. "Thank you." He knew that his master was a man with a broad mind. The King of Conquerors drove the wheels of the god and disappeared in front of him. "Boss!" Emma Frost just walked out of her office and saw Zheng Bin. She stepped on her 13-centimeter high heels and walked over at a flying speed. "You are finally back." Emma Frost looked at Zheng Bin accusingly. "You called me before and said you would take a week off, but you hung up the phone without even giving me a chance to talk. Do you know how much work I have accumulated these days because of your absence? I believe you can definitely handle it." If it was before, Emma would definitely be overjoyed and excited to hear Zheng Bin's words. But after working with Zheng Bin for a long time, she has become resistant to such words. Rolling her eyes, "No wonder you want to find a mutant to be your assistant. If it weren't for mutant super physical fitness, I might have died of overwork." She handed the document in her hand to Zheng Bin. "Here, this is the document sent by the Defense Department. They want to buy a batch of weapons for the Lu army." "Okay, you arrange a time and let them come for a meeting and sign a contract. Also, the new mutant has been trained. How should I arrange it? I'll talk about this after I meet the Lu army," Emma said with some dissatisfaction. The two mutants sent by the X Academy disappeared without a word. They are too unreliable. They sent the least people, and they're also the most unreliable. Zheng Bin thought of Phoenix's appearance before his death and sighed secretly. Any man who is loved by a beautiful woman like this cannot help but be soft-hearted. His heart will definitely be touched. But for this girl, he could only give some sympathy, nothing else. Just take care of the remaining mutants. Don't worry about Xavier's school. Recently, Ross Jiangjun came to the SLAP Defense Department 3 times a day. Bu Chong of the SLAP Defense Department was very helpless. "I'm buying equipment for Lu Jun this time, not for you to control the army. Why are you so anxious here?" Bu Chong really couldn't figure it out. Ross was obviously the controlling army. Why was he so concerned about Lu Jun's affairs? "No, I told you a long time ago that these people with special abilities are unreliable and can't be trusted, but you still don't believe me. Especially this Zheng Bin. He is the most dangerous. We clearly had an agreement at the beginning. You see, he hasn't replied to us for so many days. He must have regretted it. His assistant said that he was out recently and not in the company. He will deal with this matter for us as soon as he comes back. You don't need to be so anxious." At this time, the office door was knocked a few times. Bu Chong said, "Come in." His secretary came in and said, "Lu Jun just called and has received a response from Zheng Bin. The meeting will be held in the next few days. The Defense Department Buchang Ross said, "Look, don't be so suspicious all the time." Ross snorted. "I have to be present at the meeting. I have to help them keep a close eye on it." For point 2, who knows if Zhang Bin will play any tricks at that time? The commander of the Defense Department had no choice but to agree to his request. After Zhang Bin came back, he spent several days to finally finish all the work. Today is the time he and the Magnesium Army Department agreed to. The meeting place is at his place. Emma Frost brought people into the conference room. The leader was the familiar face, Ross Jiangjun. "I remember that my transaction this time was with Lu Jun. Why did the people from the Control Army come here too?" Zhang Bin clearly remembered that Ross was the general of the Control Army. General Lu Jun smiled politely, and when he was about to say something, Ross got the upper hand. "What? Are you so afraid of seeing me?" The conference room suddenly fell silent. "Ha ha ha, Rose, you are so humorous." Lu Junjun broke the silence with an exaggerated laugh. Zhang Bin laughed after hearing it. "Yeah, I can't help but notice it every time I see Rose. It's so funny. You. Okay, everyone stop joking. Let's talk business quickly." Lu Junjun put his hand on Rose's shoulder, squeezed it hard, and then forced him to sit on the chair, and he sat down too. He wondered why Rose was so confused. Rose had seen how powerful the dance equipment of Shin Industry was. If they Lu Jun couldn't buy such a powerful dance equipment because of offending Zhang Bin, he would never let him go. Rose felt the pressure on his shoulders, closed his eyes angrily, and then glared at Zhang Bin. "Mr. Zhang, this time we decided to buy a kind of dance weapon from Shandong Industry that appeared in the previous Toyo War. The 3 weapons are musket, broadsword, and knife. Although they had received the new product catalog of Shandong Industry before, which contained various dance weapons, in addition to the weapons completely developed by Zhang Bin, there were also some traditional weapons that he had improved and were more powerful by huge amounts. However, since it was the first cooperation, Lu Jun decided to make a batch of dance weapons that they had seen the effect of first, and it would not be too late to talk about the others later. After all, they had all witnessed the power of these dance weapons in the Toyo War. Definitely okay. In addition to the detailed description of how to use the dance equipment and its power, the product catalog of Shin Industrial also lists the price. Although the price is 6 times that of ordinary dance equipment, Lu Jun and Jiang Jun feel a little painful. But they know that the money is worth spending, and it is only used for the elite team equipment, which is still within the budget. Their contract was signed very smoothly. After the legal teams of both parties read it and confirmed that there were no problems, they asked the person in charge to sign his name. Zhang Bin and Lu Jun and Jiang Jun both stood up and shook hands. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The delivery date written on the contract is 3 months. I will try my best to deliver it before the specified date. After sending away Lu Jun, Jiang Jun, and Ross, who was staring at him the whole time and almost popping his eyes out, Zhang Bin asked Emma Frost standing behind him, "Have the factories that I asked you to build in Maozi and several Filipino countries been built before?" "It has been built." Zhang Bin nodded and said, "Give me the list of mutants." Zhang Bin looked at the list of mutants with detailed introductions in his hand. This time, there are 65 new mutants in the security department. Emma, assign one of the best Delta, level 3, mutants in each factory as the team leader. This excellence must not only be excellent in ability, but also have leadership ability. The rest of the Delta and mutants below Delta are divided into 4 teams on average. Remember to divide the teams randomly, and remember to use your ability to supervise. I don't want them to get together with their acquaintances and form their own small groups. Okay. Emma Frost immediately followed Zhang Bin's instructions. In order to ensure the confidentiality of the dance equipment, in addition to the original Sokovia factory, factories were set up in 4 other places. Now each factory only produces certain parts, and the parts produced by each factory are different. After production is completed, all are finally transported to Magnesium for final assembly. The production department personnel responsible for assembly are all selected by Emma Frost. In addition to recruiting people from major Junho companies, She also found some mechanical students who had just graduated from university. Because the production department is only responsible for the final assembly, it does not require too advanced technology as long as it can accurately complete the work assigned by Zhengbin. Emma Frost used her telepathy ability during the interview. Some spies from other companies and people with bad intentions were eliminated. The remaining group of people, Emma Frost confirmed that they all met Zhang Bin's requirements. 000. All the staff were in place, and the dance equipment ordered by Liu was also being produced. At this time, the university also started its summer vacation. Zhang Bin thought about it and called his girlfriend Gwen. Gwen, how are you doing in mechanical engineering recently? Gwen was very surprised to receive a call from Zhang Bin, who was always very busy at work, and her tone of voice became sweeter. Gwen boasted, I got the first place in my major in this final exam. With such an excellent boyfriend, I can't be too bad, right? Are you interested in doing an internship at Shun Industry during the summer? Really? Gwen's voice immediately became very excited, and then she asked a little nervously, but I haven't graduated yet. Can I help you? You are here to learn, not to help me. As long as you can learn something, it's enough. Then I'll go there tomorrow. Zhengbin hasn't contacted Gwen for a long time because of too many things that have happened recently. He can feel Gwen's flattery through the phone now, and suddenly feels a little guilty. Gwen is a good girl, and he should treat her better. After hanging up the phone, Zhengbin called Emma Frost in through the internal line. Emma, there's a girl coming to our company for an internship tomorrow. Go and arrange it for her to join the production department. It was the first time that Emma Frost heard Zhengbin arrange a job for a girl, and she immediately thought of someone. Gwen Stacy. Zhengbin was a little surprised that Emma Frost knew Gwen. He was sure that Emma didn't use the telepathy ability on him. Otherwise, she wouldn't be standing here, so relaxed now. How did you know her? Emma Frost frowned tightly. I heard from others that she is your girlfriend. Emma Frost would never tell Zhengbin that she had read all the information about Zhengbin on the internet before. She naturally knew about Zhengbin's girlfriend, Gwen Stacy, who made women all over the world jealous. Zhengbin thought about it later and called Peter Parker, who has always been very interested in machinery. The next day, there were 2 interns coming to the downstairs of Shun Industrial. Under normal circumstances, only the HR department needs to be arranged to handle these matters. But because of Zhang Bin's instructions, this time, it was the executive CEO, Emma Frost, who went downstairs to greet them in person. Hello. No matter what Emma Frost thought in her heart, she still looked friendly on the surface. She had decided to show her most professional side and let this little brat see that only she was worthy of standing next to Zhengbin. Gwen had already learned about Miss Emma Frost from the news about Shin Industrial. She felt very uncomfortable when she saw her for the first time, but after a long time, she had already sorted out her emotions. So this time, when she saw Emma Frost, she was still able to greet her appropriately. Hello, Miss Frost. In contrast, Peter Parker was the same. The moment he saw Emma Frost, his face immediately turned red, and he couldn't even speak clearly. Hello, I'm Peter Parker, a student of bioengineering at Empire State University. He shouted in his heart, Emma Frost is 100 times more beautiful in person than on TV. Now, in the whole country and even the world, no one does not know the name of Zhang Bin, the founder of Shun Industrial Group. At the same time, the peerless beauty who often appears in the high walls of the Ministry of Defense has also attracted everyone's attention. Many newspapers and magazines have speculated about their relationship. Many people are guessing that they must be lovers, because there should be no man in the world who can refuse a beauty like Emma Frost. For Emma Frost, such a reaction from boys after seeing her is normal. So she just smiled and took the 2 to the company. Gwen found that Emma Frost walked up all the way, and everyone who saw her stopped and greeted her. From this, it can be seen how high the status of this Miss Frost is in Shun Industrial. Gwen thought a little sadly. Definitely, she is the executive CEO. Everyone in this company has to listen to her. Her status is definitely high. Emma Frost brought the 2 to Zhang Bin's office door and knocked on it. Come in. Zhang Bin had already reached the peak of the integration of the 2 heroic spirit cards with Siegfried and Pendragon Arthur, so it was meaningless to equip them, so he removed them. The other heroic spirits in his heroic spirit library were not suitable for long-term equipment, so he had to give up. So the clothes he was wearing now were his own clothes, not spirit clothes. Because he didn't like to dress too formally in his own office, he took off his suit jacket and tie. He was wearing a white shirt with a few buttons undone. His strong muscles were looming under the collar, making him look more masculine. Zhongbin was now flipping through the documents seriously. No wonder others say that serious men are the most handsome. When Gwen saw Zhongbin like this, her face turned red, and she looked like she was in love. "Boss, Miss Stacy and Mr. Parker are here." Zhongbin put down the documents in his hand and looked over. Peter Parker looked at Zhongbin's face with some jealousy. This guy was already very good-looking before. Why is he even more exaggerated now? Then he looked at Emma Frost standing beside him and thought enviously. No wonder so many beauties like him. Stacy is like this, and even Miss Frost is like this. Zhongbin's current strength is very close to that of a heroic spirit, and the part of him that belongs to a heroic spirit is larger than his human part. So he looks more handsome now than before, and it is also because the part of the heroic spirit has changed his temperament. "Emma, take them to the production apartment." After saying that, Zhongbin said to Gwen and the others, "If you have any questions, you can come here directly to find me. Emma, help them open the highest authority." Okay. After leaving the office, Emma Frost took the two to the production department downstairs. After making sure that they were far enough away that Zhongbin could not hear them, she turned around and said to them, "The boss is very busy at work every day, and he has little time to rest. Although you two are his friends, I hope you can disturb him as little as possible. If you have any questions, please tell me first." Emma Frost had a smile on her face, but her eyes were cold. Now, even Peter Parker, who was always insensitive to these things, noticed it. Is this Emma Frost hostile to them? No. He glanced at Gwen, who was standing next to him, biting her lower lip with an unwilling look on her face. To be precise, she was hostile to Gwen. Peter Parker sighed again, letting two beauties fight for him. It was really enviable. On Justin Hammer's desk was a catalog of Shun industrial dance equipment that he had obtained through many connections. This catalog was temporarily only given to Magnesium King Fawn. He spent a high price to ask others to help him find this one. It should be the only one on the market. He flipped through the product catalog, looking at the detailed descriptions of various dance instruments. The more he read, the more jealous he became. Why does God always favor certain people for money, like Tony Stark and Now Jingbin? God gave them such outstanding abilities, allowing them to easily get everything others want. Justin Hammer flipped to the back of the product catalog, and he really saw the musket that Zhongbin had drawn when he was an intern at Hammer Industries. Recently, he had asked the company's security department to retrieve all the surveillance footage from Zhongbin's internship. He spent a lot of time and manpower asking the company's employees to review all the videos related to Zhongbin. Finally, he found a few pictures that could clearly see what Zhongbin was drawing. He had asked the R&D and production departments to hurry up and develop, and they must figure it out before Zhongbin delivered it to Magnesium King. Justin Hammer smiled triumphantly. This time, he will definitely bring down the reputation of Zenbonji. Justin Hammer, chairman of Hammer Industries, claimed that Zhongbin, founder of Shin Industries, stole confidential information from their company while interning at Hammer Industries. Hammer Industries said it would take legal action to protect its rights. Tony Stark was originally leaning back in his chair and drinking coffee, but he sat up straight after hearing the morning news. JRVS, help me see which other channels are broadcasting news about Hammer Industries and Zhongbin. Okay, sir. The TV immediately switched to another channel. The female host asked the current affairs expert sitting next to her, "Do you still remember the New York War?" The weapons used by the Shin Industry Security Department at that time should have left a deep impression on many people. Now Hammer said that the musket used by Shin Industries at that time was actually made by Zhongbin by stealing their information. What do you think? The big screen behind the woman was showing the New York War, where members of the Shin Industry Security Department were holding muskets and attacking aliens. The picture freezes on the musket, spewing huge amounts of lasers. I think it's not surprising that this is true. The current affairs expert replied. After all, Hammer Industries is a long-established Junhua supplier in magnesium. It has countless scientific researchers and sufficient funds. It is normal for it to develop such a powerful weapon. On the contrary, I think it is impossible for a young man like Zheng Bin, who has just reached adulthood, to invent such a powerful weapon by himself. And don't forget, he has the ability. If you want to steal secrets, it's very easy. Damn it. Tony Stark cursed while watching the TV. How could Justin Hammer, that rubbish, and his rubbish team develop such a powerful dance weapon? This current affairs expert must have received money from Justin Hammer. Tony Stark really guessed right. Before Justin Hammer made a statement, he spent a lot of money to let the public relations department prepare and bribe many experts and media. As soon as the news came out, they bit Shinai and Zheng Bin like mad dogs. Negative news about Shinai came in a flood in a short period of time. In a moment of view, Shinai and Zheng Bin, who had become very positive and tall after the New York War, collapsed in an instant. People all over the country have lost trust in Shinai. After receiving the news, Emma Frost rushed back to the company as quickly as possible, wanting to discuss countermeasures with Zheng Bin, who knew that she waited for a whole morning but didn't wait for him and didn't answer the phone. Zheng Bin didn't return to the company until the afternoon. Boss, where did you go? Emma Frost hurried up when she saw Zheng Bin. I have classes this morning, and I definitely went to class. Don't you have my class schedule? Zheng Bin said, as if it was a matter of course. Emma Frost was really convinced. She definitely had Zheng Bin's class schedule, but she never expected that Zheng Bin would still have the heart to go to class at this time. They had been preparing for the listing of Shun Industrial for a while. Zheng Bin's original plan was to wait until the dance instrument departments started to operate and their valuations were higher before listing. Now the share ratio and the number of shareholders have been completed as required, and they will be listed soon. Who knew that this would happen? If things continue to develop like this, shareholders will be disappointed with Shun Industrial, and there is no point in listing. How should we deal with it now? Do you want me to arrange public relations? Zheng Bin was calm and composed. Don't worry. Wait for things to ferment for a while, and then deal with it. He was not worried at all about the jumping joker like Hammer Justin. The impression of the people of magnesium on Shun Industrial is still only on smart home appliances. If this matter is handled well, it can also help his Shun Industrial Dance Instrument Department to promote a wave. When Emma Frost was about to say something, her mobile phone rang, so she had to answer the call first. Hello. What? I know. I will report this. After hanging up the phone, Emma Frost looked at Zheng Bin worriedly. Captain Lu Junjun said he wants to cancel our order for muskets. Zheng Bin was very surprised when he heard this. This matter had just happened, and it has not been determined whether it was right or wrong. Is Lu Jun so impatient? He is very sure that Ross must have been involved. Ross has always had deep malice towards ability like him. Okay. Let them pay this part of the penalty. Emma Frost nodded. Okay, I'll go and deal with it now. Mr. Hammer, Shingong has not responded yet. After Hammer Industries issued the statement, all employees in the public relations and legal departments were on high alert. They were ready to meet Shungong Industries' counterattack at any time. Who knew that Shungong Industries had not spoken out until now and had no reaction at all? But Justin Hammer did not relax his vigilance. When dealing with people like Zheng Bin, you must be extremely alert. Since they have not responded, you should step up your efforts and help me crush Shungong Industries and Zheng Bin to death. Yes. Now, in addition to the plagiarism of Shungong Industries, there are many negative materials about them on the internet. For example, Shungong Industry Security Department gathered so many mutants for the purpose of terrorist attacks. Shungong Industries' intelligence system was stolen. Stark Industries. In order to build momentum for himself, Zheng Bin colluded with aliens. He was the one who planned the New York War. These rumors were spread on the internet in a very precise manner, and many people believed them after reading them. Many anti-Stark organizations appeared on the internet. Most netizens expressed doubts about Stark Industries. I think these news should be true. Otherwise, why hasn't Stark Industries come out to clarify yet? It must be true. Stark Industries is guilty, so it doesn't dare to come out. I've always felt that the founder of Stark Industries is faking it. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful at such a young age? Oh, what a pity. The chairman of Stark Industries is really handsome. The rumors spread more and more. In a short time, Zheng Bin went from being a superhero loved by the people of Magnesium to a hypocritical villain who cheated. After Hammer Industries' publicity, more and more people knew about Shun Industrial's plagiarism. After a few days, Hammer Industries began to lead the pace and fan the flames everywhere, causing the situation to escalate. Voices began to appear among the people of Magnesium to boycott Shun Industrial. Shun Industrial's sales began to decline sharply. Many people are saying, Shun Industrial's home appliances are very useful, but they would rather use traditional home appliances and would never buy such despicable things. Countless reporters gather at Zheng Bin's doorstep and downstairs of Shun Industrial every day. However, with his heroic physical fitness, he will definitely not be caught. He easily avoids these media every day and does not give them any interview opportunities. Because Zheng Bin has not come forward to explain, now not only the uninformed masses, but also the company's internal voices have begun to question. Many people in the product department and R&D department of the home appliance department have received high-paying offers from Hammer Industries, and several people have submitted their resignation letters and decided to leave Shun Industrial. As for the weapons department, since they signed a contract with the strictest confidentiality agreement and liquidated damages when they first joined, no one dare to leave now. It's just that the company is full of rumors now, and people are panicking for a while. No one has the heart to go to work. Until this time, Zheng Bin was still calm and doing his work in an orderly manner. Emma Frost went to discuss the delivery of the other two weapons with Lu Jun today and came to Zheng Bin's office angrily after returning. Boss, I contacted the person in charge of Lu Jun today. Guess what I heard from him using telepathy? Zheng Bin said calmly. Lu Jun placed an order for muskets from Hammer Industries. Emma Frost was surprised. How did you know? Is it hard to guess? The power of our muskets can be said to be replaced by no other handheld weapons on the earth. Since Lu Jun is willing to cancel our order, he must have found a substitute. And a substitute should be the so-called copied pistol from Hammer Industries. When he was interning at Hammer Industries, he drew the design of this pistol without covering it up. So Justin Hammer took advantage of it. This pistol should be the result of his research based on a rough design he saw on the surveillance. But Zheng Bin showed a mocking smile. I just don't know if Justin Hammer has corrected the most fatal flaw of this pistol. Several reporters stopped Tony Stark, who had just come out of the high-level restaurant. Mr. Stark, as a former Junhua merchant, what do you think of the plagiarism of Shun Industrial this time? Tony Stark was originally in a bad mood and hurried forward. He stopped immediately after hearing the reporter's question. He put the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, on the tip of his nose, and looked at the reporter in front of him seriously with his exposed eyes. I have known Hammer Industries for many years, and I know very well that Justin Hammer is a waste. He can't have developed such a powerful weapon. What about Zheng Bin of Shun Industrial? Do you know him? Tony Stark smiled. I definitely know him. He is a real genius. The next day, the newspaper published a headline of Tony Stark said Zheng Bin is a genius, but unfortunately he didn't use it in the right place. The accompanying picture shows Tony Stark taking off his sunglasses. F***K. Tony Stark yelled, I'm going to sue this media to bankruptcy. I didn't say anything like that yesterday. The little Pepper standing by sighed. Now all the media in New York have received benefits from Hammer Industries, and no one will be willing to speak for Zheng Bin. I'm really worried about him. With such a big fishing reel pressure, he is still so young, and I don't know if he can hold on. Tony Stark said firmly, if it's someone else, I'm not sure, but Zheng Bin will definitely be fine. I've never seen anything that can stump him. After saying that, he continued to curse. Damn it. Now I hope Zheng Bin doesn't see this newspaper. Otherwise, what if he thinks I support Justin Bieber? Please give me flowers, oh. Shun Industry finally issued a statement. First, a long official statement was issued. Then at the end, he said, all the weapons of Shun Industry are developed by Chairman Zheng Bin. There is absolutely no possibility of plagiarism. Now, Shun Industry hopes to invite Hammer Industry to have a weapons display together, so that the people of the country can be a witness. Our Shun Industry's muskets are absolutely different from Hammer's. Now, the whole of Magnesium is focusing on Hammer Industry. After knowing the challenge from Shun Industry, Justin Hammer was reluctant to accept it. He likes to make some conspiracies and tricks behind the scenes. If he is asked to face the enemy head-on, he will be a little scared. But now the situation of Hammer Industry is very good. If he does not accept it, he will be at a disadvantage, which may affect the tendency of the fishing reel. After discussing with his team, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Hammer Industry and Shun Industry both agreed to the time together. Emma Frost invited the media of all Magnesium countries to participate in this weapons display and asked several TV stations to broadcast live. Naturally, the media rushed to agree. This time the turmoil was so big, they made a lot of money from it. In the past, the media in the whole country relied on Tony Stark for their livelihood, and they could get good sales by reporting his gossip. Recently, Tony Stark's behavior has become more disciplined, but it has caused them a lot of losses. Fortunately, the incident of Shun Industry has remobilized the emotions of the masses. Recently, they have been making money from Shun Industry, and this time the exhibition can be said to be of great concern to the people of the country. They could take advantage of the popularity again. Although Zhang Bin did not ask, Emma Frost finally invited Jiang Jun of Lu Jun and other responsible persons to witness it. After receiving the reply from Lu Jun confirming that he would be there, Emma Frost smiled and thought maliciously, "I hope you won't regret it so much that your intestines will turn green." Time soon came to the day agreed by the two companies. Because the muskets designed by the two companies are weapons of mass destruction, they are afraid that they will accidentally injure ordinary people. So they applied with Lu Jun and set the location at Lu Jun's training ground in Magnesium. Almost all the media in Magnesium came to the scene. After Zheng Bin and Justin Hammer appeared, the spotlights on the scene kept flashing. Justin Hammer raised his hand very showily, greeted the people present, and was assigned to take pictures with the media. Although Justin Hammer always disdains Tony Stark on the surface, he really envies him in his heart. So he always can't help but learn Tony Stark's every move. However, some actions made Tony Stark look like a romantic and chic playboy. Justin Hammer's 547 is just a form without spirit, which makes people feel very frivolous. Although Zhang Bin is almost 2 years younger than Justin Hammer, he looks much more stable. The media cameras on the scene were mostly focused on him. Zhang Bin is usually very low-key, and the media rarely have the opportunity to run into him. Today is a rare opportunity, so I must take more photos. Look at that face and that figure. All the media have decided to use Zhang Bin's high-definition photos as the cover tomorrow. Just relying on this face, there are many women willing to pay for it. The exhibition is hosted by Shun Industry. Emma Frost rejected the exaggerated procedures required by Hammer Industry. Even a host was not found, and Emma Frost was directly on stage to host. Justin Hammer glanced at her figure with a lecherous look. "Ms. Frost, if Shun Industry goes bankrupt in the future, you are welcome to be my assistant." Emma Frost smiled politely. "No, I am not interested in men who look old and field." After saying that, he didn't even look at Justin Hammer's face that was crooked with anger, and went on stage directly. Justin Hammer turned his head and stared at Zheng Bin fiercely. Zheng Bin was very speechless in his heart. "Why are you looking at me? This sentence is not what I said." Today, welcome everyone to the weapons display site of our Shun Industry and Hammer Industry. First of all, I want to thank Ross Jianjun, who arranged the venue this time. After hearing what Emma Frost said, Ross Jianjun stood up and waved. Emma Frost's mouth flashed a sneer. She just heard Ross's thoughts. "I knew that this old man had bad intentions." He actually took the initiative to find a venue for them and help contact the media. It turned out that he wanted to make Shun Industry look bad in front of the whole country. It's a pity that they will definitely not be the ones to show up this time. We won't say much about other things. Let's get straight to the point. This time, The people who showed us weapons were two soldiers of Lu Jun. They held muskets produced by Shun Industry and Hammer respectively, and fired at the boulder in front. The two soldiers sent by Lu Jun came on the scene quickly. They each held a pistol in their hands. The spotlights on the scene were flashing wildly again. From a distance, the shapes of the two guns were exactly the same, with no difference at all. Justin Hammer showed Zhang Bin a sly smile, applauding his own wit in his heart. The shape of this gun was made by him based on the musket in the product catalog of Shun Industry, and it is definitely exactly the same. Ross Jiangjun stood up and shouted to the two soldiers, "Ready, fire!" The two soldiers fired at the same time, and two huge golden lasers sprayed out from the muzzles, directly smashing the front moment into pieces. These two identical lasers made everyone on the field uproar. This time it is confirmed. It seems that Shun Industry really plagiarized Hammer Industry. Even the people watching the live broadcast at home think so. Many people cried because of this. Some of them were saved by Zhang Bin in the last New York War. Some of them liked Zhang Bin because of his appearance or Shun Industry's products. Before, when everyone boycotted him and Shun Industry, they all stood firmly on Zhang Bin's side. Could it be that they supported the wrong person? Ross Jiangjun stood up and announced to everyone, "It seems that there is a result. You can disperse." "Wait a minute." Zhang Bin stood up. "I request that two soldiers fire at the sky once in a row. Fire at the sky 10 times in a row." Ross Jiangjun was puzzled. What was this to prove? What's wrong? Can I? Is it that Mr. Hammer doesn't dare? Justin Hammer hated that others looked down on him the most, and he couldn't be provoked at all. Hearing Zhang Bin's words, he immediately said, "Okay, why not? The guns they developed are the same as those of Shinai Industry, and there will be no changes no matter how many times they are fired. Then let's start." Ross Jiangjun gave the order again, "Ready, fire." The two men began firing at the sky, and lasers shot into the sky one after another. When firing the third shot, the soldier holding the Hammer Industries gun clenched his teeth, and a lot of blood oozed from his forehead. Zhang Bin's super eyesight saw the soldier's face and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Justin Hammer copied the design of his initial trial of this musket. At that time, he thought that this musket was only used by him, so he did not improve that shortcoming. The fatal shortcoming is the recoil of this musket. The Hammer Industries musket is very powerful, but the recoil is proportional to the power. If it is only shot once, these well-trained soldiers' bodies can still withstand it. But multiple shots, 4.2, unless all the soldiers of the Lu army have the physique of the captain of the Magnesium country. Sure enough, when the seventh shot was fired, the soldier's right hand fell down weakly, and the musket in his hand fell to the ground. He half knelt on the ground with a pale face, holding his right hand tightly with his left hand. "What's wrong?" Ross Jiangjun shouted, asking the military doctor to come and see. At this time, the soldier holding the Shingon gun had fired all 10 shots. The military doctor came with the first aid kit, and he touched the hands and body of the injured soldier. Report to Jiangjun, his hands and body are broken. At this time, Justin Hammer finally reacted and asked the engineer to fire the King gun continuously. Looking at him angrily, "You are tricking me." This man's ability to turn the tables was simply amazing to Zhang Bin. "Did I ask you to plagiarize?" He didn't want to talk to this idiot anymore, and directly avoided Justin Hammer's hand that was stretched out to stop him. He walked onto the stage and spoke into the microphone. Seeing this, Justin Hammer wanted to rush up and pull Zhang Bin off. Emma Frost stood in front of him, and then Justin Hammer was horrified to find that he suddenly couldn't help. Emma Frost looked at him with contempt. "Listen here carefully. What happened to the soldier holding the Hammer industrial musket just now? I believe you all saw that his arm and shoulder were severely fractured. Why did this happen? The reason is very simple. Because this musket was designed by me for myself. Ordinary people have no way to use it, even trained soldiers. And the musket of Shun Industrial has been improved by me many times, and the problem of recoil has been completely solved." These words caused huge amounts of commotion at the scene, and Ross Jiangjun's face turned ashen after hearing it. "How do you prove that it was Hammer Industries that copied you?" and not you who copied Hammer Industries. The audience sitting in front of the TV were shocked by the plot reversal and couldn't help cursing when they heard the reporter's words. It's so obvious. What else is there to ask? If Hammer Industries has this ability, he will definitely improve it. Did he deliberately make a gun that cripples the person who fired the gun? He even copied the design from others. How can he have the ability to improve it? After hearing the reporter's question, Zhengbin glanced at Emma, who nodded and took out a holographic projector. The holographic projector projected a picture, and everyone looked over. It was Zheng Bin who was drawing the design inside Hammer Industries. How did they know it was Hammer Industries? Because Justin Hammer is very narcissistic. He likes to put the Hammer Industries logo everywhere in the building. The position behind Zheng Bin's seat on the screen is no exception. A big Hammer Industries explains his position. From the intelligence system developed by Zheng Bin, we can know that he is a computer expert. It was too easy for him to hack into a network like Hammer Group, which was full of loopholes. Justin Hammer was too stupid to put these evidences on the computer, and Justin Hammer edited a version to copy this design. In this version, the drawing in Zheng Bin's hand was enlarged, and everyone could clearly see the dense annotations on it. Everyone looked at Justin Hammer, who was standing there motionless. "No, you are breaking the law. You hacked into my network." Justin Hammer shouted in his heart, but he was controlled by Emma Frost's telepathy and couldn't even speak. He looked anxious and sweaty, but he couldn't say anything. In the eyes of others, his appearance meant that he was guilty. Everyone present believed what Zheng Bin said. Huh. Ross Jiangjun glared at Zheng Bin and left angrily. Justin Hammer looked at the back of his backer with despair. Shin Industries has taken Hammer Industries to court for more than a dozen charges, including defamation, theft of trade secrets, and infringement. It is ironic to recall that Justin Hammer said he would use legal means to resolve the dispute with Shin Industries. Hammer Industries' stock price plummeted because of this incident, but fortunately Hammer's father left him a lot of wealth. Otherwise, it is very likely that Hammer Industries will be dragged down this time. However, even if Hammer Industries has not closed down, he has been abandoned by the Magnesium Monarch team, and his future will not be easy. Unlike Hammer Industries, after this incident, Shin Industries is the biggest beneficiary. Originally, when people talked about Shin Industries, they only thought of his smart home appliances. Now, when they talk about Shin Industries, they will also think that the company's weapons are very powerful. This is the effect Zheng Bin hopes to achieve. And the people of Magnesium who know the truth are as angry as they were before, and now they feel guilty about Zheng Bin. There are even some people who were saved by Zheng Bin in the New York War, who ran to the downstairs of Shin Industries to offer flowers to express their apologies. Shin Industries suddenly became the most famous company in Magnesium, and also the most popular company among the people. "Ross, you're really going to kill me." Lu Jun and Jiang Jun were furious. "My weapon. How are you going to compensate me?" "What do you mean I'm going to kill you?" Ross yelled back with his neck stiff. "You found Hammer Industries because you think Zheng Bin is unreliable. If you don't want to, can I force you? UB asterisk 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 D." Lu Jun and Jiang Jun slammed the table and wanted to stand up and beat him up. If Ross hadn't been talking to him about Zheng Bin every day, he wouldn't have been prejudiced against Zheng Bin. At that time, when he heard that Hammer had also produced an identical musket, he got excited and made an appointment. It would be good to dampen Zheng Bin's spirit. Who knew that Justin Hammer was a liar? Now, he has offended Zheng Bin. Now, let alone the musket, I don't know if the future weapons cooperation will be affected. Enough, stop arguing. The Minister of Defense looked at the two people with a headache. The most urgent thing is to think of a way to appease Zheng Bin and continue to cooperate with us in the future. Lu Jun and Jiang Jun sneered. "You think too highly of me. Do you think Zheng Bin is a good person to talk to? Then what do you say?" Lu Jun and Jiang Jun pointed to Ross, standing aside. "Let him apologize with me." Just like that, two guests came to Zheng's office. "Mr. Zheng, you see, we were deceived by Hammer Industries before. That's why the termination of the contract happened. I'm really sorry. You see, can we cooperate again on the musket?" Zhang Bin smiled politely. Definitely, but you also know that our company's business was hit before and all weapons were raised by 50%. If you can accept it, 340, we will sign a new contract. Lu Jun and Jiang Jun's faces froze. Doesn't that mean that in the future, the price of weapons purchased from Shin Industry will be 50% higher than the initial price? You cough, cough, cough. Ross Jiang Jun was about to scold Zhang Bin, but Lu Jun and Jiang Jun elbowed him and bent over in pain. It's okay, no problem. Lu Jun and Jiang Jun smiled. It's better to have it than nothing. If Zhang Bin cheats them a few more times, maybe he will be angry and the price will return. Lu Jun and Jiang Jun made a face to Ross, telling him not to forget his mission today. Ross and Jiang Jun took a few deep breaths. It would be more painful for him to apologize to these freaks than to kill him. But all this is for the country. He closed his eyes tightly and shouted loudly, "I'm sorry." Zhang Bin raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. He just watched Ross maintain the bowing posture. Ross didn't get a response for a long time until Zhang Bin was embarrassing him and his face turned red. Just when he was about to lose his temper, Emma Frost rushed in with an anxious look. "Boss!" Zhang Bin saw Frost's look and nodded to Lu Jun and Jiang Jun. "I have something to do. Excuse me first." After leaving the office, Emma Frost quickly said to Zhang Bin, "Boss, a group of people came to our factory in Russia to steal things. Several people in the security department died on the spot, and some seriously injured have been sent to the hospital." Zhang Bin frowned and looked at Emma Frost. "I thought our location was hidden enough. Sorry, it's my fault." Emma Frost blamed herself very much. She chose this location, and she was also responsible for the loss caused to the company by this incident. "Now is not the time to pursue these things." Zhang Bin said, "Do you know who it is?" "It's not clear yet. Call the person in charge of Maya Ziguo back." Ross Jiang Jun and Lu Jun Jiang Jun waited for a long time, but they didn't wait for Zhang Bin. Finally, Emma Frost's assistant came to tell them that Zhang Bin had other work now, so they went back first. Zhang Bin would contact them later. "Look," Ross said angrily. He had just made him bow to Zhang Bin, which made him feel that his dignity was greatly insulted. Now he heard what the assistant said, and his resentment burst out. "I said he had no sincerity to cooperate with us." Lu Jun Jianjun was too lazy to talk to this person anymore. It was good enough that he was willing to pay attention to them, even though he had done something wrong. Emma Frost went to Mousy Country in person to ask the mutants guarding the factory, "What did you find that night?" Many mutants present were injured to varying degrees. Although they were all bandaged, they still looked a little miserable. That night, Emma Frost, who was originally smiling, suddenly looked stern. She used her ability to knock the mutant who spoke out unconscious. There was a commotion in the crowd. No one understood why he fainted, and several people wanted to check forward. "Stand still, don't move." Emma Frost tried to sense the voices of everyone present, but everyone was shocked after seeing the scene just now, so the voices she heard now were also very chaotic. Before she could find what she wanted, two mutants suddenly fell down in the crowd. Emma Frost hurried forward to check and found that both of them had no breath. The mutant who was knocked unconscious by Emma Frost's ability and the two mutants who had died were all spies planted in this factory. When the other party started to speak, she heard his true thoughts. She quickly knocked him down first. Unfortunately, her action alarmed the other two spies, and they actually bit the poison in their back teeth and committed suicide. But the remaining one was enough for them to know a lot of information. Emma Frost brought the still unconscious person back to Magnesium and handed him to Zhang Bin. "Tell me, who sent you?" The spy who had just woken up saw Zhang Bin sitting in front of him and immediately wanted to use his tongue to push out the poison hidden in his back teeth and bite it. It turned out that the poison was gone. Emma Frost, who was standing aside, heard the other party's inner voice and sneered, "Don't look for it. I'll throw it away for you. You'd better tell the truth obediently." "It was Magneto who sent me." Zhang Bin raised his eyebrows and looked at Emma Frost. Emma Frost shook her head at Zhang Bin with a distressed look on her face. This person may have noticed her true ability, since just now He has been singing a song in his heart. She couldn't hear the other person's voice at all. She wanted to try to check the other person's memory. But the amazing thing was that the person's memory seemed to be protected by something, and she had no way to enter the other person's brain. Zhengbin didn't believe a word of what the other person said. Emma, you go out first. Emma Frost bit her lip unwillingly, knowing that she couldn't help here. So she followed Zheng Bin's words and went out. Zheng Bin said in his heart, System, help me summon Jack the Ripper. Everyone has his own expertise. If he wants to pry open this person's mouth, torturing people is Jack the Ripper's specialty. Okay, host, do you want to recall his Kandar? Yes. After a burst of light, Jack the Ripper appeared in the circle of ministers. When she opened her eyes and saw Zheng Bin, a crazy look appeared on her face, and she wanted to rush over with a dagger in both hands. Zheng Bin threw out a command spell without thinking. I order you in the name of the command spell to stop attacking me. Jack the Ripper suddenly felt the restraints wrapped around her and used his dagger to chop the invisible magic patterns around her. Go away, don't disturb me. Zheng Bin suddenly said, If you do this again, I will kill your mother. This sentence hit Jack the Ripper's soft spot. She froze and looked at Zheng Bin with a pitiful expression. If I didn't know that she had done so many perverted things, I would have thought she was just an innocent little girl just by looking at this face. How could I imagine that she had done so many terrible things? Zheng Bin knew the other party's deeds. Even if he saw this lovable face, his heart was not moved. My mother is still alive? Zheng Bin had confirmed this matter, but he thought about the bitter and vengeful look of the Asgardian in the Sin City. People who stick to their principles should not kill people. So he nodded without hesitation, definitely. But if you don't listen to me, I can't guarantee it. Jack the Ripper stood at attention immediately, looking at Zheng Bin with an expression of, I'm a good boy. Don't worry, I will be obedient. Zheng Bin was satisfied. Very good. I have a task for you now. Kings, help me interrogate this man and make him tell me who sent him to trouble me. Does this mean that she can abuse this man at will? Jack the Ripper's expression became eager to try, and he praised Zheng Bin. I didn't expect that you were also an interesting person. The spy who just saw a girl appear out of thin air and was still confused suddenly reacted. It turned out that this girl was used to deal with him. At first, he wanted to laugh at it. Didn't Zheng Bin always think he was great? Why did he find such a little girl to help? Before he said anything, he suddenly saw the inhuman eyes of the little girl and couldn't help shuddering. She was like a devil from hell. Jack dislocated the jaw of the spy who wanted to bite his tongue to commit suicide with one hand. Looking at him with a smile, the game has just begun. Don't kill him. You can do whatever you want with the rest. Zheng Bin handed the home court to Jack the Ripper, left the room, and went into the monitoring room. Emma Frost was already waiting for him there. Emma Frost always knew that Zheng Bin was a little special, but she didn't ask much even though she had just seen the process of his summoning in the monitoring room. The interrogation process of Jack the Ripper was very bloody. You can use all the adjectives in the world to describe her cruelty, to describe her behavior. Emma Frost had killed people before, but now she saw what Jack the Ripper was doing, and she couldn't help but rush to the trash can beside her and vomit. Zheng Bin, who had been staring at the screen, also frowned. Although he never cared about names, he couldn't agree with Jack the Ripper's approach. This man surrendered after only 5 minutes under Jack the Ripper. His face and body were already soaked with blood, and he looked like a bloody man. His jaw was dislocated, and he couldn't speak, so he had to write 990 with the blood on his fingers with difficulty. Hydra. He originally thought that as long as he confessed, he could escape this inhuman torture. Who knew that Jack the Ripper didn't care about his answer? She wiped the letters on the ground with the sole of her shoe, and that place turned into a pool of blood. The spy raised his head with difficulty and looked at her in disbelief. Jack the Ripper smiled sweetly. What's the matter? Let's continue playing. Although Jack the Ripper destroyed the evidence, those words were clearly seen by Zheng Bin and Emma Frost in the monitoring room. Emma Frost showed a hesitant expression. Should we let him go? Zheng Bin looked at the screen without comment. Emma, who had been working under Zheng Bin for a while, knew that this meant a denial, so she suggested again. In this case, why don't we give him a quick death? Shin Industry is a formal enterprise. How could it kill people casually? Emma Frost heard Jung Bin's words and knew that there was no way to let that person go. She glanced at the screen with sympathy and then followed Jung Bin out of the monitoring room. Jack the Ripper promised Jung Bin that he would not kill anyone, and she would definitely do it. After all, her biggest weakness was in Jung Bin's hands, and she could still obey him even if she didn't want to. She took a thin thread and roughly sewed the wound of the man on the ground who was no longer in human form. The man on the ground woke up from the pain of the needle piercing his skin and looked at Jack the Ripper with confused eyes, but no one reacted. His lips opened slightly, and after a while, saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth, and he looked stupid. He was tortured to insanity. Jack the Ripper walked out of the blood-stained room, saw Jung Bin and Emma Frost standing in the corridor, and walked over. "I asked for you. Who said it was 9 pigs?" Emma Frost twitched her mouth after hearing it. She added, "It's Hydra." Jack the Ripper heard Emma Frost's voice and set his sights on her. When she saw Emma Frost's beautiful face, her eyes lit up. "This sister is so beautiful. Do you want to play with me?" Emma Frost trembled slightly when she saw Jack the Ripper's eyes. This person's eyes were really scary. She couldn't see any humanity in them. There was only endless killing and malice. Emma Frost had never seen such dark eyes. Jung Bin felt Emma Frost's fear. Sect. He knew how much impact humans would have on a heroic spirit like Jack the Ripper, who was made up of resentment. He stepped forward to block Emma Frost and cut off Jack the Ripper's sight. When Jack the Ripper saw this, he knew that Jung Bin was protecting the young lady and lowered his eyes in disappointment. "While like most is playing with my little sister." Then she suddenly remembered something and looked at Jung Bin with energy. "I have completed your task. Can I go see my mother? Let's talk about it next time." Jung Bin recalled Jack the Ripper to the Heroic Spirit Library without hesitation. Jack the Ripper stared at Jung Bin with a resentful expression until it disappeared and returned to the Heroic Spirit Library. Emma Frost, who was standing next to Jung Bin, also felt the resentment from Jack the Ripper. She rubbed her arm full of goosebumps and asked, "Boss, these people were sent by Magneto. How should this matter be handled?" Jung Bin pondered. These people can now be confirmed to be the work of HYDRA, but he doesn't know what role Magneto plays in it. "I will deal with this matter later. Emma, you go to each factory to question and investigate, and find out all those who have second thoughts." "Boss, 2 of our brothers died on the spot today for unknown reasons. Another one was taken back to the United States by the CEO of God Industry." "What?" "Magneto has always been very caring towards mutants of the same race. After knowing that several of them died at Jung Bin's place, he felt offended. He wanted to go to Jung Bin to argue, but in order to maintain confidentiality in Jung Bin's factory, all mutants were required a hand in their communication equipment. He didn't know how to explain to the other party where he got the news from. Just as he hesitated, his phone rang. The caller was Jung Bin, who he had been thinking about just now. "Hello. Is there anything you want to call me for?" Magneto's voice sounded very cold. "I found a traitor in the security department who leaked the boycott of my factory and cooperated with the enemy inside and outside, causing us a lot of losses. These people are from Mutant Brotherhood. I doubt your sincerity in cooperation." "Huh?" Magneto, who was just thinking about how to make trouble for Jung Bin, was stunned when he heard this. "What?" "Now I suspect that there are many traitors among the people sent by Mutant Brotherhood who are colluding with other forces. I have sent people to investigate. If I find any, I will never let them go easily. Now I am calling to inform you first." After saying that, Zheng Wu hung up the phone directly, leaving Magneto, who was confused and had not yet reacted, listening to the busy tone from the other end of the phone. "Sir, I'm sorry. We can't go upstairs without an appointment," the receptionist said, stopping Magneto, who wanted to rush upstairs. Magneto turned a deaf ear to him, dodged the receptionist's hand, and walked straight over. When Emma Frost came out of the elevator, she happened to see Magneto, was a little surprised, and hurried to greet him. She nodded to the receptionist and let her handle it. "Magneto, is that right? Our boss is already waiting for you in the office." Magneto raised his eyebrows, Does your boss know I'm back? Emma Frost smiled. In fact, he asked me to come down to pick you up. As Zhang Bin expected, Magneto had indeed rushed to his company as quickly as possible. When he saw Zhang Bin, he skipped those pretentious greetings and went straight to the point. What did you mean on the phone just now? Zhang Bin turned the laptop on the desk over, and it was playing the interrogation footage of Jack the Ripper just now. When Magneto saw the footage of his men being tortured by a little girl, he was raging. All the metal objects in Zhang Bin's office were floating in the air, including the computer in front of him. All the metal objects were floating around Zhang Bin. Magneto meant that if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I will make you die without a burial place. Zhang Bin sat calmly in his seat. Don't worry, you finish watching it first. Magneto barely suppressed his anger and frowned as he read on. When he saw the man write the 3 words Hydra in blood, he showed a look of astonishment. The metal objects floating around Zhang Bin lost control and fell to the ground, making a noisy sound. Magneto controlled the computer to float in front of him. He repeatedly looked at the part where the words were written and found that it was indeed HYDRA. He frowned and put the computer back on the table. He said at the beginning that you instructed him, but I don't believe what he said. Zhang Bin stated his position first. That's why I asked someone to interrogate him, and finally came up with such an answer. Hydra, tell me what you think first. Magneto spoke with difficulty. We did cooperate with Hydra once, but later I found that my ideas were different from theirs, so I terminated the cooperation. Whether you believe it or not, I didn't know anything about this matter. I definitely believe in you. So at the beginning, I would solve this matter privately instead of asking you for punishment. Now, I'll ask my assistant to find the traitor. Do you have any objection? Magneto thought for a moment and said, You can deal with those who betrayed you. But before you deal with them, can you let me meet them first? Zhang Bin was very generous. Definitely. Emma Frost is very decisive in her work, especially the work assigned to her by Zhang Bin. She will definitely do her best to complete it. It took only 1 week to question and investigate all the factory employees. Finally, Emma Frost found a total of 9 kings. They were placed in various factories. Because HYDRA could not contact the traders in the Russian country, they slowed down their pace and asked the traders in other factories to keep a low profile. However, these people were still discovered by Emma Frost with telepathy ability. As before, it is unknown what Hydra did to these people, and Emma Frost could not check their memories. But she still found the abnormality through their voices. The people brought back by Jean Grey, like the traders in the Russian country, all had a poison hidden in their back teeth. This should be Hydra's handiwork. Jean Grey not only took out their poison, but also stuffed towels in their mouths to prevent these people from biting their tongues and committing suicide. Jean Grey tied them up tightly and brought them back to the United States and brought them to Wu. 0. Charles, how is it? Can you find anything? After Jean Grey's death, Zhang Bin has become a thorn in Professor X's heart. Every time he sees Zhang Bin, he will be reminded of how his favorite student died. Even a saint like Professor X would find it difficult to have any good feelings for Zhang Bin. I don't want to have any contact with this person anymore. However, at Magneto's request, he still came to Zhang Bin's company to help his friend. Charles closed his eyes, felt it seriously, and then said to Magneto, I'm sorry, I really can't see his memory, and their voices refuse to open to me. If I really want to check, I have to force my way into their brains to see it, but this will cause great damage to their brains, and they may become vegetative. Zhang Bin said indifferently, Then force your way in. Charles yelled in disbelief. Didn't you hear what I just said? There will be serious sequelae? We can't even be sure if they're traitors. How can you treat them like this? And Professor X looked at the other 2 people present, Magneto and Emma Frost. Emma Frost stood aside with a cold face and did not respond to what Professor X said. Magneto showed an expression of approval. Professor X saw this scene and sneered. No wonder you 2 can cooperate. Charles, you're just being soft-hearted. We need to know Hydra's purpose as soon as possible so that more mutants can be prevented from being harmed. Otherwise, more and more of our brothers will be used. Professor X pointed at Zheng Bin. What about him? Does he care about the life and death of our mutants? Definitely not, Zheng Bin said. The three mutants in the July 17th field heard this, and their faces changed, and then they softened because of his next words. But I care about my employees. Because of HYDRA, my factory has lost many mutants. I don't want this to happen again. Professor X struggled. Let me try first. Professor X's wheelchair floated in front of one of the mutants, and the mutant immediately showed resistance. He placed his index and middle fingers on the mutant's temples and looked at the mutant with embarrassment. Please don't resist me. I don't want to hurt you. Then he closed his eyes and focused on using his ability. The room was quiet, and no one wanted to disturb Professor X. Telepathy was as easy as drinking water for Professor X. But in order not to damage the brains of these mutants, he was trying his best to control his ability and slowly penetrate them. After a long while, Professor X opened his eyes. His forehead was full of sweat, and he held the armrest of the wheelchair tightly and took a few deep breaths before he recovered. Then, he looked at Magneto seriously and nodded. The tacit understanding cultivated over the years made Magneto understand Professor X's meaning in an instant. It seems that all these mutants have problems. Magneto looked at the people in front of him with an ugly face, feeling very embarrassed. There are so many traitors in his organization. If it happened in his territory, it would be fine. If it was covered up, no outsiders would know. But now it happened in someone else's territory. Isn't this a slap in his face? He felt that his wisdom was ruined. Magneto said to Zheng Bin, "Then I will take these people away." Zheng Bin agreed. These were originally Magneto's people. It would be best for him to take them back and deal with them. After dealing with the traitors, Zheng Bin's factory continued to operate. The first batch of parts has been completed and sent to the United States for the final step of installation. All weapons were delivered before the contract deadline. Hydra's plan failed. They have been thinking about the weapons of God industry since the Battle of New York. It's just that Zheng Bin's company is very strictly managed, and they have never had a calendar to insert people in. It was not easy to catch the cooperation between Mutant Brotherhood and Shin Industry. It allowed them to infiltrate Shun Industry with the nails they had been planting in Brotherhood, who knew that they only made one order and robbed some parts of unknown use. All their nails were pulled out. Hydra's years of hard work went to waste. The people they placed in the government sent news that Zheng Bin had successfully delivered the weapons. After hearing this news, Hydra's executives were furious. After spending so much effort, they got nothing in the end. It's okay that they can't beat Zheng Bin. After all, Zheng Bin's combat power is against the sky. But can they not even beat those mutants in the security department? After those nails went to Shun Industries' factory, they used special tools to send the location to HYDRA. Therefore, Hydra now knows the location of all Zheng Bin's factories very well. There must be no insider. They attacked unexpectedly and went straight to the factory to rob. When all these parts are robbed, they have so many scientific researchers here, I don't believe that they can't research it. Hydra found a dark and windy night and dispatched several elite teams to attack Zheng Bin's several factories at the same time. In the factory of Mousy Country, the captain of the Hydra team avoided the mutants guarding the door and the factory wall and sneaked into the factory. The captain curled his lips in contempt. These mutants were too low in vigilance. They sneaked in so easily. They are one of the most elite teams of HYDRA. It's a waste of talent to send them to deal with these people, right? At this time, the factory door that was originally open was closed, making a huge amount of sound. Oh no, it's a trap. 4.7, the battle-hardened team members immediately realized it and quickly picked up the equipment in their hands. After the iron gate was closed, the factory, which was already dark, could not get any light in. Everyone was very experienced and clicked the position next to their goggles to switch to night mode. Oh my God! Everyone gasped because in the night goggles, they saw that they were surrounded by countless people. Looking at it this way, they could only see densely packed heads, and they could not count how many people there were. Hundreds? No, it might be the Upper King, and these people were only a few steps away from them. These people were dressed very strangely, wearing ancient costumes. Some wore armor, while others were bare-chested. The weapons they held were all cold weapons. Hydra quietly took out their weapons and held them in their hands. They were hoping that these people might not have noticed. Then they saw that the person closest to them smiled at them accurately. It turned out that these people had already discovered it and had been playing tricks on them just now. The captain of the Hydra team was startled and fired a shot in front of him, ordering the team members behind him to kill them. Similar scenes were also staged in other factories. When Zheng Bin discovered that there was a traitor in the factory, he had already asked Emma Frost to move the factory. 24, however, these original factories are still in operation, just making some very simple small parts that can be bought anywhere outside. The purpose is to make Hydra think that their address is still in the original location. Zheng Bin summoned the King of Conquerors, asked him to release the King's army, and placed the heroic spirits in his noble phantasm in various factories. If it were an ordinary master, releasing such a large-scale noble phantasm for a long time, he might have died due to the exhaustion of magic power. But Zheng Bin is different. He has Chaldea as his magic support. Naturally, there is no need to worry about this problem. He left a small number of mutants there to pretend and arranged the king's army. He originally thought that he would need to disguise for a long time until Hydra relaxed its vigilance, and then dared to attack for the second time. Never expected that the head snake would come again so soon. It just fell into Zheng Bin's trap. The elite troops sent by Hydra were annihilated, and no one was left alive. After recalling his king's army, the King of Conquerors asked Zheng Bin to return to the Heroic Spirit Library and wait until the cooling time was over before Zheng Bin released him. In the battle just now, the Conqueror King's noble phantasm also lost some people. The cooling time of the Heroic Spirit Library is actually the repair time of the Heroic Spirit. No matter how badly the Heroic Spirit's body is injured or the noble phantasm is damaged, as long as they return to the Heroic Spirit Library and cool down for 96 hours, the Heroic Spirit Library will help them repair it. The Conqueror King has been wandering in the universe for a while and has seen many strong people. He is a brave man, but not Zongtian. He thinks it would be better for him to make full preparations before returning to the universe. Zheng Bin naturally agreed to his request. After putting the Conqueror King back into the Heroic Spirit Library, Zheng Bin thought about it and said to the system, "System, help me summon Altyra." He has always remembered the agreement with Altyra. Since the Conqueror King has returned to the Heroic Spirit Library these days, he can also fulfill the agreement with Altyra. Master. After being summoned, Altyra nodded to Zheng Bin expressionlessly. Altyra, I promised to take you out to play before, but I was always delayed by other things. Hearing this, Altyra still maintained her original indifferent expression, but her eyes suddenly became bright. Zheng Bin saw Altyra's excitement and smiled slightly. Change your clothes. Let's go out. For Zheng Bin, it has been a long time since he last saw Altyra. But for Altyra, she just slept. She still remembers clearly what happened before and what Zheng Bin said to her. Master, you said you would take me to the amusement park before? Because Altyra heard the word amusement park for the first time, she was unfamiliar with it. Zheng Bin was amused by her efforts to pronounce words. Yes, it's the amusement park. Host, why do you look so happy? Altyra looked at the smile on Zheng Bin's face with some confusion. She was called a killing weapon, and she was very weak in emotion. Sometimes she couldn't understand why people would smile, because they were happy. That's all because of Altyra. Because of me? Altyra didn't know what was wrong with her. When she heard Zheng Bin's words, she felt the temperature on her face rise. Zheng Bin looked at Altyra's confused expression and smiled again. He felt that he was in a good mood today and smiled more than usual. Maybe it was because he had a good impression of such a girl with simple emotions. No matter how cold Altyra looked on the surface, or how cold she was when she killed people, but in essence, she was just a cute girl. Altyra would stop unconsciously when she saw something she was curious about, and Zheng Bin would wait for her by the side without urging her. The two walked and stopped along the street. Finally, They finally arrived at the entrance of the amusement park. I'll go buy the ticket first. You wait here. Altala stood at the door and heard the laughter coming from the amusement park. She seemed to be infected and curled her lips. Suddenly, Altala looked up at the sky as if she had realized something. After Zhang Bin came out of the ticket office, he said to her helplessly, "Sorry, it seems that I have to break my promise again this time." Altaira shook her head. "It's okay, master. I don't know how to play anyway." But Altaira looked at Zhang Bin seriously. "Master, can you let me play later? Fighting is what I am best at. Do you want to play, Altaira?" Altaira nodded seriously. For her, fighting is the only meaning of her existence in this world. She hopes she can help the master. "I know. Thank you, Altaira." Zhang Bin originally wanted to go on the field by himself. Even without the heroic spirit card, his current physical fitness can completely defeat many enemies. But since this is what Altaira wants, he will respect her opinion. Be a competent master and just stand aside to provide magic support. The movement that Zhang Bin and Altaira just noticed soon appeared in front of them. 10 men wearing hoods and camouflage uniforms with special ice images flew from the air and landed in front of them. The ordinary people around saw this scene and screamed and fled. The group of people radiated orange-gold light. This color of light is very familiar to Zhang Bin. "Master, please find a safe place. Don't worry, I will protect you." 2 plus F8F. Zhang Bin left the encirclement of the group of glowing people with a bit of laughter and tears. Since he gained power, it was the first time someone asked him to avoid fighting. A long sword condensed in Altaira's hand. The design of this long sword makes people feel very advanced. The sword body, composed of 3-color light, is said to be able to destroy all existence on the earth. A few glowing people saw Zhang Bin leaving and wanted to chase him. Altaira took the sword of the god of war and swung it directly at the people chasing Zhang Bin. Altaira's sword was very fast, but those people dodged it even faster. They quickly avoided the powerful sword energy swung by Altaira. Then they attacked her directly. These flashing people had no weapons on them. They attacked Altaira with bare hands. Every 10 punches and kicks made a light in the air. Zhang Bin frowned and looked at them. He felt that they looked more and more familiar. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Isn't this the same as Captain Marvel? No wonder he felt that the light on these people seemed to have been seen somewhere at the beginning. He and Captain Marvel have fought twice and are familiar with Captain Marvel's fighting mode. However, because the energy and attack of these people were far inferior to Captain Marvel, he did not recognize them at first. But now, the more he looked at them, the more they looked like them. This group of people was a low-profile version of Captain Marvel. Who sent them to deal with him? This group of people was obviously professional killers, and they were trained in every punch and kick. Under the attack of a group of fighting experts, Altaira still had the upper hand. She was petite and slender, holding the huge amounts of the sword of the god of war, and harvested heads one by one with ease. In the end, there were only 4 enemies left on the field. These 4 people were the elites among them, and their attacking moves were more brutal than the others. But in front of Altaira, these were just the last struggles before death. Suddenly, the 4 people showed painful expressions on their faces, and their bodies were shining. The skin of these 4 people cracked, and the golden light in their bodies was also shining between the cracks. The energy in their bodies was about to break out of their bodies. Zhang Bin sensed something was wrong and immediately stood in front of Altaira. "Be careful." After a dazzling light, the bodies of the 4 people all exploded. This huge amounts of energy spread outward, affecting the surrounding buildings. Not all buildings collapsed under the impact of these forces. When the light faded, Zhang Bin and Altaira, who were closest to these energies, stood there unscathed. Zhang Bin knew that the weakness of the skill he inherited from Siegfried, the dragon armor, was on the back. So while he was protecting Altaira, he was also protecting his back to avoid being hurt by the energy explosion. "Are you okay?" Zhang Bin turned his head and asked. Altaira shook her head indifferently, and then looked at Zhang Bin, who was standing in front of her with complicated eyes. This was the first time someone protected her like this, protecting her who was called the human weapon. "Why? Zheng Bin was stunned, and Altyra realized that she had just asked her inner thoughts unconsciously. If you ask why, it's definitely because I'm your master and I want to protect you. Zheng Bin is actually very good to his heroic spirit cards. Whether it's the King of Conquerors or Francis Drake, Zheng Bin will listen to their wishes and let them do what they like. If a servant is bullied, he will help to get back on his feet. However, this kind of kindness is limited to the heroic spirits that Zheng Bin likes. Definitely, he also likes innocent girls like Altyra. And not only does he like her contradictory personality, Altyra's appearance is also Zheng Bin's favorite. Zheng Bin looked at the dilapidated scenery around the amusement park and said regretfully, "It seems that we can't go to the amusement park today. Shall I take you to play somewhere else?" In Zheng Bin's straight male thinking, women should like one thing. That is shopping. Although Altyra is a heroic spirit, she is also a girl. Zheng Bin drove directly and took Altyra to the shopping mall that specializes in luxury goods. He didn't know much about brands, but expensive things must be good. He took Altyra directly to the door of the most expensive women's clothing store in the mall. "Go in and take a look. Tell me what you like." Altyra looked at the dazzling store, and her face flushed unconsciously. These girls' things are so cute. Zheng Bin brought Altyra here, and he really chose the right place. She has no resistance to all things about girls. Altyra walked into the women's clothing store. Although her face was expressionless as usual, her fast steps revealed her true feelings. As soon as she walked in, a clerk came up to greet her. The clerk saw Altyra's beautiful face and was stunned for several seconds before speaking. "Miss, what do you want to buy?" Altyra turned to look at Zheng Bin, who was following behind her. Zheng Bin saw the look of help in her big eyes and smiled. "Clothes, bags, accessories. Give them to her to try." The clerk saw Zheng Bin at this time and widened his eyes in surprise. The chairman of Shun Industry. Zheng Bin's fame on yo-yo has recently surpassed Tony Stark, and he has become the most popular bachelor that women in magnesium want to marry. The clerk was delighted when he saw him. This is a newly rich man. With him, I don't have to worry about my performance this month. Altyra was surrounded by a pile of clothes and was a little overwhelmed. "Miss, please come with me to the fitting room." Altyra tried on one set of clothes after another. Zheng Bin has seen many peerless beauties now and has a very high aesthetic level. He selected 10 sets of clothes that best suited Altyra's temperament. "Pack all of these for me." Altyra's skin color and ethereal temperament are most suitable for white. Zheng Bin chose this color for her. Altyra changed into one of the clothes, a white tulle dress, which matched her long silver hair. After buying clothes, she went to buy some jewelry. The longer Zheng Bin spent with Altyra, the more he understood her. Like now, Altyra was staring at a crown-shaped diamond hairpin without moving her eyes away. As soon as Zheng Bin saw her sparkling eyes, he knew that she liked this hairpin. "Please take this out." Zheng Bin picked up the diamond hairpin and clipped it on Altyra's silver hair. "Altyra, this suits you very well." Altyra's face turned red. She couldn't maintain her indifferent expression and rarely showed the appearance of a little girl. She touched the hairpin on her head. Am I really suitable for such a girly thing?" "Definitely. You are a very cute girl." Altyra's lips bloomed with a smile. It was not the small smile that was hard to see before, but a very accurate and real smile. Zheng Bin couldn't help but stare at her smile in a trance. At night, Zheng Bin took Altyra to the highest revolving restaurant in Nuyo, where they enjoyed the food while looking at the night view of Nuyo. "Master, thank you very much today." Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Altyra looked at the scenery outside the window with her face tilted, not daring to look directly at Gaiwu's face. She spoke shyly. "Actually, I don't like the name Altyra very much. Can you call me Altyra in the future?" "Definitely, Altyra." Then Zheng Bin saw Altyra's face, and she showed another beautiful smile. When Zheng Bin and Altyra went to buy jewelry, the moment he helped Altyra put on the hairpin was photographed by passers-by and sold to the newspaper. 0. The next day, all the major newspapers used this photo as their headlines. "A beautiful woman is by my side, the new love of Zheng Bin," the the chairman of Shun Industry. With so many mysterious beauties, where will Fong Bin's feelings go? Not only did Jung Bin replace Tony Stark's title of the Golden Bachelor, but now he has even become more popular than him. These newspapers and magazines were sold out immediately after they came out. One of the magazines even put photos of Francis Drake, Gwen Stacy, Emma Frost, and Altyra on it. The newspapers speculated about the relationship between Jung Bin and these beauties in the articles. After reading these reports, Plaid Stacy could only feel sad, and she didn't dare to question Jung Bin in person. She felt that every day she spent with Jung Bin was like a stolen day. Jung Bin was getting further and further away from her. And Emma Frost didn't have such a good temper. One rival after another appeared, making her very annoyed. She walked to Jung Bin's office with a newspaper in her hand and walked in without knocking. Exclamation point. She saw that the heroine in the newspaper was sitting on the sofa in the office with a well-behaved face. Emma Frost felt a strong sense of crisis when she saw Altyra's face. She fiddled with her hair, straightened her proud figure, and asked Jung Bin charmingly, "Boss, who is this? Would you like to introduce her? This is my friend, Altyra. She will stay with me these days." Emma Frost almost couldn't control the smile on her face when she heard it. How could this woman stick to Jung Bin all day long? She quickly said, "Boss, you are busy with work every day. Would you have time to accompany Miss Altyra? 313-inch? Why don't I ask someone to take her around? I will not leave the master," Altyra said with a stern face. "It's okay, Emma. I'll take time to accompany her these days." Emma Frost left Jung Bin's office indignantly. This was the first time he was so nice to a girl. He was willing to put down his work to accompany her. Even for Gwen Stacy, Jung Bin had never cared so much. "Master, will I disturb your work here?" "No." After hearing this, Altyra sat obediently in his seat and continued to stare at the diamond hairpin in his hand in a daze. Nick Fury frowned and looked at the screen in front of him. What was being played on was the scene of Jung Bin fighting with others outside the amusement park that day. Nick Fury kept repeating the images of those flashing people. Agent Coulson, standing aside, asked, "Chrysanthemum, is this?" "It should be," Nick Fury replied in a deep voice. As a good friend of Captain Marvel, Nick Fury naturally understood it very well. He saw the peculiarity of this group of people faster than Jung Bin. Their energy and fighting style are just inferior copies of Captain Marvel. At that time, you searched the entire ruins of S.H.I.E.L.D., but you didn't find Captain Marvel's leg, right? Coulson replied, "Yes, I'll let a team to search the entire ruins with an energy detector." Are the people in the team reliable? They are all senior agents who have worked in S.H.I.E.L.D. for more than 10 years, so there should be no problem. After listening, Nick Fury continued to stare at the scene on the screen, although he still couldn't figure out what was going on. But he was sure that this must be related to Captain Marvel's missing short leg. Chrysanthemum, should we call Captain Marvel back? Not for now. Let Natasha Romanoff check what the situation is. 000. A week passed quickly, and the cooling time of the Conqueror King was over. Jung Bin still remembered the previous agreement with the Conqueror King, and it was time to summon him out. "Altyra, I'm sorry. Although I had a great time with you, I need to summon other heroes now." Altyra looked a little sad after hearing this, but she didn't refute Jung Bin, just nodded obediently. Jung Bin saw the melancholy under Altyra's expressionless face at a glance, and touched Altyra's smooth long hair. "Go back and have a good sleep, and you can see me when you open your eyes again." Jung Bin used the system to put Altyra back into the Heroic Spirit Library. There is no way to bring things in the real world back to the Heroic Spirit Library. A flash of light appeared, and the clothes that Altyra was wearing fell to the ground. On the top of the clothes was Altyra's sparkling hairpin. Jung Bin put Altyra's hairpin in his hand and rubbed it for a while, then put it back in his pocket. Then he summoned the King of Conquerors. "Master, we meet again." The King of Conquerors greeted him and said, "I'm ready, and I'm going to the universe now." 3.5 Wait a minute. Jung Bin called out to the King of Conquerors, who had just released the Divine Power Chariot. "This time, I'll go with you." He felt that there were too few types of heroic spirits in his heroic spirit library, and now he urgently needed a new heroic spirit that he could equip on a daily basis. But now, he hadn't heard the system's voice for a long time. He thought maybe this was because he had collected all the heroic spirits on Earth. He felt that it was time to go to the universe. The Conqueror King was stunned after hearing Zhang Bin's words. Then he said happily, "Great. If Master is willing to join, I would welcome him very much. I always feel that it is a pity for such a powerful person like Master to be trapped on Earth." The first thing to do when going to the universe is to hand over the work to someone you trust. A lot of things have happened in Shen industry during this period, and it has recently been targeted by HYDRA. Zhang Bin feels relieved to hand over the company to the powerful Emma Frost. Half a year. Emma Frost looked at Zhang Bin with a crazy face. "Can you bear to hand over all the work to me?" "Emma, I only trust you in this company. I know you must have the ability to do it well." "Okay." Emma Frost could see that Zhang Bin's attitude was very firm, so she had to agree reluctantly. After arranging all the 24 things on Earth, Zhang Bin sat on the Shenwei wheel and set off with the Conqueror King. Zhang Bin and the Conqueror King quickly left the Earth and shuttled through the universe. The speed of the Shenwei wheel is calculated at the speed of light. Captain Marvel doesn't need a spaceship. His own speed is enough to travel freely between the universes. The speed of the godly wheel is almost the same as hers, and the Conqueror King has visited many planets with his treasure. And this time, he took Zhang Bin to a planet he had visited not long ago. The godly wheel stopped on a piece of garbage. "Where is this?" "Master, this is Sakar." The Conqueror King introduced. "This place is quite interesting." Zhang Bin looked around. He could see a lot of abandoned items from advanced planets in these garbage dumps. He found an energy gun not far away. The high-tech appearance aroused his interest. When he was about to go over to take a look, a group of ragged people rushed over from nowhere. "Don't move. These two new goods are mine." The leader held a gun with a strange shape in his hand. "Wait." The others saw the Conqueror King wearing a red cloak and started discussing. He seems to be the man who won the championship in the first championship battle." "Yes, I seem to have seen his poster." "Oh my God." After confirming with each other that the Conqueror King was the person they knew, the group dispersed in panic. The speed of leaving was several times faster than when they came. Championship battle? Zhang Bin looked at the Conqueror King. "It seems that your life here is quite exciting." "Haha, it's not bad to relax here." The Conqueror King smiled. "But my ambition is not here." The Conqueror King put away his treasure and led Zhang Shiwulu forward. Enter the city. Zhang Bin looked up and saw that there were many high-rise buildings. The shapes of these high-rise buildings were very strange and full of technology. There were many mud bungalows surrounding these high-rise buildings. The combination of high-tech and primitive, it looks very strange. The Conqueror King took Zhang Bin to shuttle through these mud rooms with ease. "Master, although this planet looks interesting, it has actually begun to rot from the root. I brought you here, not to enjoy myself here." He stopped in front of a mud bungalow, which looked no different from the others. "I brought you here because I found a person here at 810. The Conqueror King pushed open the wooden door on the bungalow that had many wormholes and looked like it would fall down at any time. This bungalow looks very small from the outside, but the space inside is so large that it is unbelievable. There is even a second floor, and unlike the simple appearance, the interior of this bungalow is very luxurious. It is filled with exquisite furniture, bright crystal chandeliers, and vague memories. A white-haired man is sitting on the sofa in the middle of the house. He is also wearing a white robe with some complicated decorations on it. He saw Zhang Bin and the King of Conquerors who suddenly broke in, and there was no surprise on his face. He smiled at Zhang Bin. "Hello, Master Chaldea, we finally meet. I am Merlin." "Master, this person is the reason why I brought you to this planet." The Conqueror King said, "I think you should be interested in him." Merlin. This name can be said to be a familiar name to everyone in Ome country, the great magician in King Arthur's legend. The breath of the person in front of him made Zhang Bin feel both familiar and strange. Zhang Bin could feel that this person was emitting the breath of a living person. His breathing, his heartbeat, and even the sound of blood flowing in his blood vessels, Zheng Wu could perceive. But at the same time, he could feel the energy of the heroic spirit from this person. What's going on? Isn't the heroic spirit a projection after the death of the hero? In theory, living people cannot become heroic spirits. System, is this Berlin a heroic spirit? Why can I feel the breath of the heroic spirit in him? Reply to the host, yes. The one in front of you is Merlin's true body and does not belong to the category of heroic spirits. But he can also be recycled into the heroic spirit library. How to return? Same as the previous heroic spirit card. So, it means to kill directly? When ordinary heroic spirits die, they will return to the heroic spirit library as spirits. What about living people like Merlin? Does the system mean that after he is killed, his soul will naturally become a real heroic spirit? This is the first time Zhang Bin has faced a living heroic spirit, and his heart is full of countless doubts. Merlin seemed to see Zhang Bin's doubts, and a smile appeared on his beautiful and charming face. Yes, as you can see, I am not alive. For these years, I have been living in the claustrophobic Tower of Avalon, a place beyond time that will not be destroyed even if human history perishes. So, my body will exist forever. Zhang Bin has not seen a new heroic spirit card for a long time, and just wants to put it into the card library as soon as possible. The sword of promised victory gradually solidified in his hand. Merlin's eyes became deep when he saw the sword. This sword is really nostalgic. After sighing, Merlin looked at Zhang Bin. For the sake of this sword, let's make a deal. Believe me, the benefits I can bring to you when I am alive are far greater than those I can bring to you when I become a heroic spirit card. Zhang Bin frowned. You know about heroic spirit cards? No heroic spirit has ever known the existence of the heroic spirit library before being collected. Did Xuelin know about it? Although the Conqueror King brought him here, Zhang Bin never doubted the Conqueror King from beginning to end. He knew that although the Conqueror King seemed careless on the surface, he was a man of great strategy in his heart. I will never reveal this information to someone who is not sure whether they are enemies or friends. Merlin noticed Zhang Bin's trust in the King of Conquerors, and his eyes flashed with admiration. He replied, because I used to stay alone in the claustrophobic tower, it was very boring. So I developed a hobby, that is to observe the past and present of the world. So I may know more than you think. Oh so, Zhang Bin continued to hold the sword in his hand and pointed it at Merlin. So, are you interested in learning magic? What? Zhang Bin did not understand what Merlin was saying for a moment. The magic I'm referring to is not the magic support provided by Chaldea when you transform into a heroic spirit or summon a heroic spirit. It's the real magic controlled by your body. Your soul can cut through the plane of the universe. Even I, who was in the claustrophobic tower, was brought to this world by you. The magic circuit relies on the soul and is a kind of virtual nerve in the body. It's a waste to have such a powerful soul power but not be able to use magic. Your magic ability is so powerful that even I can't imagine it. Becoming stronger has always been important to Zhang Bin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the universe, specifically to collect heroic spirit cards. Now, he suddenly knows that he has the ability of magic, as if another road is slowly unfolding in front of him. Zhang Bin was excited but still rational. Speaking of magic, who can be stronger than the King of Magic? He put the King of Conquerors back into the card library and summoned Solomon. Master! Solomon greeted Zhang Bin gently. You actually summoned Solomon, Master of Chaldea. You are too vigilant. Merlin cried out in surprise when he saw Solomon. But we finally meet outside of Acute Eye's door certificate. Acute Eyes, this skill. Both of them have top-level Acute Eyes. Merlin's Acute Eyes can see through the world, while King Solomon's is even better and can read the past and the future. Although they are not heroes of the same era or the same place, but they have met when they were spying on the world. King Solomon nodded at Merlin. After observing Solomon for a while, Merlin laughed and looked at him playfully. Although you have lost the guidance of God, The character that God gave you before is still there. It's so pitiful that you have to continue to be a puppet after death. Just as Merlin said, Solomon was not moved when he heard his words, but like a robot with a program. He still followed the character given to him by God, rolled his eyes at Merlin, and said, "Boring. King Solomon, I have something to ask you." Zhang Bin repeated what Merlin had said to him just now. "Merlin wants to build a magic circuit in my body. Do you think it is feasible?" Solomon lowered his eyes and thought, then said, "It should be feasible. The magic circuit is originally related to the soul. Some people build a magic circuit, but cannot use it. There are people who are born without magic circuits, and their souls definitely cannot activate magic circuits. But Master, you are different. Your soul is detached enough to transcend everything in the world, so driving the magic circuit is naturally no problem. You see, I told you a long time ago." Merlin looked at Zhang Bin nonchalantly from the side. "If I build magic circuits according to your soul, I wonder how many I can build. Hundreds? Thousands?" Merlin looked Zhang Bin up and down, eager to try. He looked like a mad scientist, eager to cut Wu apart for research. "In that case, I'll leave it to you, Solomon. Okay, when it comes to matters concerning the soul, one must be cautious. Compared to the seemingly unreliable Merlin, Zhang Bin trusts Solomon, who is known as the Magic King, more. And Solomon is his servant, so he is not worried about any tricks. It is clear who is more reliable." "Hey, wait a minute," Merlin shouted from his side. "Didn't you say that I would help?" "Don't worry, this matter really helps me a lot, and I won't do anything to you again." Merlin complained in his heart. "Is this what I am afraid of? I am afraid that my fun will be taken away by others." However, he saw that Zhang Bin and Solomon were already on the side, and knew that it was useless to say more, so he shut his mouth and watched quietly on the side. Zhang Bin sat on the chair with his eyes closed. Solomon is a crown caster, also known as the Magic King. In terms of magic, it can be said that no one in this world can surpass him. He used his magic power to enter Zhang Bin's soul. This feeling of having his lifeline caught by others is not pleasant, and he couldn't help but frown. Soon, Zhang Bin could feel that a trace of vitality was pulled out from his soul by Solomon, and this vitality finally turned into a thin line and finally stretched in his body. The operation of a magic circuit requires the transformation of vitality into magic. Under certain circumstances, vitality can also breed magic circuits. And at this moment, Solomon was drawing on Zhang Bin's surging vitality and building a magic circuit with his soul. This requires extremely delicate magic operation and consumes a lot of magic from the master. But because Zhang Bin has a constant supply of magic from Chaldea, he never worries about not having enough magic. It's like he is using Chaldea's magic to create his own magic. Merlin next to him used acute eyes spying on what is happening. Zhang Bin's body is already full of dense magic circuits, and Solomon is still drawing his life force to continue building. Merlin, who saw the situation in Zhang Bin's body clearly, opened his eyes wider and wider. After a long time, Zhang Bin's magic circuit was finally built. He suddenly felt a little tired. This tiredness did not come from the body, but from the soul. This feeling is the first time since he had the heroic spirit system. After watching the whole process, Merlin said in admiration, "It's really worthy of King Solomon, because it's perfect. If it were you, you would definitely be able to do the same as me." King Solomon said in a matter-of-fact way. Although Merlin's strength is not as strong as his, and he often says, compared with magic, he still prefers swordsmanship. But it is undeniable that Merlin has a high level of attainment in magic. As a hybrid of a human and a nightmare, he has an innate advantage in magic. If he is asked to build a magic circuit for Zhang Bin, the result will definitely not be worse than his. Although Zhang Bin's soul feels very tired, he can feel that his power is unprecedentedly strong. This feeling is completely different from when he was equipped with a heroic spirit before, and he still needs time to adapt. Regarding magic, he still has a lot to study. He feels the improvement of his ability and is in a good mood. It is rare for him to kindly suggest to Merlin, Since you are someone who appeared in the legend of King Arthur, do you want me to summon him to meet you?" Merlin was stunned after hearing this, and thought for a while, "Although your Arthur may be different from the one I know, it sounds quite interesting. Then I will meet him." Because of guilt and various emotions, Merlin did not dare to meet King Arthur. Fortunately, although the King Arthur next to Zhang Bin had a similar past to Altria, they were not the same person after all. Merlin dared to meet him. Okay. Zhang Bin put King Solomon back into Kaku, and then summoned Arthur Pendragon. After a burst of light, a man with short golden hair and very beautiful appearance appeared in the magic circle. He had an elegant and upright temperament, standing in a magic circle, like a sword ready to be unsheathed, shining. He looked at Zhang Bin, and a gentle smile overflowed from his eyes. "Master, we finally meet." Zhang Bin had equipped Arthur Pendragon for a period of time before, and he also inherited Arthur Pendragon's skills and treasures. Because he integrated King Arthur's personality for a long time, he knew King Arthur very well. But it was the first time to meet face to face like this. "King Arthur, we finally meet." Seeing King Arthur's appearance, Zhang Bin also felt very cordial and greeted him with a smile. "I summoned you because someone wants to see you." After saying that, Zhang Bin used his eyes to signal King Arthur to look at Merlin, who was hiding in the dark footpath. "Oh!" King Arthur looked over with some confusion after hearing that. Merlin walked out of the footpath step by step, and his appearance was exposed to King Arthur. King Arthur was stunned when he saw this person. This person's eyebrows, eyes, and temperament made him feel so familiar. Then he discovered something, and his pupils shrank rapidly. Merlin. Before Arthur Pendragon's death, he had a teacher who taught him swordsmanship and other knowledge when he was a child. That person was Merlin. But in his world, Merlin is a woman. And Merlin also stood aside and looked at King Arthur with interest, looking up and down. So this is what Altria looks like if she changes her gender. Arthur Pendragon smiled politely, bowed slightly, and said to Merlin, "Excuse me, you must be Merlin from another world." "Ha ha, even these rigid places are the same as Altria." Merlin laughed and then said, "Yes, hello, I am Merlin, Arthur Pendragon." Arthur Pendragon had very complicated feelings for Merlin who raised him, but he also knew clearly that no matter how much the person in front of him felt like that person, they were not the same person after all. Therefore, he suppressed all the emotions in his heart and just got along with Merlin like an old friend. Arthur Pendragon and Altria had similar pasts and experiences, so their personalities were also very similar. However, due to different genders, there would be differences in some places. Arthur Pendragon did not have the softness that Altria had as a girl, but was more calm and self-sustaining. Arthur Pendragon asked the question he wanted to know most. "Merlin, in your world, the British Empire is also—" "Yes." Merlin interrupted Arthur Pendragon. He already knew what the other party was going to ask, and a trace of compassion flashed in his eyes. "It's the same here, because Britain has perished." "Ah, is that so?" Arthur Pendragon sighed. It turned out that he and other worlds could not save this country. The atmosphere was a little heavy when talking about this. Before being recalled to the Heroic Spirit Library, Arthur Pendragon said to Merlin, "It's nice to meet you, Merlin from another world." After meeting Arthur Pendragon, Merlin recalled many of his previous memories. Thinking back to the appearance of Altria he saw in the Tower of Confinement, even a person like him could not help but sigh. "Then I'll take my leave too." Zhang Bin had been standing quietly by the side just now, and he was ready to leave now. Merlin said to him, "If you have any questions about magic, you can come to me at any time." Walked out of Merlin's remodeled house. Zhang Bin shuttled aimlessly between these mud houses. The Conqueror King has now entered the cooling time and cannot be summoned. Although his heroic spirit Cooley also has other riders, he is not in a hurry to summon them now. He is very interested in the high-tech buildings on this planet and can take a look here first. Zhang Bin walked to the border between the mud house and the high-tech building and heard someone shouting behind him. "Stop!" Zhang Bin turned his head and saw several ragged people pointing at him and shouting. "That's him, he's right there." Soon, a group of people wearing armor and holding submachine guns ran out from another alley. The leader came forward and asked Zheng Bin, "Where's the man with you? Where is this condor? He left. Where did he go? What does it have to do with you?" The man shouted at Zheng Bin angrily, "That man offended the master, and I am now ordered to capture him. Do you dare to disobey the master's order?" When Zheng Bin was about to say something, his intuition told him that there was danger. "Please give me flowers 0." He quickly dodged sideways. A small iron ring fell to the ground, flashing blue electric light. "It seems that you are not bad." A woman with black hair and tights walked out of the crowd. Her facial features were full of wild charm and looked very aggressive. She stroked her lower lip with her hand. "I feel like it can be sold for a high price." The man in armor said to her, "Scavenger number 142, don't disturb us. With you trash, don't even think about finding his condor in your next life. Get out of here." After saying this, Valkyrie, who was called Scavenger number 142, rushed towards Zheng Bin. 0. She saw Zheng Bin standing there without moving, thinking that the other party had not reacted yet, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She took out the sonic disruptor gun, tied to her thigh, and fired at Zheng Fu. The high-frequency wave shock rushed towards Zheng Bin, and he could feel the fluctuations in the air. "I thought the weapons of these planets were so powerful. Are they only at this level? How is it possible?" Valkyrie, who was standing not far away, saw that the sonic gun had no effect on Zheng Bin after hitting him, and showed a look of astonishment. Zheng Bin's dragon armor can block all physical attacks, so it doesn't hurt to be hit by sonic waves. However, his body has been strengthened, but his internal organs have not. If he is hit, he may still be injured. So he used magic power to form a barrier in front of him to block the sound wave. However, Valkyrie couldn't see the magic power. In her opinion, Zheng Bin had just taken on this attack force. After Zheng Bin had just condensed his magic power, he could feel that he was even more tired. If there were other magicians present, they would be very shocked to see what he did. Magic power is basically something that can only be kept in the body. Once it is released to the outside world, it will immediately turn back into vitality. Only the body can preserve it for a short time. And Zheng Bin just used magic power to condense a barrier around himself. This requires constant magic output to maintain. It can be done with a small amount of magic power to activate the spell. What a waste of practice. 280. However, there are no magicians around Zheng Bin now, only a group of aliens who are in doubt. Valkyrie thinks that the man in front of him is very likely to be as powerful as his Kondar, who is known as the strongest champion. If so, let alone her, even if all the people here are added together, they can't beat him. In this case, why am I still here, waiting to be abused? Valkyrie turned around and ran away without saying a word. Only the confused Grandmaster guards were left standing there looking at Zheng Bin. "Do you want to continue?" Zheng Bin asked. Although he felt very tired both in soul and body, he still had no problem dealing with these people in front of him. At most, he would not use his own magic power, but directly use Chaldea's magic power to transform into a heroic spirit. "Wait for me. I will go back and report to the Grandmaster now. Wait for your death." The guards also realized that they were no match for Zheng Bin and ran away after leaving a harsh word. After these people left, Zheng Bin supported the mud wall beside him and slowly slid down to the ground, slightly panting. He hadn't been so embarrassed for a long time. Why is this happening? Is it because he is not suitable to be a magician? Zheng Bin opened the card library and wanted to find a caster to ask. Now Solomon is cooling down, and the casters in the card library are only Tong Yao, Anastasia, Gilgamesh, and Sanzang. First of all, Tong Yao, the unreliable heroic spirit, can be ruled out. The remaining three were Anastasia, Gilgamesh, and Sanzang. He had equipped Gilgamesh before, and he knew that Gilgamesh was very knowledgeable and should be able to help him. But when he thought of Gilgamesh's personality, he decided to forget it. In the end, only Anastasia and Sanzang were left. He thought about it and decided. Zheng Bin activated the system, and Anastasia appeared in a flash of light. Her expression was very cold, just as cold as her skills. She didn't say anything, just looked at Zheng Bin quietly. "I'm sorry. My physical condition is not very good now. Can you help me take a look? Zhengbin asked first. Anastasia looked at Zhengbin and said, You are just overdrawn in magic power. You will be fine after 2 days of rest. Before, with the support of Chaldea's magic power, Zhengbin really didn't know what magic overdraw was. He felt his body and felt that this feeling was quite novel. Anastasia, can you build a house with ice so that I can rest for a while? He was deeply impressed by Anastasia's fortress at that time. Such a magnificent building can be built. Building a small house should be no problem. Anastasia nodded, raised her hand, and prepared to use magic power. Wait, let's go somewhere else. The Grand Master Guard returned to the tower where Gao Tianzuan lived in fear. What? Can't find it. Gao Tianzuan was furious and started a fight from his seat. How could you lose my strongest champion in all these years? Hasn't he disappeared a long time ago? What do you mean we lost him? The captain of the guard complained in his heart, but on the surface he still looked at Gao Tianzuan with a humble face. Although we didn't find his Kandar, we found that the man who was traveling with him was also very powerful, the captain said, pressing the button on the bracelet. A full 3.2 breath projection appeared above the bracelet. Gao Tianzuan frowned at the projection at first, but when he saw that Zhengbin was still unharmed after being hit by the sonic weapon, his brows relaxed. He smiled. This person looks okay. Take the elite team to catch him back for me. The captain of the guard saluted Gao Tianzuan and prepared to leave. Also, we can't let go of his Kandar's matter. We must get him back to me as soon as possible. Compared with Zhengbin, whose strength is unknown, his Kandar is indeed more worrying to him. Yes. Finally, Zhengbin asked Anastasia to build the house at the outermost part of the city. This place is very close to the garbage dump, and the nearby residents have basically moved away, leaving only some vacant mud houses there. The ice and snow house built by Anastasia with magic is crystal clear, shining with rainbow light under the sun, forming a sharp contrast with the dilapidated houses around it. This house is too conspicuous. Zhengbin frowned and thought that if there were pursuers coming over, such a house would definitely be seen at a glance. However, his physical condition is not very good now, so he can only make do for a few days. Zhengbin walked into the house and found that the furniture and some daily necessities inside were all available, but they were all made of ice. Although Anastasia looks very cold on the surface, it can be seen from these things that she is unexpectedly a soft-hearted girl. Zhengbin 24 went directly to the innermost bed in the house, and then said to Anastasia, I feel very tired now. Let's take a rest first. Please help me keep watch. Anastasia nodded, and Zhengbin closed his eyes with relief after seeing it. Anastasia sat on a chair next to the dining table in the room, staring at the cabinet on the wall in a daze. A little bear made of ice appeared on the cabinet, and then the little bear turned into a little rabbit. This ice puppet constantly changed its shape, and Anastasia smiled slightly when she saw it. Zhengbin slept in this room for a day and a night before opening his eyes. After he woke up, he could feel the abundant magic power in his body. It seems that he has recovered now. He got up and looked at Anastasia, who was sitting next to him. Please. Anastasia nodded coldly. Zhengbin felt the magic power flowing in his magic circuit. Although he had to use magic power to transform into a heroic spirit or summon a heroic spirit before. However, at that time, he used the magic power of Chaldea, and he had never felt the magic power flowing in his body. And the abundant magic power of Chaldea naturally would not make him feel the exhaustion of magic power. Magic is still an unknown field for him. How should he use this power? Zhengbin fell in a deep thought. He thought for a long time without any clue, so he had to ask Anastasia for advice. Anastasia, as a caster, how do you feel when using magic power? What is the principle of magic power operation? After listening, Anastasia frowned slightly, and a distressed look appeared on her face. Magic power operation? These skills and magic power only appeared after I became a heroic spirit. And as a heroic spirit, I can use them as easily as humans drinking water. I have never thought about this problem. Then do you know how ordinary magicians use spells? I've never seen it. After talking with Anastasia, Zheng Bin felt that he had reached a dead end again. It seems that only he can answer his question now. Anastasia, I'm sorry. Maybe you have to leave first. I need to summon other heroes to help me solve this problem. Okay. Anastasia stood up indifferently and waited for Zheng Bin's summons. But this house will disappear after I leave. It doesn't matter. I've rested well. After Zheng Bin put Anastasia back into the heroic spirit library, he felt the temperature around him rise. In the ice and snow room, he was instantly turned into spirit particles and dissipated. After a burst of light, a man wearing golden armor appeared in the middle of the magic circle, looking sharp. Zheng Bin summoned Gilgamesh. 373 Inchum. Gilgamesh opened his scarlet eyes and looked at Zheng Bin. You actually summoned me, Zheng Bin. The transformed heroes will retain the memory of Zheng Bin's equipment. He remembered the times when Zheng Bin equipped him, but he was very resistant to him. He thought Zheng Bin would not dare to summon him out. It seems that you need my help for something. Gilgamesh looked at Zheng Bin sarcastically. Zheng Bin was a little surprised to hear Gilgamesh call his name instead of calling him scum or be asterisk 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 D. It seems that Gilgamesh has a good impression of him. Zheng Bin admitted, Yes, I have something to ask you now. Go ahead. Gilgamesh said generously. While I am in a good mood, I can answer a question for you. King Solomon built a magic circuit in my body. I am now a magician. After hearing this, Gilgamesh raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked Zheng Bin up and down. Magician? Yes, but for some reason, I always feel powerless when using magic. Gilgamesh's eyes suddenly became very deep, which was a sign that he was using acute eyes. He was now peeking into the future. Ha ha! Gilgamesh suddenly burst into laughter. So that's how it is. Zheng Bin, you are so funny. I am completely pleased with you. His scarlet eyes looked at Zheng Bin with a smile. Do you know that you're now a heroic spirit? Zheng Bin was confused by Gilgamesh's laughter. Heroic spirit? I'm still alive. That's why I said it's very interesting. You already have the spirit of a hero, plus. At this point, Gilgamesh closed his mouth. What's more? Zheng Bin urged. He was listening carefully. It was too uncomfortable to be stuck here. Gilgamesh smiled. The next thing can only be experienced by yourself. I believe that with your intelligence, you'll be able to find it soon. Zheng Bin was speechless, and he was even more confused by the fact that he was talking halfway. Okay, if there's nothing else, I will go and take a look at this place first. Gilgamesh finished speaking, without giving Zheng Bin a chance to speak, and directly activated his magic and flew away. Zheng Bin knew how willful this king was, and he couldn't persuade him. If he was forced to recall him, he might even make enemies. He could only let him go and play first. If he was on Earth, Zheng Bin might still be a little worried. After all, Earth is still a society ruled by law. And the people of Sakar are lawless, and it doesn't matter what Gilgamesh does. After summoning 2 heroes in a row, Zheng Bin still couldn't find a way to solve his magic, and now he could only rely on himself. He found an abandoned mud house, cleaned it up a little, and moved in. He released his magic, letting it surround him, forming a protective film. After maintaining it for a while, he felt that his magic was overdrawn. Then he stopped and continued. This repeated several times, and he felt that he could no longer release any magic, so the group stopped. If you practice like this, you may never find a reason. Merlin's voice rang out in this small room. Zheng Bin, who was resting with his eyes closed, looked over and saw Merlin's figure gradually appearing. Then what should I do? You need to experience this yourself. This sentence again. Zheng Bin was very impatient. Gilgamesh said the same thing just now. Please explain it clearly. I can only tell you that when using magic, don't always think about the magician. Think more about the heroic spirit. After saying this, Merlin disappeared again. Zheng Bin had no idea what to do with Gilgamesh and Merlin's confusing words. After trying to release his magic power several times, he felt that he would not make any breakthroughs if he continued like this. So he got up and left the house. When he walked out and saw the people outside the house, he was stunned. A woman with long black hair was standing not far from the house. Valkyrie was also stunned when she saw Zhang Bin's face, and then she felt annoyed. If I had known, I would not have come here, but I would have bumped into this man. She raised her hands and made a gesture of surrender. Sorry, this is an accident. I am not following you. I'm leaving now. After saying that, she turned around and wanted to run away. Stop. Zhongbin stopped her. What did you throw at me before? Valkyrie answered honestly. It's a control ring, a small object that will make you obedient. What will you do to me after you obey? Send you to the championship game. Zhongbin walked towards Valkyrie, who stepped back in fear. Don't move. I don't want to do anything to you. He walked in front of Valkyrie and said, Give me the control ring. Valkyrie was delighted when she heard that. She pretended to obey and took out the control ring from her pocket, but actually secretly pressed the switch. She planned to press the control ring directly on Zhongbin while handing it over. She was very proud of herself. After installing the control ring, she would see how arrogant you are. After she took out the control ring, she pressed it down to Zhongbin's neck in a lightning speed. She saw that the control ring was already attached to Zhongbin's skin, and she laughed and took out a button. You just listen to me, otherwise. Before she finished speaking, Valkyrie saw the control ring slipping off Guy Wu's neck. Just now, when Valkyrie pressed the control ring on Zhongbin, his skin became very hard because he was protected by the dragon armor. The several spikes on the control ring that were supposed to pierce the skin became bent when they came into contact with hard objects. Zhongbin picked up the control ring that fell on the ground, straightened the spikes with his fingers, and placed it in front of Valkyrie. What do you think will happen if I insert it into your skin? Not much. Valkyrie slapped Zhongbin's hand away with force and turned around to run away. Then Zhongbin grabbed her wrist. Valkyrie struggled hard, but found that Zhongbin's hand was too strong, and she had no way to break free. The other hand clenched into a fist and hit Zhongbin in the face. Zhongbin easily held her fist. After both hands were tied, Valkyrie prepared to use her feet. Enough, you can't beat me, Zhongbin said lightly, and then let go of his hand. After Valkyrie regained her freedom, she moved her painful wrist and asked Zhongbin, What do you want to do? What does it mean to catch her and then let her go? I want you to send me to the championship. What? Most of the people who participated in the championship were not voluntary. They were basically deceived by scavengers or brought there by force. After entering the championship, they have to fight with all kinds of strong people. Countless people died in this game. The high pressure of facing death every day made many people collapse and want to escape. It's just that Sieg, they were controlled by various means and had no way to escape from this hell. Definitely, in addition to these people, there will be a small number of people who come to participate in this game because of their hobbies. But these people are either perverts or violent people. Valkyrie's eyes stayed on Zhongbin's face for a few seconds. It's a pity that he is so handsome, but he is actually a pervert. Zhongbin modified the control ring and attached it to his skin. It looks like he has been controlled. Then Valkyrie brought him to Gao Tianzuan. Master, this is a new guy I found. Is this the person you were looking for before? Yes, Gao Tianzuan said happily. You are really capable. I sent so many elite teams to find this person, but they couldn't find him. You actually caught him. How much? 20 million. Okay, transfer the money immediately. Gao Tianzuan asked the people around him to transfer the money to Valkyrie quickly. Zhongbin looked at Gao Tianzuan and found Gilgamesh standing next to him, looking at him with a look of displeasure. He's here too. Zhongbin was not surprised that Gilgamesh would appear here. Or it can be said that according to the interests of this king, it is inevitable that he will appear in the most lively place on this planet. Tell me, where is this Kandar? I don't know. You must be lying. Gao Tianzuan angrily picked up something at hand and threw it at him. Zhongbin dodged it easily. How dare you lie to me? Gao Tianzuan was furious and was about to get down from the platform. The two guards saw this and hurried forward to fix Zhongbin. It would be very easy for Zhongbin to break free from these two people, but if he knocked them away, it would affect his plan. Just when he was hesitating, Gilgamesh, who had been watching the show for a while, spoke up. I think you should punish him by sending him to the championship game. The originally furious Gao Tianzuan immediately stopped his steps and agreed with a smile on his face. Yes, yes, your method is great. Come on, send him to the waiting area. Zhang Bin looked up at Gilgamesh standing on the stage. It hadn't been long since they separated. How did he turn Gao Tianzuan into such a flattering person? Finally, Zhang Bin entered the championship as he wished. Zhang Bin felt that if he wanted to master magic quickly, the best way was to practice. In a tense fighting environment, perhaps he could stimulate his greatest potential. And if you want to fight on this planet, the best place is the championship. There are countless battles going on in the championship every day, and Zhang Bin can meet all kinds of opponents here. That's why he asked Valkyrie to send him in. Zhang Bin, please go to the exit and get ready immediately. He had just walked into the waiting area and hadn't had time to check the place before he was called out to play. It seems that Gao Tianzuan can't wait to kill him. Zhang Bin wore the armor given to him by the staff of the championship and went on the court with bare hands. The host made an enthusiastic voice and introduced. The first to go on stage is the strongest Earthling. No one present knew where the Earth was. It sounded like a low-level planet that came out of nowhere. They booed one after another. Zhang Bin calmly came on stage amid the boos. The next one to come on stage is the Greek god of war, Ares. A man with a terrifying and gloomy aura came out. Huge amounts of cheers rang out on the court. God of war, God of war, God of war. Gao Tianzuan showed an excited smile. This is the champion of this session, God of War Ares. He has won the championship for 2 consecutive times. I really want to see him and his Kandar fight. It will be very exciting. Gilgamesh, who was sitting on the side, saw the God of War come on stage, and his eyes flashed with deep disgust. Another so-called god. The aura he exuded was really disgusting. Gilgamesh shook the red wine glass in his hand and tasted the wine inside. The top wines collected by Gao Tianzuan in the universe slightly eased his impatience. My king, Gao Tianzuan said to Gilgamesh very respectfully. Who do you think will win? Zhang Bin. Gilgamesh said it without thinking. I'm really sorry. Maybe you will lose this time. Gao Tianzuan said with a smile. The god of war is the strongest contestant I have ever seen except Iskandar. Zhang Bin saw the person who came out wearing a helmet and a set of black armor, and walked towards him with a murderous look on his face. The pressure from the gods brought by the person on the opposite side made him feel the power of the other party. This pressure made Zhang Bin almost want to condense the sword of the oath of victory to fight. But he held back. Coming here to participate in the competition is not just to win. More importantly, to experience the calendar of using magic. He stood there waiting for the opponent's attack. Ares' height is about the same as Zhang Bin's. Both are about 1.9 meters. But his muscles are much more developed than Zhang Bin's, and all the muscles are tangled together. It makes him look like a moving hill. He looked at Zhang Bin's figure and smiled contemptuously. Without saying anything, he raised the giant axe in his hand and killed Zhang Bin. Ares' giant axe is not an ordinary one just by looking at its material. This is made by Gao Tianzuan from the strange stones collected in the universe for his champion, which allows Ares to exert his divine power to a great extent. Zhang Bin felt the attack from the right and hurriedly used the output magic spirit to block the attack. Asked for flowers. But Ares' speed was too fast, and Zhang Bin's magic power was shattered by Ares' axe before it was formed. The axe fell directly on Zhang Bin's body, and he was hit and flew up and hit the wall of the battlefield hard. There was a huge amount of holes in the wall. There was an uproar in the audience. They didn't expect that this earthling would be knocked away with just one move. He was too weak. Then everyone cheered enthusiastically. Ares, the god of war, is indeed the strongest. Ares, Ares, Ares. Ares heard others calling his name, and there was no expression on his face. He just stood there gloomily. Huh, I knew it. Gao Tianzun laughed. My king, Ares Song won with just one move. That Zhang Bin really failed your expectations. Gilgamesh raised his eyebrows and pointed the wine glass in the air, motioning Gao Tianzuan to look over. Gao Tianzuan looked in the direction Gilgamesh pointed and found that between the rubble of the wall, a figure slowly stood up. The audience in the audience also discovered this situation one after another, and the voices that were originally shouting Ares' name gradually became quiet. Zhengbin stood up and looked into the distance. Ares, who was standing in the middle of the battle, showed a provocative smile. Although the axe of the god of war had hit Zhengbin, and although the dragon armor protected him, he was not injured. But the impact of the wall just now was very strong, and Zhengbin still felt a little dizzy. He rested for a long time in the stone before standing up again. MD, Zhengbin cursed in his heart. For this broken magic power, he actually made himself so embarrassed. But the more this happened, the more Zhengbin felt that he must control him. The god of war, Ares, walked towards Zhengbin, and the axe was directly placed on the ground and dragged. You're also a god, right? I feel the divinity of other gods in you. 88-0-inch Zhengbin didn't know what kind of divinity he meant because he had equipped many cards that were related to the power of gods. So he shook his head and replied, I'm just an ordinary earthling. Oh, really? Ares' eyes showed a fighting spirit. In fact, after Ares won the championship for the first time, Gao Tianzuan had already taken off his control ring. It was just because he loved fighting that he continued to stay in this championship and planned to leave this planet when he got bored. Since they say you are the strongest person on Earth, let me see it. Ares raised his battle axe, and I jumped over. The same scene happened as before. Zhengbin was hit against the wall again. Then he stood up from the pile of rocks again. Ares shouted, Don't just stand there, fight back. This person is obviously very strong and has the ability to fight him, but he just stands there stupidly every time. I fought back. Zhengbin smiled bitterly in his heart. I've tried to fight back with magic. Then Ares raised his battle axe and knocked Zhengbin away again and again, and Zhengbin stood up again and again. The audience on the field were impatient. It was really not fun at all. What they pursued was violence with blood and flesh flying everywhere, not this boring hitting game. Go down, go down, go down. The audience in the field were shouting loudly. Gao Tianzuan also felt very bored and was ready to have Zhengbin taken off the field. If this goes on, all his audience will leave. Wait, Gilgamesh, stop Gao Tianzuan. He is almost ready. Not to mention the audience on the field, Zhengbin himself was also holding back a rage in his heart. Every time he was knocked away, the anger in his heart burned more vigorously. After being knocked away again, everyone thought he would stand up like before, but suddenly found that after a long time, there was no trace of Zhengbin. Great, finally dead. This boring battle has lasted for almost a day, and it's finally over. They finally don't have to see this person anymore. Then they found that Zhengbin stood up again. F***K. The audience was angry and threw garbage to the sidelines, in the hope of smashing this person to death. The god of war Ares has only been bored from the initial anger to now. He will also be tired of moving this heavy axe again and again. Okay? Hey, I'll hit you again, and you won't stand up later, okay? There will be no result if you continue to fight like this, so why not end it? Who said there will be no result? Zhengbin asked in a low voice, and a light blue flame suddenly ignited on his body. The flame burned several meters high, and the color looked very pure. The next second, this huge amount of flame was sucked into the body of Zhengbin. As he hit again and again, Zhengbin felt the flow of magic in his body. At the same time, he also felt the power that belonged to him. He could feel the operation of magic in his magic circuit and the location where it was stored. At this moment, he became a similar existence to the heroic spirit. Release infinite weapons. The magic condensed into a pistol in Zhengbin's hand, and a powerful laser shot towards Ares. The god of war Ares showed an excited smile. Is he going to fight back? He ran towards Zhengbin with the prisoner of war. He raised the axe high and chopped at Zhengbin's head. The pistol in Zhengbin's hand turned into a huge amount of shield, blocking Ares' attack. The collision between the axe and the shield produced sparks and emitted huge amounts of sound. At the same time, it also ignited the emotions of the audience. It's finally about to start. The weapons in Zheng Bin's hands changed into various shapes, sometimes cannons, sometimes guns, and also cold weapons such as knives, swords, bows, and arrows. Zheng Bin, who has already touched the magic door, can finally let go of his hands and feet to fight. He became more and more courageous, and his moves became more and more fierce. Gradually, even Ares felt a little overwhelmed. Just now you helped me figure out one thing. In this case, will I let you go? Ares, the god of war, panted and said, "Who asked you to let me go?" Before he finished speaking, the knife Zheng Bin used to block the axe changed its shape and turned into the control ring and controller he had seen in Valkyrie. He quickly inserted the control ring into Ares' neck and activated the controller in his hand. Ares, the god of war, felt a huge amount of electric current coming out of the control ring, and he fell to the ground instantly. Continue. 1. The audience looked at the god of war, Ares, lying on the ground in astonishment. This is the champion who has won 2 consecutive championships. Could he be defeated like this? Gao Tianzuan in the stands stood up from his seat with a swish and looked at Zheng Bin in the center of the battlefield with shining eyes. My champion! Ha! A new champion is born. Gao Tianzuan danced happily and kept repeating the sentence. Gilgamesh was not surprised by this result. His acute eyes had already told him the answer. Zheng Bin was brought to Gao Tianzuan by the staff like a star. My champion, if you have any request, just ask. Zheng Bin looked around, then pointed to the woman standing next to him and said, I want the weapon in her arms. What this strange-looking weapon 24 is, he really can't tell and wants to take it away for research. And he thought that the woman next to Gao Tianzuan was obviously dressed differently from other guards, indicating that her identity is special. The thing that she held in such a position must be a good thing. Although this gun was a high-tech product that he bought from another planet and spent a lot of money on. But this little money was nothing to him. How could it be more valuable than his championship? But he asked Zheng Bin with some surprise, Are you sure you want this? Instead of asking me to help you unlock the control ring. Many people asked for this after winning the championship. Zheng Bin said indifferently, No, I just want the weapon. Haha, okay. My champion is really special. Give him the weapon. The woman next to Gao Tianzuan reluctantly handed the weapon to Zheng Bin. Thank you. I'll leave first. Zheng Bin picked up the weapon and was about to leave. Wait. Gao Tianzuan quickly stopped him. What's the matter? Don't you want to stay and continue to participate in the competition? I have already got what I want. I don't need to participate in this boring competition anymore. What? You said my competition is boring. Gao Tianzuan looked at Zheng Bin sinisterly. With the control ring, do you think you can still walk? Oh, you mean this? Zheng Bin threw the control ring used for decoration on his neck to the ground, making a crisp sound. I'll get it back to you. Vi, enough. You must do what you say. Gilgamesh, who was originally watching the show on the side, was fed up with Gao Tianzuan's persistence and interrupted the conversation between the two impatiently. But Gao Tianzuan wanted to say something unwillingly, but when his eyes met Gilgamesh's expression, he immediately shut up. Yes, my king. Zheng Bin couldn't help but glance between Gilgamesh and Gao Tianzuan. What method did Gilgamesh use to make this High Lord so obedient in such a short time? He complained in his heart, Gilgamesh is really good at dealing with perverts. After leaving the high tower of the High Lord, Zheng Bin returned to the door of Merlin's house, according to his memory. The door opened automatically as if it sensed his arrival. Zheng Bin walked in and saw Merlin sitting on the chair. Merlin's face did not show any surprise at his words. You succeeded. Yes, but I still don't understand what's going on. Merlin made a request. Can you let me see it first? Your treasure. 920 release, infinite weapons. Merlin looked at the Oath of Victory in Zheng Bin's hand and asked in surprise, Is this your own treasure or the treasure of King Arthur that you inherited? Mine. Zheng Bin's mind turned, and the big sword in his hand changed its form and turned into Francis Drake's pistol. This treasure allows me to copy any weapon whose principle I know or that I have used. There is another sentence after that, which Zheng Bin did not say, and it was a 100% copy, not only the form, but also the power could be perfectly copied. Merlin nodded. It is a very useful treasure, especially in battle. You can change the form of your weapon according to the opponent's weapon or kill by surprise. So, now that I can release the treasure, am I considered a heroic spirit? No, Merlin explained. Your body has become a spirit base due to multiple integrations with the heroic spirit, and Solomon built a magic circuit in your body before. So you already have all the conditions to become a heroic spirit. As you know before, the heroic spirit is the projection of human fantasy and cognition in reality. You are already a very famous hero in this world, and your noble phantasm is the embodiment of people's cognition of you. As for why you're not a heroic spirit, this is very simple, because you are still alive. You are now qualified to be a heroic spirit, but you are not a heroic spirit yet. My body has become a spirit base. I have the magic circuit of your world, and I am a famous superhero in this world. Because of these three conditions, I have the ability of a heroic spirit, right? After listening to Zheng Bin's words, Shui Lin nodded that it was right. 1. There's another point. The spirit base of a heroic spirit is fixed, ordinary spirit base and crown spirit base. But your spirit base can continue to grow, and I am looking forward to how far you will grow. I understand. Although Zheng Bin still had some unclear points, he had already understood it roughly. It was just that if he had the ability of a heroic spirit now, he didn't know what class and level it belonged to. As if it had heard Zheng Bin's question, the system, which had not appeared for a long time, suddenly spoke. Heroic Spirit card has been found. Zheng Bin, class. Ruler, level 5 stars. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability of a Heroic Spirit, and the Heroic Spirit card has been stored in the card library. Zheng Bin quickly opened the Heroic Spirit library and found that there was indeed an extra card. The card showed his appearance, wearing a black suit. Zheng Bin was a little surprised to see his card and quickly asked the system, "What's the matter with this card? Can I summon myself?" Reply to the host, "All the heroic spirits in Heroic Spirit South can be summoned. But didn't Merlin say that I'm not dead yet, so I'm not a heroic spirit for the time being? As long as you have the ability of a heroic spirit, you can become a servant." Zheng Bin looked at his heroic spirit card among a pile of heroic spirit cards and felt very uncomfortable. But it is a good thing to get new ability. Zheng Bin talked to the system for a long time. Merlin seemed to have noticed something and did not interrupt Zheng Bin. He just sat quietly aside. When Zheng Bin looked at him, he smiled and said, "Are you interested in staying here and learning magic from me?" Zheng Bin finally agreed to Merlin and stayed in Sakar. Magic is a brand new field for him, and it is a power system belonging to another world. If he relies on himself to explore, he doesn't know how long it will take to get started. It is better to learn from Merlin. In this way, Merlin became Zheng Bin's teacher. Merlin felt that it was really easy to be a teacher to Zheng Bin. No matter what he said, he would understand it at once. Merlin poured all the theories into Zheng Bin's head. He originally thought that it would take a long time for him to digest it. Who knew that it only took a few days for him to learn it all? Zheng Bin didn't stay here for long, and Gilgamesh came to the door. Gilgamesh appeared directly in Merlin's house. Merlin's eyes lit up when he saw his face. "Great hero king, it's an honor to meet you." Merlin has always been fascinated by beautiful things, and Gilgamesh's appearance is undoubtedly what he admires, so his tone of voice is much gentler. Gilgamesh glanced at him and greeted him, "Merlin." Then he said to Zheng Bin, "Zheng Bin, this place is too boring. I want to go somewhere else." Zheng Bin was helpless. Why do both of them like to run around? "Okay, but I have to go back to Earth in a while, and then I need to summon the King of Conquerors." Zheng Bin originally thought that with a personality like Gilgamesh, he would be furious after hearing this. Who knew that he just glanced at Zheng Bin and said, "Okay." Zheng Bin was very surprised to see his reaction, and suddenly felt flattered. Besides, Gilgamesh actually came over to say hello to him before leaving, which also surprised him. Zheng Bin suddenly thought of what the system said before. As long as the heroic spirits he has equipped, they will have the highest favorability after being summoned. And the male heroic spirits show friendship. Did Gilgamesh treat him as a friend? Gilgamesh left after saying hello. Merlin touched his chin and said to Zheng Bin, "Sometimes I really envy you for being able to summon so many beauties come. Just looking at it makes me feel good." Zheng Bin saw how Merlin looked at Gilgamesh just now, and he felt a chill, holding the magic notebook, and silently walked to the corner farthest from him. This man is not a double plug. Merlin, who noticed Zheng Bin's behavior, puffed up his face and said angrily, "Hey, what do you mean? I'm not a pervert. I just have a pair of eyes that can especially find beauty. Like you, aren't you beautiful?" After hearing this, Zheng Bin was disgusted and got goosebumps all over his body. He stood up expressionlessly and put down the notebook in his hand. "Sorry, I disturbed you." After saying that, he was about to leave the house. Merlin quickly stopped him. Okay. You really have no sense of humor. Don't be so serious. I only like women. You don't know how many girls love me." Zheng Bin rolled his eyes after hearing Merlin's words. "No more jokes, since you have almost learned the theoretical knowledge now. Release the utopia of eternal isolation." Merlin released his treasure, and the scene in the room changed accordingly. The original marble floor gradually turned into a flowery meadow, on which various precious plants grew. In the distance, a towering tower could be vaguely seen. Is this Avalon? The legend of King Arthur has a very high status in Europe and the United States, and it is a must-read book for every student. Zheng Bin, who was born and raised in Magnesium, naturally knew the story of Avalon and Merlin. Yes, Merlin turned a blind eye to the beautiful scenery around him. He had been trapped here for too long, and he had long been tired of the scenery here. He led Zheng Bin through the meadow. When Zheng Bin looked at the towering tower, he felt it was very far away, as if it was at the edge of the sky. But for some reason, following Merlin's footsteps, he walked to the bottom of the tower in a short time. Magicians need a magic base to use magic. This is definitely a means of using magic that modern magicians need. The magic system in the world you live in is different from ours, so there is no magic base in this world. In this case, you can build a magic base yourself. Zheng Bin frowned after hearing this. Building a new magic base that conforms to the base rules will be a very tedious and complicated process. That's why I brought you here. This tower was once cursed by the goblins. It is the place closest to the truth of the magic base. You can contact it here. Merlin blinked. I believe that with your wisdom, you can definitely build a magic base yourself. Zheng Bin felt that it was a wrong decision for him to agree to Merlin teaching him magic. Basically, he didn't say anything, and he had to figure it out by himself. Now he could understand King Arthur's powerlessness when facing Merlin. Zheng Bin sighed and could only close his eyes and feel it. Theories, knowledge, and concepts that are well known to the public can also become the foundation of magic. Now that he is in Merlin's treasure, the foundation he wants to build must naturally conform to the setting of Avalon. He carefully recalled the magic notes he had read from Merlin and everything he had learned about Avalon, fairy tales, etc. Soon, a complete set of magic, trap foundation system appeared in Zheng Bin's mind. He built all the complicated clues one by one, and soon, a strong light shone around him, and a complex magic pattern appeared on the soles of his feet. However, this magic pattern appeared for only a few seconds and quickly disappeared. Yes, that's it. Merlin's eyes lit up and praised. You have already found a little trick. After the magic pattern disappeared, Zheng Bin closed his eyes, thinking about which link he had disassembled wrong just now. This time he took longer to build than last time, and when he opened his eyes again, the magic pattern appeared again. This time it lasted longer than last time, but it disappeared again before he could perform the magic. Zheng Bin frowned and thought, what went wrong? He sorted out the clues again without giving up. It's done, Merlin said on the side. For you who are in contact with Avalon for the first time, it is already amazing to be able to build a magic base here, although it is still a little short. But when you get to a world you're more familiar with, I believe you can build it. A strong light appeared, and Merlin opened his eyes wide, because he felt a very familiar breath from this magic pattern. This is the breath of magic. Could it be done? Huge amounts of blue flame appeared in Zheng Bin's palm. He held the flame and looked at Merlin. Merlin said with a complicated expression, "You have succeeded. This young human's ability to magic is so high. Many people in modern society think that magic ability equals magic circuit, which is wrong, because they have no way to build a magic base by themselves. Basically, all magicians are sharing the magic base handed down from the past. In fact, magic circuit is only a part of magic ability. The ability to build a magic base is the most representative of magic ability. Anyone who has come into contact with it knows how complicated it is to build a magic base, especially the base required for advanced magic. Even Merlin himself needs a long time to study. And Zheng Bin was able to find the key point so quickly. Zheng Bin put away the blue flame. He closed his eyes and recalled the feeling of having just successfully performed magic. This magic base has been left by Zheng Bin in Merlin's Avalon. This base is built according to this world, and is not applicable in other worlds, so it can only be left to Merlin. Merlin took back the treasure, and Zheng Bin found that they were back to Merlin's house. After returning, Zheng Bin tried to build a magic base on Sakar. In this way, he could use magic even on Sakar, because Zheng Bin's own magic power was very abundant. If he only used simple magic, it would be a waste of talent. So after building a few simple magic bases, he began to try to build more complex and larger magic bases. A huge and extremely complex magic base was entrenched on the ground veins of Sakar. Zheng Bin spent too much time on this magic base, and before he had time to use it, it was time for him and Emma to return to Earth. Before Zheng Bin left, Hai Lin felt reluctant to leave. He was really curious about how powerful the magic performed by this magic base would be. However, Zheng Bin did not miss it at all. He summoned the Conqueror King and left on the God Wheel. What Zheng Bin did not expect was that in just half a year away, the Earth has changed so much. Host, humanity is going to perish. As soon as the Conqueror's Wheel of Divine Power entered the Earth, Zheng Bin heard the mechanical sound of the system in his mind. He could actually hear the panic from the flat mechanical sound. What's wrong? Ding. Issue a task, eliminate Captain America, and draw a reward card once. Ding. Issue a task, eliminate Iron Man, and draw a reward card once. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Ding. Issue a task, eliminate Black Widow, and draw a reward card once. The system issued dozens of tasks in one go, and the targets to be eliminated included people Zheng Bin knew, or superheroes he had heard of. Zheng Bin was puzzled. Aren't these people all on the side of justice? Many of these people have saved the Earth before. So how come they have become dangerous people who will lead to the destruction of humanity? Oh, host, the world has changed now, and justice and evil have reversed. The people who were once evil have now become righteous, and the people who were originally righteous have all become evil. Why did this happen? Although his ability is very powerful now, and he can summon heroic spirits to help, but it is unrealistic for him to fight so many superheroes alone. And even if he has this ability, if he just completes the task, the good and evil in this world will return to normal. By then, all the superheroes will be killed by him. Does he have to maintain the world order by himself? By then, he won't have to do anything, and will just chase the villains every day. The most important thing now is that he has to find out the reason why this happened. Solve this problem from the root. I declare that Manhattan will be the capital of our mutant from today on. Ordinary humans who are not of my race will be given 1 day to evacuate. Tomorrow, we will clear Manhattan and strangle all ordinary humans who are still here. Just as the Conqueror King stopped the Shinwei wheel on the top floor of Shin Industry, Zheng Bin heard a broadcast that resounded throughout New York. The voice on the broadcast was very familiar to him. Jean Grey. Zheng Bin was once moved by her feelings. It must be said that this girl left a mark in his heart with death. So, he immediately recognized the voice of Mutant Grey. What happened? 480, Jean Grey must have died at that time. Died in his hands. How did she come back to life? Also, how could Professor X agree to her saying what she just said? Zheng Bin felt very confused about the current situation. The most urgent thing was to find Emma first and figure out what happened. As soon as he entered the office, he saw that the employees of Shun Industry were in a mess because of the broadcast just now. It's terrible. Where did the superheroes go? Why didn't they come out to protect us? We should have killed all these damn mutants. That's right. Emma Frost, a mutant, didn't feel angry at all when she heard these words. She was also very dissatisfied with the behavior of the X-Men. They have recently changed their style of behavior and showed strong hostility towards ordinary humans. Add to that Jean Grey's broadcast today. In just a few months, Professor X's decades of hard work have been destroyed. Although mutants did need to tolerate many things when getting along with ordinary humans in the past. But the relationship between the two sides has indeed become better and better. Emma Frost doesn't understand why they want to break this balance now. Boss, I don't know who discovered Jungbin first and shouted. Others looked over after hearing it. Boss, you're finally back. The nervous mood of everyone was soothed after seeing Jungbin. Their boss is also a superhero. He will definitely protect them. Boss, Emma saw Jungbin and walked quickly to him. Jungbin nodded and then said to the employees present, from today, Shun Industry will be on holiday, with pay, and the working hours will be notified separately. Everyone was shocked. What does this mean? Even Jungbin can't protect them, so they have to be driven away? There will be a big battle in Yuyuan next. I suggest you leave New York, or even leave the United States. When Shun Industry notifies you to go to work, the situation will be stable. Many people showed reluctance on their faces. Magnesium is their home, and it was hard for them to leave so suddenly. Jungbin saw the expressions on their faces and didn't persuade them much. He had said everything he should say and tried his best to compensate them. It's their own life anyway, so let them decide for themselves. After arranging the whereabouts of the employees, Jungbin took Emma Frost into his own office. Tell me, what happened in the past 6 months when I was away? Emma Frost's mutant ability is telepathy. As long as she wants, it is very easy to explore the world. So many things have happened during this period of time, and she has already used her ability to find out. Jungbin asked and immediately answered. The world has been in chaos, and the Avengers have fallen apart. Captain America Steve Rogers has become a dictator, and he has quantized and trapped all the superheroes he thinks are potential threats to the world. Iron Man now lives in San Francisco. Some time ago, he spread Extremis, a virus that is said to make people perfect. Once used, their physique, appearance, and IQ can all be improved. Now the people of Magnesium are scrambling for this virus. This virus needs to be injected continuously and is expensive. Many people have turned to crime in order to have money to buy this virus. During this period, the crime rate in the United States has increased by 50%. Black Widow and Hawkeye agree with Captain America's dictatorial approach and are now assisting him. 11. Emma told the information of the superheroes whose temperaments had changed that she had investigated one by one. Some of them were people Jungbin had heard of or knew before. Some of them were people he didn't know. At all 2.4, Emma Frost mentioned more than a dozen superheroes in a row, forcing Jungbin to interrupt him first. Where's Spider-Man? His few friends on Earth are what he cares about most. When Captain America quantized the superhero, Spider-Man escaped, but I couldn't find out where he went. But I don't think he was affected too much. Speaking of Spider-Man, Emma Frost's expression became embarrassed. In addition to the original Spider-Man, there is another one now. Jungbin, who was browsing the latest news on his computer, was stunned for a moment. Who? Gwen Stacy. Gwen. Yes. I don't know why she mutated yet, but she is in the camp of the captain of Magnesium. In the camp of the dictatorial captain of Magnesium. Could it be that Gwen Stacy was also affected? How did this happen? The Magnesium is in chaos now, and even Jungbin feels a little headache. To know what happened first, it seems that we have to contact these mutated superheroes first. Emma, help me contact the captain of Magnesium. Emma Frost said worriedly. Boss, the captain of Magnesium is no longer the good guy you remember. Jungbin interrupted. Don't worry, help me arrange it first. Emma Frost had to leave to contact the Avengers and convey Jungbin's meaning. Now Jungbin is the only one left in the office. Zhang Bin closed his eyes and felt the magic on the earth. A faint light began to shine around him. General Ross used to hate the Avengers the most. To be more precise, he hated all the people who had uncontrollable power for him. The Hulk, Captain Magnesium, Iron Man, Zhang Bin. These people were all his biggest worries. So he never thought that one day he would reach a consensus with these people. The new satellite we bought from Tony Stark has been launched and can be put into use from today. At that time, we can monitor all the communication equipment in Magnesium. Very good. Captain Magnesium nodded, and his blue eyes that were once as warm as the sea were now only cold. The computer screen was distorted, and then Tony Stark's face appeared. Surprise! Tony Stark smiled and greeted Captain Magnesium and General Ross on the other side. Tony Stark, how dare you invade the network of the Magnesium government? General Ross shouted at the screen. Calm down. I just came to find out about the satellite. Stark, the satellite has started to operate. Although we have a pleasant cooperation, but the captain of Magnesium said in a low voice with a murderous aura, if you invade the government network without permission again next time, I will regard it as a provocation to the authority of Magnesium. Tony Stark smiled carelessly, not taking the threat of the other party to heart at all. Don't worry, I'm very happy in San Francisco now, and I don't have time to care about your things. Hang up, General Ross complained. Tony Stark is always so out of tune. To be honest, I don't want to use his company's products. We can monitor the whole Magnesium, and now he can do the same. Only his products can meet our needs. I will keep an eye on him. Once he poses a threat to Magnesium, I will definitely get rid of him. The cold look of the captain of Magnesium is completely unimaginable. Not long ago, he and Tony Stark were comrades who went through life and death together. General Ross was stunned when he heard this, and after a long time he said, I hope you can do what you said. Definitely. Suddenly, General Ross's cell phone rang. Hello, General. There is a new development in Shun Industry that you have been keeping an eye on. Their chairman Zhang Bin finally showed up at the company today and laid off the employees. What else? He is still in the company and has not come out yet. Okay. General Ross put down his phone and looked at the captain of the Magnesium country. Our key observation target has appeared. 000 in this short period of time, the Magnesium government has been reshuffled. It has become very difficult for Emma Frost to contact their person in charge as before. Zhang Bin said that he wanted to have a face-to-face meeting with the captain of the Magnesium country. Emma Frost tried for several days, but to no avail. Just when she was at a loss, the captain of the Magnesium country actually came to her door. Captain Magnesium came to God Industries alone. At this time, all the ordinary employees in God Industries had left and went to seek refuge. However, Jean Grey said that all people without the X gene should be expelled. The employees of the security department were all mutants, so they were naturally not among them. Emma Frost called back all the members of the security department scattered around the world, just in case. As soon as Captain Magnesium stepped into the office of God Industries, he saw that it was full of mutants and frowned. In the past, Captain Magnesium always looked at the world with tolerance and love. Including mutants who posed a great threat to ordinary humans, he would try his best to understand them. But now Captain Magnesium, whose mind has been completely distorted, has only coldness in his heart. He has become like General Ross, hating everything in the world that is not under his control. He is now a dictator who wants to control the world and kill all dangers in the cradle. And the first group he intends to attack is the most dangerous group in the world, mutants. A hint of killing intent flashed across the azure eyes of the Magnesium captain, and then quickly hid. But now is not the time. He came today. There are more important things to do. Captain of Magnesium? Emma Frost was originally talking to an employee and was a little surprised to see the sudden appearance of the Magnesium captain. What are you doing here? Don't you want to see me? The Magnesium captain asked back. He has received the message from below. Emma Frost has been contacting people from the government these days, hoping to arrange a meeting between him and Zhang Bin. Emma Frost was stunned. Yes, but is Zhang Bin here? The Magnesium captain interrupted Emma Frost. Yeah, he is. Although she didn't make an appointment with Zheng Bin, Emma Frost thought that Zheng Bin must want to see him. Emma Frost led the way and secretly used the telepathy ability to check the brain of Captain America, who was following behind her. Suddenly, her legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, she held onto the wall in time and stabilized her body. "What's wrong?" The cold voice of the captain of the Magnesium country sounded behind her. "No, it's okay," Emma Frost replied, and continued to move forward. When she invaded the brain of the captain of Magnesium, she was frightened by the dark, cold, and twisted emotions inside. She not only sensed the emotions of the captain of Magnesium, but also saw his thoughts. Kill. Kill all those who are a threat to the Earth. Kill all those who are potential criminal threats. Kill those with criminal genes. Only in this way can the Earth be forever peaceful. Captain Magnesium now has only killing in his heart. Such people are no longer the hope of Magnesium. Soon, the two of them arrived at their destination, Zheng Bin's office. Emma Frost stood in front of the office door, hesitating. After reading the heart of the captain of Magnesium, she didn't want to bring such a dangerous person to Zheng Bin. But before she made up her mind, Zheng Bin's voice came from the office. "Come in." Emma Frost had to open the door and said to the captain of Magnesium, "The boss is inside. Please come in." Captain Magnesium nodded and walked in. Then he closed the door. 066112424 Falu 181130460. Isolated Emma Frost outside the door. "Long time no see, Captain Magnesium." "Yes, long time no see." In addition to Zheng Bin, there was another acquaintance in the office. "Big liar, I came play with you." Surprised, a little girl in Lolita clothes was sitting on the big desk in the office, looking at Captain Magnesium with a smile. When Captain Magnesium saw Tong Yao, disgust flashed in his eyes, and he said to Zheng Bin, "You shouldn't let her out." After hearing this, Tong Yao was very angry. "Hey, what do you mean?" Captain Magnesium did not answer. He didn't even look at Tong Yao, but just stared at Zheng Bin. Zheng Bin had been observing Captain Magnesium since he entered the room. After hearing his words, he smiled and said, "You are very different from before." "Yes, I was too weak and incompetent before, just a waste. Now I feel good, and I can protect the Earth better." "Nick Fury saw you like this, but didn't say anything?" The captain of the Magnesium country did not answer Zheng Bin's words, but said directly, "I came here today to know if you are willing to join us. Let's lead this Earth together and make it better. Create absolute peace." "You?" "Yes, Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, Thor, Hulk, and your girlfriend Gwen Stacy. Also, if you join us, the Magnesium government will fully support Shin Industry. I agree." Captain America, who wanted to continue persuading, heard Zheng Bin's answer and didn't react for a while. "What did you say?" "I said I agree." Captain Magnesium showed a suspicious look, and he was interrupted by Zheng Bin before he could say a lot of persuasion. If Zheng Bin refused, he would think it was normal. He had thought of more than a dozen plans to take after being rejected by Zheng Bin. Now that he heard that Zheng Bin agreed to join them, Captain Magnesium began to doubt the other party's motives. "I thought you would refuse." "Why?" Zheng Bin looked at Captain Magnesium frankly. "I'm not a mutant, and I don't have the X gene. Their actions this time are also aimed at me. What about the mutant employees in your company? 533, I will dismiss them today." Captain Magnesium looked at Zheng Bin uncertainly. He didn't believe a word of what Zheng Bin just said, but he couldn't give up an ally like Zheng Bin. Jean Grey was reborn because of Phoenix Force, and now she is extremely powerful with the Phoenix calendar. This battle is definitely a tough one. They may even lose. At this time, Zheng Bin's "if" is particularly important. The captain of Magnesium thought for a long time, and finally said to Zheng Bin, "Welcome to join us." "My honor." After reaching a consensus with Zheng Bin, the captain of Magnesium left his office. He did not even look at Tong Yao, who was sitting next to him. After the captain of Magnesium walked away, Zheng Bin looked at Tong Yao, who was sitting next to him, and said, "Seth, follow him." Tong Yao muttered angrily, "This big liar has become so annoying now. When he recovers, I will definitely scold him to death. While scolding, she went in the direction of the captain of Magnesium. Tong Yao once entered Captain Marvel's consciousness and made her regain consciousness after being controlled by Mind Gem. But Captain Magnesium now looks very sober, completely different from the controlled Captain Marvel. He was not sure whether Tong Yao's ability would work. In order not to alert the enemy, Tong Yao was not allowed to take action just now, but asked to follow Captain Magnesium quietly. Wait until Captain Magnesium goes to bed at night before entering his consciousness. Emma, disband the mutant employees first, and give them paid vacations like other employees. The mutant employees of Shun Industrial are of relatively low level, which is more than enough to deal with ordinary people, but not enough in this war. Zheng Binduo reminded, let them hide for a while and don't get involved in this war. Okay, after this matter is done, you hide too. Emma Frost shook her head. No, I'm a mutant. I can go to the mutant camp to help you get information. And my level is high. They will accept me. No need. Zhongbin refused. The current leader of mutant is Qin Guan, and she and Emma Frost have always had a grudge. And this world has gone crazy. The situation of mutant is completely different from before. Zhongbin doesn't know whether Emma Frost will be accepted in the past. He will never let Emma Frost take risks in the past. You find a place to hide, and you can come out after I solve everything. Okay, this matter does not need to be discussed. Zhongbin's attitude is very tough, and Emma Frost has to bite her lip unwillingly. At night, Zhongbin returned to his home. Now all the employees of Shun Industrial are on vacation, and it is useless for him, the boss, to stay there. After opening the door, Zhongbin's hand that was about to turn on the light paused. Who's there? He sensed the breath of other people in the room, and the smell of blood in the room was obvious. It's me, Peter. Zhongbin immediately recognized the owner of the voice and turned on the light. The dark living room suddenly became brightly lit. Peter Parker was lying on his carpet at the moment, and blood was constantly oozing from his abdomen where he covered his hands. Seeing the scene in front of him, Zhongbin walked forward worriedly and squatted down to check his injuries. Are you okay? Peter Parker's eyes were fixed on Zhongbin's face, not missing the slightest change in his expression. He found that his friend was not affected and showed a weak smile. It's really good that you haven't changed. Perhaps, seeing Zhongbin too relieved, the tense nerves finally relaxed. After saying this, Peter Parker fainted. Peter! Zhongbin took out the bandage from a medical kit and wanted to stop Peter Parker's bleeding first. However, Peter Parker's self-healing ability was very strong. When he took out the bandage, the blood had stopped flowing. He cut open Peter Parker's tights with scissors to prevent the wound from sticking to the clothes when healing. After he finished these things, he sat next to Peter Parker, waiting for him to wake up. The captain of the Magnesium Kingdom went back to the Avengers building. Most of the superheroes were out on missions or busy with their own things. Now, there were only Black Widow and the new Wonder Man Luke Cage in the base. Black Widow saw Captain America appear 470 and went to meet him. How is it? He agreed. The captain of the Magnesium Kingdom took out the weapon hidden on his body and placed it on the table. This weapon was brought to Earth by Thor, a high-tech product from other planets in the universe. Black Widow frowned. I don't believe him. I don't believe him either, whether he is sincere or not. Let this news out first and let Mutant know about it. Black Widow instantly understood the intention of the captain of the Magnesium country. Since Zheng Bin has agreed to cooperate with the Avengers, he will not deny this news. When Mutant knows about this, the first thing to do is to cut off the possibility of their cooperation with Peaky. People like Zheng Bin, even if they're not in their own camp, must not be allowed to go to the enemy's camp. It would be even better if Mutant reacted violently after knowing it. Fighting directly with Zheng Bin, no matter who wins or loses, the Avengers will always benefit. Black Widow said to Captain America, I will arrange this matter later. The Power Man was just a folk hero before and had never had contact with the official, so he had no idea about Takashi Sakamoto's past deeds. He understood the deep meaning between the two people's words and felt very puzzled. Is this Zheng Bin really that strong? So strong that you need a plot like this? Captain America looked at Wonder Man seriously. He is the key to the victory or defeat of this war. Too many things have happened recently, and Peter Parker is restless even in his sleep, frowning all the time. Peter Parker waved his arms in the air and woke up from a nightmare. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Zhang Bin sitting next to him. He calmed down and turned his head to say to Zhang Bin with a smile, "Brother, I am really happy to see you." "Me too." Zhang Bin pointed to his abdomen. "How is your wound now?" Peter Parker smiled nonchalantly. "Don't worry. This kind of wound will recover quickly even if you ignore it." "That's good. If you're not seriously injured, let's talk about business first. Tell me all the information you have found now. Also, who hurt you so badly?" Zhang Bin got straight to the point. He wanted to solve the matter as soon as possible and return the world to normal. He used to think that the superheroes of SHIELD and the X-Men were all mentally ill. They fought and sacrificed for the so-called love and justice every day, and they also liked to come and disturb his life. Until yesterday, he saw the eyes of the captain of the Magnesium Kingdom. He knew that these eyes were full of warmth and hope before, but now there was only thick and indissoluble darkness. Now he actually missed the way these people used to be. Before they make more unforgivable mistakes, they must be restored to normal as soon as possible. Otherwise, when they return to normal, the guilt alone will drive them to death. Professor X was killed by Cyclops, and his body was stolen by HYDRA. The current situation should be caused by HYDRA. Cyclops. Zhang Bin saw the way Mutant acted now and guessed that Professor X must have met with an accident. But why was it Cyclops? "Humans on Earth, I am Jean Grey." The sound of the radio from the street interrupted Peter Parker's words. "Listen, this is our last warning to you. In the past week, we have defeated countless armed forces trying to retake the new mutant capital. You ignored what I said, and such an attack has completely angered us. I say again, Manhattan is ours. From now on, where we will occupy and how many people will die depends on whether you listen to me carefully. The mutant kingdom has been established. We will never let you decide our fate again. We will never 0.9 kowtow to you bastards again, and patiently look forward to peaceful coexistence." Zhang Bin and Peter Parker looked at each other, and they thought at the same time. This is a declaration of war. The Magnesium government will never allow this mutant kingdom to exist. The Avengers will not let them develop. It seems that the war between Mutant and the Avengers is imminent. Before Zhang Bin sorted out his thoughts, the voice of the system sounded in his mind again. Host Tong Yao was killed and returned to the Heroic Spirit Library. It can only be used after the freezing period ends, and the freezing period is 180 days. How is it possible? Zhang Bin had fought with the captain of Magnesium. The captain of Magnesium is not bad, but he is still far behind the Heroic Spirit. How could Tong Yao be killed by him? Did Blacken's captain of Magnesium increase in strength? Or did he use some means? Zhang Bin's face was very ugly. Peter Parker saw it and thought he was worried about Mutant. But he didn't know how to comfort Zhang Bin because he was also worried. Thinking of what he found when he sneaked into Manhattan last night, Peter Parker looked very uneasy. "Yesterday, I found something with Mutant, a gene bomb." Zhang Bin knew what Mutant wanted to do as soon as he heard it. "Are you targeting ordinary humans without the X gene in their bodies?" "Yes." 24-inch, did you get injured because you want to check this?" "Yes." Peter Parker said anxiously. "We must stop Mutant." Zhang Bin definitely knew that he had to stop Mutant. But what would happen after stopping it? If they stop it once, they will have a second and third time. Killing all the mutants in Manhattan is the only way to solve the problem once and for all. But do we really have to do it? And Tong Yao is now frozen. Zhang Bin doesn't know what she has experienced with the captain of the Magnesium country. What method should be used to make everyone return to normal? Just as Zhang Bin was thinking, his cell phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Captain?" Peter Parker, who was sitting next to him, widened his eyes and looked at Zhang Bin in disbelief after hearing Zhang Bin's name. "Okay, I'll go there now." As soon as Zhang Bin hung up the phone, Peter Parker couldn't wait to ask, "Was that man the captain of the Magnesium Kingdom just now?" "Yes." "Oh my God," Peter Parker shouted. "Even if Mutant did something wrong, you shouldn't join the Avengers. They are crazy." Steve Rogers has now become a radical peace defender. He said that he would kill all those who might threaten the Earth. If they are carrying criminal genes or have potential criminal potential, they must be killed. Even babies are not spared. And he used a machine to shrink those who opposed him and trap them in a subatomic ant farm. Fortunately, I ran fast. Peter Parker regained his chatterbox nature and spoke as fast as a machine gun. They're now just affected by Professor X's brain. I will contact them first to see if I can find a way to recover. Peter Parker was very worried. They're completely different from before. You must be careful. Okay, you too. After saying goodbye to Peter Parker, Jung Bin came to the current base of the Avengers. As soon as he walked in, everyone in the room turned their heads and stared at him. In addition to a few familiar faces he had dealt with, there were also some superheroes he had never seen before. Among so many people, he saw the girl in tights at first sight. Gwen. Gwen Stacy looked up in surprise. "Bin, why are you here?" "I should ask you this question." When Jung Bin approached Gwen Stacy, he could feel that her aura was completely different from before. Gwen blinked at Jung Bin, jumped up, and easily jumped to the height of the ceiling. Then her feet stuck to the ceiling and she hung upside down. Her line of sight was exactly parallel to Jung Bin's line of sight. She looked into Jung Bin's eyes and showed a sweet smile, reaching out and touching his cheek. "Look, I also have special abilities now, and you and I are from the same world." Before Jung Bin could say anything, the god of power, standing beside him, made a dissatisfied voice first. "We are here to discuss business, not to watch you two lovers fall in love." Gwen Stacy's smile disappeared. Her feet left the ceiling. She somersaulted in midair and landed on the ground gracefully. "If you don't want to watch, you can leave first. Anyway, with your ability, it won't be of much help here." "Ah, little girl, you think you're so powerful just because you can spray some cobweb?" The Wonder Man was angered by Gwen Stacy's sarcasm. He deliberately showed off his muscles, and in contrast, Lou and Stacy's figure looked particularly petite. When the captain of the Magnesium Country walked in, he saw the two men at loggerheads and shouted, "Stop!" Hearing Captain America's voice, both of them stopped. Captain America looked at them gloomily. Gwen Stacy and Wonder Man felt the pressure from Captain America and stopped talking. "Captain, don't be so serious. Don't scare the little girl." A casual male voice appeared behind Captain America, and everyone looked over. Iron Man was wearing sunglasses and walked in gracefully. He found that everyone was looking at him, and he enjoyed the feeling of being noticed and smiled. "Hi." Jung Bin looked at Iron Man, and this showy look didn't seem to make much difference. But Emma had heard about his deeds in San Francisco. Jung Bin knew that the person in front of him had lost his warm heart. Iron Man noticed Jung Bin in the crowd, just glanced at him lightly, and then looked away. Captain America said, "I asked you to come here today to introduce you to a new partner. I believe everyone has noticed that it is Jung Bin, the chairman of Shun Industry." Everyone's eyes fell on Jung Bin, and many people looked at him with suspicion. Power Man spoke again. "Who doesn't know that the security department of Shun Industry is full of mutants? He is not a spy sent by Mutant, right?" Jung Bin just glanced at him and didn't say anything. He disdained to answer such idiotic words. Power Man felt Jung Bin's contempt for him, and his face turned red, and he wanted to say something. Captain America interrupted him impatiently. "You don't need to worry about this kind of thing. Okay, Stark and Jung Bin stay, and the rest of you can do your own things." After hearing this, Power Man glared at Jung Bin angrily and left with the others. Although he was very dissatisfied, he did not dare to disobey Captain America's orders. In fact, Power Man's strength should be not far from Captain America's. But after the change of his personality, Captain America's temperament was completely different. Let the Wonder Man be afraid of him. "Captain, do you know that I am very busy? Why did you ask me to come back from San Francisco?" After the scene was cleared, Tony Stark asked, "Of course it's about Mutant. We found out through the satellite we bought from you that Mutant is preparing something very dangerous, genetic bomb. Zhang Bin and Tony Stark were very calm after hearing this, and they were not surprised at all. Zhang Bin knew about this from Peter Parker before, and he was mentally prepared. And Tony Stark has many ways to get information, and he knew about this a long time ago. Captain America saw the reactions of the two, raised his eyebrows, and continued. You two are geniuses. I kept you here to see if you have any countermeasures. Tony Stark said coldly, I've been busy with extremists recently, and I don't have time to deal with these boring things. You leave it to Mr. Zhang. Captain America frowned when he heard the word extremists. In his opinion, extremists is no less harmful to the Earth than mutant. It's just that the war with mutant is imminent now, and he still needs Tony Stark's help, so he can't let things get out of hand for now. When things are over, the next target will be Tony Stark and his extremists. Leave it to me then. Zhang Bin took on the task, but I have to contact mutant first before I can come up with a solution. Captain America looked at Zhang Bin suspiciously and finally agreed, Okay, but you have to let Natasha Romanoff go with you. No problem. It seems that the matter has been resolved, so I'll go back to San Francisco. Tony Stark said, and summoned his ire electric gauge. Zhang Bin found that Tony Stark's armor had changed color. The previous armor was red and gold, and it looked full of enthusiasm. And Qian's current armor is all white, which seems to be flawless at first glance, but it makes people feel cold for no reason. The change in armor is the same as the feeling Tony Stark gave before and after his personality change. Tony Stark often smiles now, but his smile has lost its humanity, only coldness. Wait, Captain America stopped Tony Stark. The war between us and mutant could break out at any time. You should wait in New York for the next few days. Okay. Tony Stark obediently removed his armor and showed a perfect smile. Who made me one of the Avengers, a hero of this world? Did you go to the universe before? Black Widow, who was walking beside Zhang Bin, asked. Yes. Zhang Bin was not surprised that Black Widow knew about this. He never hid his whereabouts. The U.S. government must have noticed that he came back from the universe. Is the universe fun? Not bad. Zhang Bin asked casually. By the way, where is Nick Fury? I don't think I've seen him since I came back. He is in a safe place now. Zhang Bin saw Black Widow's indifferent expression and stopped asking. Black Widow worked under Nick Fury for such a long time and had a deep relationship with him. But after being affected, even his feelings should have been affected. Talking about Nick Fury is like talking about an unrelated person. Zhang Bin took Black Widow to the parking lot. His limited black sports car was very conspicuous in the parking lot. Black Widow sighed after seeing it. Your aesthetics in this aspect are really similar to Stark. Zhang Bin looked puzzled. A beautiful woman with a luxurious car is loved by all men in the world. It is not Tony Stark's privilege. Why drag him out? Walking to the side of the sports car, Black Widow saw a girl with long black hair sitting in the passenger seat. Black Widow raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhang Bin. Who is this? My new secretary, Sanzang. After Xuanzang Sanzang got out of the car, he put his hands together and saluted Black Widow. Black Widow knew that the girl in front of him was performing a Buddhist salute to her, but the girl's clothes were very revealing, and the salute looked out of place. But it was very strange that Black Widow could see a trace of holy light from her, wearing such clothes. She nodded and greeted Sanzang. Hello. Sanzang, how is it? Xuanzang Sanzang nodded to Zhang Bin. It should be okay. Let's do it. Black Widow heard the threat from the two people's incomprehensible conversation and quickly pulled out the pistol hanging on the outside of her thigh. However, Xuanzang Sanzang's movements were faster. She put her hands together and said, Sanzang's teachings. After the skill was released, huge amounts of light shone on Black Widow and Xuanzang Sanzang. After the light faded, Black Widow stood there with a blank face. Zhang Bin asked, Is it done? Xuanzang Sanzang looked at Black Widow carefully. Her previous chaotic state has been resolved by me, and she should be back to normal. Black Widow seemed to wake up suddenly from a dream, and her eyes regained their spirit. She looked at Zhang Bin in shock. Oh my God, what happened to me before? Zhang Bin was relieved. It seemed to be recovered. After Tong Yao returned to the heroic spirit card, Zheng Bin looked at all the cards in his hand. Among many casters, Zheng Bin felt that only Xuanzang Sanzang's skill could remove the negative mental state, so he summoned her out. However, this skill can only be used on one's own people. Fortunately, Zheng Bin had accepted Captain America's invitation and joined the Avengers. He originally planned to take Gwen Stacy away today to try whether Xuanzang Sanzang's skill is useful. Who knew that Captain America asked Black Widow to follow him? This is also good. A sober Black Widow can bring him greater help. Zheng Bin stood aside to give Black Widow some time to sober up. Black Widow sorted out what happened recently and felt very upset. She looked at Zheng Bin with a look of help. Let's talk about it after we go to Manhattan. The panicked Black Widow felt much more at ease when she saw Zheng Bin's calm appearance. Okay, I just blocked the camera in the parking lot and the signal of the listening device on you. I will unblock it after leaving the parking lot. You have to continue to act as before and don't let Captain America get suspicious. Got it. Acting is Black Widow's forte, and she has used it to deceive countless mission targets. It shouldn't be difficult to deceive Captain America. As soon as the car drove out of the parking lot, Natasha Romanoff's communicator rang. Zheng Bin and Natasha Romanoff looked at each other, nodded, and she picked up the communicator. Hello, Captain? Yes, I'm on the way now. Oh, really? I'm not too sure. Zheng Bin, who was sitting nearby, heard that Captain America was probably asking Black Widow about the failure of the listening device. Captain America is now a dictator who wants to control everything. He definitely monitored the entire process of Zheng Bin and Natasha Romanoff going to the mutant base. I never thought that Captain America, who always pursues human rights, would one day install listening devices on others. Black Widow said a few words and sent Captain America away. The two of them came to the border of Manhattan without saying a word. A mutant raised his hand to Zheng Bin and stopped his car. The mutant looked at the X-gene detector in his hand and found that the two people in the car were not mutants and shouted loudly. No one is allowed to enter if you're not a mutant. You still have a chance to leave. If you don't leave in 10 seconds, I will attack you. Zheng Bin and Black Widow got off the car at the same time. We are representatives sent by the Avengers. My name is Zheng Bin. I hope to meet Jean Grey. Avengers? Upon hearing these words, Mutant immediately took a defensive posture and turned on the intercom hanging on his ear. Two people came here claiming to be representatives of the Avengers. One of them is called Zheng Bin. They want to meet the leader. Okay. After Mutant hung up the intercom, he looked at Zheng Bin and the others with a wary look. You wait here. The leader is not here today. The person in charge will be here soon. Soon, the person in charge mentioned by Mutant appeared. This person was an old acquaintance of Wu, Cyclops. Zheng Bin was a little surprised when he saw Cyclops. He heard from Peter Parker that Professor X was killed by Cyclops. Professor X's position in Mutant is very important. He originally thought that Cyclops must have been killed or imprisoned. Unexpectedly, Cyclops can now be a person in charge in the country of Mutant. Besides, he can make decisions on behalf of Jean Grey, the leader, so he seems to have a lot of power. And after not seeing him for a while, Cyclops seems to be more calm than before. In the past, every time he saw Cyclops, he would look at him as if he were the murderer of his father. Later, after Jean Grey died, he never saw Cyclops again. When he saw Cyclops this time, his attitude became very calm, and he had no malice at all. Is this because his personality has changed, or has something happened? Follow me. Cyclops led Zheng Bin and Black Widow to the center of Manhattan. They occupied a building as their office. After they entered, many people stopped their work and greeted Cyclops. Zheng Bin saw a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. He recognized her with her shining blonde hair and graceful figure at a glance. Emma Frost. At the moment, Emma Frost, who was not far away, also saw Zheng Bin and froze in place. Zheng Bin had asked Emma to hide before, and she had clearly agreed, but who knew that she would appear in the mutant's base in the blink of an eye? Zheng Bin suppressed his dissatisfaction, glanced at Emma Frost expressionlessly, and left with Cyclops. Tell me, what is the purpose of your visit today? Black Widow saw Zheng Bin didn't speak, so he had to answer Cyclops' question. We came here today to solve the problem peacefully with mutant. Peaceful solution? What is the solution? You evacuate Manhattan and dissolve the mutant kingdom. Sign a peace agreement with the magnesium government, and we promise not to start a war against you. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After listening, Cyclops laughed sarcastically. Do you think it's possible? Promise not to start a war against us? I think you are afraid. Seeing the powerful strength of our mutant, you realize your own insignificance. The weak should act like the weak. If you want to coexist peacefully, give us Manhattan and recognize the mutant kingdom. Black Widow frowned. The magnesium kingdom will never recognize you. It seems that we can't reach an agreement. 0. Cyclops' attitude was very tough, and he had no intention of negotiating. Black Widow felt that there was no point in them staying any longer, so he stood up. In that case, we'll leave first. Do you think the mutant kingdom is a place where you can come and go as you please? Cyclops pressed the button on the table, and a group of mutants immediately rushed in from the door. Black Widow's face turned ugly. It seems that mutant wants to tear their faces off today. Maybe he will use her and Jung Bin as an excuse to start a war? Black Widow looked at Jung Bin beside her anxiously. If you want to break through the attacks of so many mutants, you can only rely on Jung Bin now. Jung Bin didn't say a word from beginning to end, and until now, he was still sitting calmly on the chair. He looked at Cyclops and asked, "What if I must leave?" Qin Guang. Cyclops was stunned for a moment when he heard Jung Bin's last name, and then smiled. The group of mutants who were just called in were very calm after hearing Jung Bin's name, as if they had known about this for a long time. Only the black woman standing aside showed a surprised expression. She was a little overwhelmed. Jean? Could it be Jean Grey? Cyclops, no. It should be Jean Grey who waved his hand, and the mutant who rushed in 160 just now left immediately. There were only 3 of them left in the room again. Jung Bin's body was strengthened and had the same sensing ability as the heroic spirit. And intuition is also a kind of sensing ability. Although the Cyclops controlled by Jean Grey was perfect in both tone of voice and facial expressions and movements. But Jung Bin just felt something was wrong. He was not 100% sure that Cyclops was actually Jean Grey. He just lied just now. Who knew that the other party would admit it directly? Thinking about the attitude of the group of mutants just now, Jung Bin guessed that this should be the punishment for Cyclops killing Professor X. If he guessed correctly, Cyclops' body was no longer controlled by him, but by Jean Grey. Jean Grey knew that Jung Bin had always been very powerful and had many tricks. She didn't ask him how he saw through it, and smiled and said, "Mr. Jung is really amazing." As soon as she finished speaking, the smile on her face disappeared immediately, and she looked at Zheng Qi with cold eyes. But it's a pity that you are on the wrong side. Jean Grey's attitude towards Jung Bin is completely different from before she died. Maybe she still has a little attachment to Jung Bin now, but she has been reborn with the help of Phoenix Force. This time, she can completely suppress the negative impact of Phoenix Force on her. When she was possessed by Phoenix Force for the first time, she was completely controlled. Phoenix Force infinitely magnified her negative emotions, making her unable to control her desires and greed. She was like Beast, completely without reason, acting only on instinct and doing many things that she couldn't understand now. This time, she was completely awake, and she suppressed Phoenix Force, and she was much stronger than before in both spirit and strength. Now, when facing Jung Bin, she could be very rational. Jung Bin naturally noticed the changes in Jean Grey. He had heard of Phoenix Force, but didn't know much about it. He just felt that Jean Grey now looked more like a normal person and could communicate normally. I don't know if I'm standing in the wrong place yet. Jung Bin would not be scared by Jean Grey's moodiness, and said with a smile, "As for you, if the professor knew what the door did, he would be very disappointed." When Jean Grey heard Jung Bin mention Professor X, he said, unmoved, "The professor's idea is too naive. Despicable humans will never dare to face our strength. You will only persecute us constantly because of fear until the extinction of the mutant race." I found that after giving up the hope of peaceful coexistence, mutants will live better. This world also needs a new master. Jean Grey put her hand on the special glasses. Black Widow and Zhang Bin saw her action and knew that Jean Grey was going to use Cyclops' body to attack now. Black Widow took the pistol tied to the outside of his thigh and pointed it at Jean Grey, making a visit to Chu Jia. Two strong lasers shot out from Cyclops' eyes and shot at Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin's right hand condensed into a big sword to block the laser. He pulled Black Widow, who was standing beside him, to his side and hugged her waist. Then he used his body to break the floor-to-ceiling glass window behind him with the impact of the laser and jumped directly from the high-rise. Zhang Bin hugged Black Widow and fell rapidly in midair. The speed of descent was too fast, and the wind blew Black Widow so hard that she couldn't open her eyes. She could only close her eyes and hug Zhang Bin tightly. Zhang Bin snapped his fingers, and they immediately stopped descending and floated in midair. Black Widow felt the change and opened her eyes and found that she and Zhang Bin were now standing steadily in midair. She felt like there was something holding her up under her feet. This was the wind summoned by Zhang Bin using magic. As soon as he returned to Earth, he began to build the Magic 24 base on the Earth's veins. Merlin's Avalon is a completely detached existence, a fictional legendary world, in which Zhang Bin can find the rules and build his own magic base. Not to mention the Earth, where he grew up, it is easy for him to build a magic base here. One magic base after another is built on the Earth's veins. And he's the only magician in this world, so he doesn't need to worry about others occupying his magic base and reducing the power of his magic. Because it is the magic base built by Zhang Bin himself, he only needs a simple action to complete the chanting when using most of the magic. Just like before, he snapped his fingers and summoned the wind. This invisible wind sent Zhang Bin and Black Widow out of Manhattan, and then slowly put them on the ground. It seems that Mutant is unlikely to accept our suggestion. I will go back and report to the captain now. Because he had a monitor on him, Black Widow didn't dare to say much, but just winked at Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin nodded, indicating that he understood what she meant. Peter Parker was seriously injured this time, so he spent the whole day recuperating at Zhang Bin's house. When he heard him coming back, he immediately went to meet him. Peter Parker couldn't wait to ask, "Bin, how was your day?" "I'm not sure. I have to ask her. Point 11. She? Who is she?" Whoa. Peter Parker felt very strange when he heard Zhang Bin's words at first, and then he saw a girl appear next to Zhang Bin and was scared. When he saw the girl's appearance clearly, his face turned red in an instant. The girl was very beautiful, wearing a set of revealing clothes on her hot body. Peter Parker felt that he had nowhere to put his eyes, and he looked embarrassed to peek. "Have you confirmed it?" After Zhang Bin and Black Widow left Manhattan, he assigned a task to Xuanzang Sanzang. Let her sneak into the base of Mutant to see if the core members of the X-Men are now in a state of confusion like Black Widow before. "Master, it has been confirmed. Except for the man with glasses, everyone else is in a state of confusion now." "The man with glasses? Cyclops? This man's body and soul are not the same person now. So, can you confirm this?" Xuanzang Sanzang. "Yes, his body and soul are not in any negative state." Zhang Bin frowned, which means that Jean Grey's current opposition to ordinary humans is not affected, but her choice in a sober state? Peter Parker was confused and a little anxious. "Bin, what's going on now?" "Let me introduce you. This is Xuanzang Sanzang." Xuanzang Sanzang smiled and saluted Peter Parker. Peter Parker blushed again when he came into contact with Sanzang's smile. "Hello." Her ability can make 840 affected superheroes become normal. Then let this Miss Sanzang help them recover quickly. "It's just," Zhang Bin said with some distress. Her ability can only be used on her own side. "I have joined the Avengers camp now, and she can only help the Avengers return to normal. There is no solution to the mutant problem for the time being. Mutants are now full of malice towards humans. Even if the superheroes return to their original personalities, they will not tolerate them. If Zhang Bin cannot restore both sides to normal, then the war between ordinary people and mutants will never stop. Peter Parker also felt a headache after listening to Zhang Bin's explanation. Suddenly, Zhang Bin found someone approaching the house and looked in the direction of the door. After a while, the door of his house slowly opened. Black Widow and Magneto, wearing a helmet and a cloak, walked in together. This combination is very novel. Zhang Bin was a little stunned when he saw the two standing together. "Why did you come here together?" Magneto answered first. "I heard that you went to Manhattan today, so I wanted to come here to find out about the situation. I just ran into this lady at the door, so we came in together." Magneto said it lightly, but Zhang Bin could see from the scars on Black Widow's face that the scene of the two people's just meeting was definitely not as friendly as Magneto said. Earlier today, he received a hint from Black Widow and knew that the other party would come to him, so he didn't feel strange to see Black Widow now. On the contrary, Magneto's appearance in his house made him a little puzzled. Zhang Bin looked at Magneto, waiting for his explanation. "I'm here for mutants' business. You must stop the war between mutant and ordinary people. If there is anything I need, I will do my best to help you." The three people present all looked at Magneto strangely when they heard his words. No way. Is this Magneto controlled by someone? Everyone knows that he is the most disgusted with ordinary people among the mutants. He should be very happy to see the current situation. Zhang Bin used his eyes to signal Xuanzang Sanzang, who was standing beside him. Xuanzang Sanzang nodded and looked at Magneto. After a few seconds, he nodded to Zhang Bin. Sure enough, Magneto is now in a state of chaos. This time, it is not only the originally righteous superheroes who are affected, but also some villains. You should know that Magneto has provoked wars between mutant and ordinary humans many times before, and has also established an organization to fight against ordinary humans. Zhang Bin also felt strange when he was in Manhattan. Why couldn't he see Magneto? In theory, with Magneto in the position of the mutant, this war should be led by him. Even if he gave up the position of leader because of fear of Jean Grey's Phoenix Force, Magneto should not be so obscure. After all, Magneto has been shining on this stage of hatred for ordinary humans for so many years. No one can do better than him. So, it's because of this reason, Zhang Bin suddenly looked forward to it. When Magneto recovers, he will find that he has missed such a good opportunity. He will regret it. Zhang Bin said to the two people who looked at Magneto with suspicion, "Don't worry, he is on our side." Peter Parker and Black Widow both believed in Zhang Bin's ability, and they all put aside their doubts when they heard him say that. Zhang Bin repeated what he had just said to Peter Parker, to Black Widow, and Magneto. Everyone fell into deep thought. It was impossible for Zhang Bin to join mutant. Not to mention his past with Jean Grey. He had cooperated with the Avengers many times before to complete the system's tasks. Even if Zhang Bin thought that he did not belong to any force, mutant would still regard him as a member of the Avengers. No one would believe his surrender. Magneto said to Zhang Bin, "Although Jean Grey and I had a falling out at the beginning, I believe that as long as I go back, they will definitely accept me." He pointed to his helmet and said, "And I have this. Jean Grey can't see into my heart." Magneto joining the mutant camp is at most an extra spy. If you want to activate Sanzang's skills, you must be... Wait. Zhang Bin suddenly remembered the note he had read from Merlin. It seemed that the command spells could be transferred. System, can the heroic spirits, for money, summoned from the heroic spirit library be transferred to the command spells? Host, please wait. This should be the first time the system has encountered such a problem. It ran to Ask Chaldea and came back after a long time. Host, it is possible. However, after the heroic spirit is summoned, it has occupied the host summoning quota. Even if the command spell is transferred, the host cannot summon other heroic spirits. Then how do I recover the heroic spirit? After the command spell is used, the heroic spirit will automatically return. Okay. Zhang Bin looked at the three people who were in distress and said, "I have a way. What's the solution?" After hearing Zhang Bin's words, the three of them looked at him quickly and asked impatiently, "I don't know if this solution will work. I will transfer the right to use Xuanzang Sanzang to Magneto, and Magneto will take her to join mutant. In this way, Mutant will become Sanzang's own force and can activate skills. But Zheng Bin was a little embarrassed. I don't know if Magneto can bear it. After hearing Zheng Bin's words, Magneto smiled confidently. I am Magneto. He is an Omega-level mutant, a top figure in their tribe. Although Zheng Bin is very strong, he is not weak either. Okay, Zheng Bin saw Magneto like this, and 713 couldn't refute him. Stretch out your right hand. Magneto obediently stretched out his hand and covered it with his own hand with the command spell. The hands of the two people emitted a burst of light. When Zheng Bin's hand moved away, Magneto's arm had 3 more bright red command spells. After the command spell was transferred, Magneto could feel a mysterious link between him and himself. He looked at the black-haired woman standing next to Zheng Bin. Magneto could clearly feel that this link came from this woman. It seemed to be successful. Zheng Bin breathed a sigh of relief. He was not wrong. Although this world did not have magic like Merlin, the mutant ability was the manifestation of magic in the Marvel world. Since Loki could bear the command spell, Magneto in the same world should be able to do it. However, he did not relax for long before he saw Magneto's face turn pale, kneeling on one knee on the ground and breathing heavily. What happened? I feel my mutant ability is draining away. This is a magic overdraft. Zheng Bin hurriedly taught Magneto to use the command spell to replenish his magic. After all 3 command spells were used up, Magneto felt better. Although he was still pale, he could barely stand up. After the command spell was used up, Xuanzang Sanzang also disappeared and returned to the Heroic Spirit Library. Spider-Man saw Xuanzang Sanzang suddenly become a spirit, turned into a light spot and dissipated, and asked Zheng Bin in surprise, "What happened to that lady just now?" Because Magneto used up 3 command spells, so Sanzang returned to my body. Don't worry, she is my servant, and I can summon her again when the time comes. Black Widow, who was standing aside, showed a thoughtful expression after hearing Zheng Bin's words. Peter Parker knew that the beautiful lady was not in any accident, and he was relieved. Magneto stood aside with an ugly look. He had just boasted that he could bear it not long ago, but who knew that he would be slapped in the face so soon? Zheng Bin said directly, Magneto can't bear the power required by my servant. Then is there no way now? There is one person who can, Loki. He once summoned my servant. Black Widow's eyes lit up. I know where Loki is. That's easy. Zheng Bin decided to go directly to Loki. As for whether Loki would refuse, this matter was not in his consideration at all. Loki is not good at other things, but he is the best at judging the situation. He dare not refuse Zheng Bin. There is still 1 week before the freezing time of Xuanzang Sanzang's card, and they also have 1 week to prepare. Zheng Bin asked Black Widow to go back to the Avengers and report to him in time if there is any movement. Magneto went back to the mutant camp to pave the way for Loki to join. Peter Parker is looking for allies in New York. There must be many villains like Magneto who have been reversed. They will also be a great help. Zheng Bin is on the road to find Loki. Before the 4 people acted separately, Peter Parker suggested, since we are now partners, why not give our team a name? The other 3 did not express anything after hearing this. They were not interested in this kind of thing. Peter Parker said enthusiastically, let's call it the rescue team. We are now shouldering the responsibility of saving the world. According to Black Widow's information, Loki is now in Las Vegas. In addition to Loki, there is another person there. A blonde man with a full beard and a costume is sitting drunk next to the card table in the casino. One more hand, he shouted, and then pushed all the chips on his hand out. Everyone was stunned by the man's hand after seeing it. The chips on his table must be at least tens of millions, right? A handsome man in a black suit came to the blonde man. Brother, you shouldn't stay here. New York is in chaos now. As a hero, you should go back to save the world. This blonde man is Thor, one of the Avengers. Thor glared at Loki impatiently. When did you care about these? And don't call me brother. You adopted B asterisk 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 D. None of us regard you as our home. Loki showed a sad expression. Brother, why do you say that? We are family. I love you. Get lost. Thor was so annoyed that he punched him away. Loki flew up and hit the wall of the casino hard, knocking a hole in the wall. The security guards in the casino rushed over with guns. What a TM killjoy. Seeing this, Thor knew that he could not continue to play here today. He knocked away several security guards with his bare hands and left the casino from the main entrance. Jungbin stood in the corner of the casino and witnessed the whole process and couldn't help laughing. Thinking about the evil god Loki, he always looked bitter and vengeful and looked disgusted whenever he saw Thor. Now he follows Thor like a little wife and says, I love you disgustingly. When Loki regains consciousness, he will think about what happened during this period and will probably want to kill himself. Jungbin walked to Loki's side and saw him lying among the stones with a wronged look on his face. Do you need help? Loki heard the voice and looked over. Mr. Jung? Jungbin bent down and took the Loki pulled him up directly. After Loki stood firm, he was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, Mr. Jung. I'll let you see this. Jungbin showed an understanding smile. It's okay. Let's find a convenient place to talk. I have a way to make Thor return to normal. 000. After listening to Jungbin's words, Loki's eyes lit up. I am willing to save the world. Loki's body was shining with the glory of the Father, which made Jungbin unable to bear to look directly. He cleared his throat. That's good. You monitor Thor here first and notify me immediately if anything happens. When I have dealt with everything, Jean will come to you. The situation in the United States is very tense now, and new situations will occur every day. Jungbin only left New York for 1 day, and he received a call from Black Widow. Please give me flowers. Ben, I just received information. I don't know who wore Tony Stark's old battle suit and flew to San Francisco and fought with Tony Stark. Okay, I know. I've finished my work here. Loki agreed to my request. I'll go over and take a look now. Okay, be careful. Jungbin got on Francis's golden deer and arrived in San Francisco in a short while. 0. The steel battle suit made a lot of noise. Jungbin could see a bunch of steel battle suits fighting in the sky not far away as soon as he arrived in San Francisco. A red-gold battle suit flew in the air, and countless black battle suits surrounded it and bombarded it. The red-gold battle suit was full of bullet holes and explosion scars. Its right hand was broken, and it was fighting with its left hand. Soon, it couldn't hold on and was shot in the middle of its chest by one of the black steel battle suits. The glowing energy became dim until it was completely dark. The golden-red battle suit fell from the sky. Francis, catch him. Okay, master. Francis rushed over in the golden, and the battle suit fell on the deck of the ship. The already tattered battle suit fell heavily on the deck and broke into pieces. Jungbin found that there was no one inside the suit. This is the unmanned mecha fan? Jungbin took the armor away and took it back to restore it. He was very curious about what instructions the armor received and what it did that caused it to be surrounded and beaten by other armors. Jungbin took out a data cable and inserted it into the transmission port of the mecha. The appearance of the armor was obviously Tony Stark's masterpiece, and he really deserved to be the top figure in this industry. Jungbin used a computer to crack his program, and it took nearly 6 hours to remove the first line of defense. This program is very cleverly designed. If you accidentally trigger a hidden vulnerability, it will trigger the system's protection program. This will lead to 2 results. One is that the 657 program is restored, and he has to start cracking again. The second possibility is that the program is automatically destroyed. No matter which one, Jungbin doesn't want to see it, so he is very alert and cautiously tries. After a while, a sharp alarm sounded on the computer. Jungbin sighed secretly. He had never come into contact with this kind of security program before, and it was too difficult for him to get started for the first time. He saw that all the letters in the program box disappeared and turned blank. Just when he thought that the cracking failed this time and the program was automatically destroyed, a few letters suddenly popped up from the program box. It said, "Who are you?" Jungbin raised his eyebrows and directly entered his name. "I am Jungbin." Countless letters suddenly appeared on the screen. In Zheng Bin's view, these were all meaningless garbled characters. Suddenly, all the letters disappeared, and the screen turned blank again. Zheng Bin, hello, I am Tony Stark. Tony Stark's voice came from the computer. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Zheng Bin's heart was immediately full of vigilance. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Could it be that Tony Stark deliberately acted to let him get this armor? What was his purpose? Tony Stark seemed to see through Zheng Bin's thoughts and said to him, "The Tony Stark who has not been affected by me is not the one who is now in San Francisco." Zheng Bin's first reaction after hearing this was suspicion. Tony Stark is a genius. He is too smart. If it was the former Tony Stark, it would be fine. He had more kindness and sense of justice than anyone else in the world. But the current Tony Stark is just a jerk without any bottom line. He is using his own way to adapt the world to what he wants. Facing such a person, Wu dared not relax at all. Tony Stark in the computer did not hear Zheng Bin's voice. He knew that the other party would definitely not believe what he said, so he had to continue saying, "A long time ago, I backed up my mind to a hard drive, and I erased this matter from my memory. Because I don't remember it all, after I changed my personality, I didn't destroy the backup. I did this at the time because I was afraid that the current situation would happen and out of control, corrupted, evil Tony Stark. Now I'm the biggest threat to the Earth." Zheng Bin was unmoved after listening, and just asked, "What evidence do you have to prove what you said?" "Little Pepper Pep. She will tell you everything." After Tony Stark said this, the program box disappeared. At the same time as the program box disappeared, Zheng Bin's phone rang. He took out his cell phone, which showed a hidden number. "Hello. Hello, Mr. Zheng. I'm Pepper Pepper. I have something to tell you." A female voice came from the phone. "It's just that now all the calls in the world are monitored by Tony, and the blocking here can't last long. Can we meet and talk?" "Sure." Pepper Pepper quickly said an address, and then said to Zheng Bin in a sincere tone, "Mr. Zheng, we really need you now. Please come as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, Zheng Bin opened the page of the phone and clicked a few times. The phone automatically started to crack the call blocking and try to locate the real address. The mobile phone page popped up a prompt. The first crack failed. Try again. 066112424 Filu 181160010. The second crack failed. Try again. The third crack failed. Try again. The 20th crack failed. Zheng Bin looked at the display on the phone and raised his eyebrows. This software was developed by him 0.1, which is specifically used to locate the address of incoming calls. He set up countless cracking methods in it. If the phone hides the address, it will automatically identify the best cracking method. Now, if it still fails after trying so many times, it means that the other party's technology is better than his. Zheng Bin has always been confident in his technology. He believes that there is only one person in the world who is better than him. That is Tony Stark. He is very sure that the shielding of this phone must be done by Tony Stark. I don't know if this meeting with Pepper is a trap, or it will give him a powerful ally. Zheng Bin arrived at the place that Xiao La Jiao said. This is an abandoned factory located in the suburbs of San Francisco. After Zheng Bin walked in, he did not see Xiao La Jiao. There were only some garbage and rusty steel bars inside. When he walked to an abandoned tractor, the tractor suddenly made a mechanical sound. The tractor split into two, and the ground below also cracked a huge amount of gap, and a staircase with no end appeared in front of him. It seemed that this meant for him to go down. Zheng Bin walked down without hesitation. When he walked down the stairs, the ground closed again, and there was no trace of 24. The floor of this staircase was made of unknown material, and it was emitting blue light, illuminating the road under his feet. The stairs were unexpectedly long, and Zheng Bin walked for a long time before he saw anything other than the stairs and the wall. A metal door appeared in front of him. As if sensing his arrival, the door opened automatically. The whole wall of the room behind the door was a display, and a steel battlesuit was constantly tapping keys inside, and it was unknown what it was typing. Pepper stood in the center of the room, smiling and welcoming Zheng Bin. "Mr. Zheng, I appreciate your trust and willingness to be here." Zheng Bin nodded to Pepper and looked at the busy steel battlesuit. According to what Tony Stark said to him in the computer, this battle suit should also be installed with Tony Stark's mind. The battle suit stopped what he was doing, turned around, and greeted Zhengbin. Hi, you are the one who communicated with me in the computer before? Zhengbin asked directly. The battle suit nodded, walked to the sofa, sat down, and then crossed his legs. He pointed to the sofa opposite and said, "Sit down and talk." This humanized action is exactly the same as Tony Stark himself. If you don't know the truth, you will definitely think that the person being controlled inside is Tony Stark. Who would have thought that there was nothing inside and it was controlled by an AI? Zhengbin sat on the sofa. Which year are you, Tony Stark? 3 years ago. Zhengbin calculated the time, which was exactly when Tony Stark became Iron Man. He had actually prepared for so long ago. Can you control several battle suits at the same time? So even if the battle suit is destroyed, it doesn't matter. You are still safe? Tony Stark shook his head. No, the battle suit you saw before was not controlled by me. Pepper introduced the backup mind into that battle suit. So that battle suit was also an independent Tony Stark. After it was destroyed, Pepper put the backup into a new battle suit, which is me you see now. After you failed to crack the system, you entered your name and triggered the highest authority, so I can find you. Highest authority? Zhengbin felt very strange. 3 years ago was when he and Tony Stark just met. At that time, his relationship with SHIELD was very tense, and Tony Stark should be full of hostility towards him, right? Tony Stark fell into silence when he heard Zhang Bin's question. Mr. Zhang, come here. Pepper noticed the situation on Tony Stark's side and quickly helped him out. Zhang Bin heard Pepper's voice and walked over. What's wrong? Pepper took out a small square black box. It was unknown what material the box was made of. The file size was only a few centimeters. Mr. Zhang, I hope you can help keep this. This is the backup of Tony's D. Tony Stark is too scary now. I don't know how long I can keep him. It's safest to hand it over to you. Zhang Bin saw Pepper's desperate expression and solemnly took the backup. Don't worry, this situation won't last too long. I will make the world normal soon. Pepper thought Zhang Bin was comforting her and could only smile reluctantly. Suddenly, there was a violent shaking in the room, and gravel kept falling from the ceiling. Tony Stark immediately walked to the screen, pressed a few times on the keyboard, and turned on the surveillance outside the factory. A white Iron Man was floating in the sky with a group of black steel battle suits, firing laser cannons at the factory. I'm here, Tony Stark said. Leave here immediately. This place can't withstand such a fierce attack. It will collapse soon. The white Iron Man floated in the air with the latest unmanned battle suit he developed. His white armor has also been improved. In addition to the improvement of weapons and armor performance, the position of his helmet face has also been replaced with transparent graphene. According to him, this allows everyone to see his perfect appearance. At the moment, through his transparent helmet, it can be clearly seen that he has an evil smile on his face. After a while, he saw a huge silver sphere breaking out of the ground and flying up. The smile on the white Iron Man's face faded. What is this thing? It looks a bit familiar. Is it a new weapon developed by his AI? The silver sphere seemed to melt and gradually disappeared, and the several people wrapped in the sphere were completely exposed to the white Iron Man. At this time, the white Iron Man's smile completely disappeared. In addition to the golden red steel battle suit and Pepper, there are 2 people here who are beyond his expectations. Zhang Bin and a man wearing complicated ancient costumes. He had seen this man before. After seeing these 2 people, the white Iron Man knew that things were not going well and hurriedly increased the firepower of the jets under his feet, trying to leave quickly. Tony Stark was the first to discover the intention of the white Iron Man. He wants to leave. Tony Stark flew up to stop him, but was blocked by the group of unmanned battle suits. The unmanned battle suit raised his hand and fired laser cannons at Tony Stark. The dense artillery fire made it impossible for him to escape, and he could only dodge in embarrassment. Damn it! The First Emperor stopped the white battle suit. Zhang Bin said to the servant he had just summoned. Qin Shi Huang was standing aside, looking indifferent. After hearing Zhang Bin's words, he casually ejected a silver bead in the direction of Tony Stark. The bead flew towards the direction of the white Iron Man like a cannonball. The speed of the silver bead was so fast that it was impossible for ordinary people to see it. It flew in front of Iron Man in an instant. The silver bead melted in front of Tony Stark and turned into a huge amount of mercury wall in front of him. The speed and shape of the bead changed so fast that even the battlesuit system did not have time to respond. The white Iron Man hit the wall heavily. His original speed was extremely fast, and he hit the special mercury of the First Emperor, which was even harder than his battlesuit. Countless cracks appeared on the battlesuit, and Tony Stark inside fainted directly. The white Iron Man fell from the air. The silver wall instantly turned into a huge amount of tray, causing the white Iron Man to fall in the middle. The silver tray flew in front of Zhang Bin and the First Emperor. Pepper was a little overwhelmed. Is this solved? Zhang Bin saw that the golden-red battlesuit was still standing in the air with difficulty against other battlesuits. He knew how much the First Emperor hated these foreigners and did not intend to ask the First Emperor for help anymore. He was more than enough to deal with these battlesuits. A black sword condensed in Zhang Bin's hand. This was the treasure that he inherited from Siegfried. He snapped his fingers with his other empty hand and performed a wind magic. He flew from the ground to the air. Zhang Bin raised the sword and flew towards the battlesuit. Many unmanned battlesuit systems detected Zhang Bin's intrusion and turned around to attack him. Several palm-running lasers shot at him. Zhang Bin flexibly dodged the attack and gently swung a sword at the battlesuit. A sword energy passed by, and several sparks flashed on the unmanned battlesuits that were attacked, and then the lights on their chests went out at the same time, and they fell from the sky. After Zhang Bin attracted most of the firepower, Tony Stark also eliminated the remaining small part of the armor. The two flew down from the sky together and landed next to the white Iron Man. The white Iron Man's helmet has been taken off by Pepper Potts, and his face is covered with scars. At this moment, he has his eyes tightly closed and is still in a coma. Let me take him away. Zhang Bin plans to take Tony Stark back to New York. Such a dangerous man should be locked up first. When Sanzang's card can be used, he will be released after he regains consciousness. Tony Stark, standing aside, heard it and stopped him. Wait, I have a way to eliminate his influence. The golden-red battlesuit tapped Tony Stark's white battlesuit a few times, and the white battlesuit was easily taken off. Then, the golden-red battlesuit disintegrated and reassembled on Tony Stark's body. Tony Stark said to Zhang Bin, I will now transfer the backup to this Tony Stark's consciousness to erase his negative influence. If it fails, I will erase his consciousness and replace him as the real Tony Stark. Okay, Zhang Bin agreed. I'll wait for you here. Tony Stark stopped talking, and he didn't make a sound for a long time. Pepper looked at the armor with a worried look. She has always been the person closest to Tony Stark. During this period, she has seen everything Tony Stark has done. She only feels scared about Tony Stark's changes and what he has done. So she's also the person who most wants to see Tony Stark eliminate the influence on the scene. The helmet of the steel battle suit 463 opened, and Tony Stark's injured face appeared in front of everyone. He looked over with a tired face. He succeeded. I'm back. Tony, Pepper cried with joy, rushed to Tony Stark and hugged him tightly. Tony Stark patted Pepper's shoulder and comforted him, then looked at Zhang Bin. Thank you for your help. Let's meet up later. Zhang Bin looked carefully at the expression on Tony Stark's face. His eyes were no longer cold, but began to warm up, and the whole person looked much gentler. Zhang Bin nodded. Okay. During the days when Zhang Bin was waiting for Sanzang to freeze time, he did not return to New York, but went to Las Vegas to stay with Loki. He was very relieved about the 3 people in New York. Now the key to getting the mutant camp back to normal is Loki. During the days in Las Vegas, he was amazed at the changes in Loki. My brother, he doesn't want to be like this. He used to be kind. My brother. Every day, Zhang Bin listened to Loki bragging about how good Thor was, and he felt like he was going to vomit. Thor was the same as before, and he lingered in the casino every day after his temperament changed. Loki followed Thor every day like a pug, and when Thor got impatient, He beat him up and left with a bruised face. It was so shameless that people couldn't stand it. Fortunately, Zhengbin didn't have to endure this kind of life for too long. Soon, it was the day when the freeze time of Sanzang's card ended. As before, after a burst of strong light, Xuanzang Sanzang was summoned. Master, Zhengbin asked, Sadie, Loki, where's Thor? Help him return to normal now. Loki took Zhengbin and Sanzang to a casino. At this time, he should be playing baccarat in there. Sure enough, the three of them saw Thor next to the card table. See that big guy sitting at the card table? Eliminate his negative state. Xuanzang Sanzang nodded, glanced at Loki, and asked Zhengbin, what about him? He is also in a negative state. Do you want me to eliminate it first? Don't. Zhengbin hurriedly stopped him. Although Loki is very disgusting now, this kind of Holy Father's personality is easier to control. Even if you help him recover, you have to wait until the matter is done. Xuanzang Sanzang walked to the vicinity of the card table. Her appearance attracted everyone's attention. Many men saw her figure and their eyes were straight. Thor also noticed a change in the atmosphere at the card table, turned his head, and found Sanzang. Thor's eyes lit up. Xuanzang Sanzang's divinity is D and was noticed by Thor. The weak divinity shows that this woman is not a god, but she must be related to God. He showed Sanzang an obscene smile. Beauty, do you want to play together? Do you want the favor of God? Xuanzang Sanzang did not answer his question, but just smiled slightly, and then put his hands together in front of him. Sanzang's teachings. Xuanzang Sanzang's body suddenly radiated light. Thor knew that her attack was directed at him, but days of fun had slowed his reaction. He was a step slower, and the light completely enveloped him. After the light faded, Thor sat on the chair with a confused look on his face. The golden red battlesuit tapped Tony Stark's white battlesuit a few times, and the white battlesuit was easily taken off. Then, the golden red battlesuit disintegrated and reassembled on Tony Stark's body. Tony Stark said to Zhengbin, I will now transfer the backup to this Tony Stark's consciousness to erase his negative influence. If it fails, I will erase his consciousness and replace him as the real Tony Stark. Okay, Zhengbin agreed. I'll wait for you here. Tony Stark stopped talking, and he didn't make a sound for a long time. Pepper looked at the armor with a worried look. She has always been the person closest to Tony Stark. During this period, she has seen everything Tony Stark has done. She only feels scared about Tony Stark's changes and what he has done. So she is also the person who most wants to see Tony Stark eliminate the influence on the scene. The helmet of the steel battle suit 463 opened, and Tony Stark's injured face appeared in front of everyone. He looked over with a tired face. He succeeded. I'm back. Tony, Pepper cried with joy, rushed to Tony Stark and hugged him tightly. Tony Stark patted Pepper's shoulder and comforted him, then looked at Zhengbin. Thank you for your help. Let's meet up later. Zhengbin looked carefully at the expression on Tony Stark's face. His eyes were no longer cold, but began to warm up, and the whole person looked much gentler. Zhengbin nodded, okay. During the days when Zhengbin was waiting for Sanzang to freeze time, he did not return to New York, but went to Las Vegas to stay with Loki. He was very relieved about the three people in New York. Now the key to getting the mutant camp back to normal is Loki. During the days in Las Vegas, he was amazed at the changes in Loki. My brother, he doesn't want to be like this. He used to be kind, my brother. Every day, Zhengbin listened to Loki bragging about how good Thor was, and he felt like he was going to vomit. Thor was the same as before, and he lingered in the casino every day after his temperament changed. Loki followed Thor every day like a pug, and when Thor got impatient, he beat him up and left with a bruised face. It was so shameless that people couldn't stand it. Fortunately, Zhengbin didn't have to endure this kind of life for too long. Soon, it was the day when the freeze time of Sanzang's card ended. As before, after a burst of strong light, Xuanzang Sanzang was summoned. Master, Zhengbin asked, Sadie, Loki, where is Thor? Help him return to normal now. Loki took Zhengbin and Sanzang to a casino. At this time, he should be playing baccarat in there. Sure enough, the three of them saw Thor next to the card table. See that big guy sitting at the card table? Eliminate his negative state. Xuanzang Sanzang nodded, glanced at Loki, and asked Zhengbin, what about him? He is also in a negative state. Do you want me to eliminate it first? Don't. Zhengbin hurriedly stopped him. Although Loki is very disgusting now, this kind of Holy Father's personality is easier to control. Even if you help him recover, you have to wait until the matter is done. Xuanzang Sanzang walked to the vicinity of the card table. Her appearance attracted everyone's attention. Many men saw her figure and their eyes were straight. Thor also noticed a change in the atmosphere at the card table, turned his head, and found Sanzang. Thor's eyes lit up. Xuanzang Sanzang's divinity is D, and was noticed by Thor. The weak divinity shows that this woman is not a god, but she must be related to God. He showed Sanzang an obscene smile. Beauty, do you want to play together? Do you want the favor of God? Xuanzang Sanzang did not answer his question, but just smiled slightly, and then put his hands together in front of him. Sanzang's teachings. Xuanzang Sanzang's body suddenly radiated light. Thor knew that her attack was directed at him, but days of fun had slowed his reaction. He was a step slower, and the light completely enveloped him. After the light faded, Thor sat on the chair with a confused look on his face. Magneto took Loki away. Now, the leader of the mutant has the ability of telepathy. Do you have any way to isolate him? Although his personality has changed, Loki's pride as a god is still there. Don't worry, I'm a god from Asgard. I can use magic to create an illusion of the mind. She can't see my true thoughts. Magneto also heard a little about what Loki had done on Earth before, so he looked at Loki fiercely. Don't try to play any tricks. I will always keep an eye on you. Loki looked innocent. I really want to help. It's better this way. Magneto took Loki back to the country of Mutant Manhattan and went directly to see Jean Grey. Jean, this is Loki, the evil god from Asgard. He hopes to join us. Oh. Jean Grey looked at Loki with an inquiring look. Why do you want to join us? As far as I know, your brother Thor is in the Avengers camp. Loki looked indifferent. 980. That's why I will never join the Avengers. Jean Grey probed Loki's heart a little bit and found that when he mentioned Thor, his heart was full of hatred, so he didn't probe deeper. In fact, Jean Grey's strength increased greatly after obtaining Phoenix Force. If she wanted to probe Loki's heart, she would find a magic wrapped around Loki's mind. Loki's hatred for Thor now is just an illusion. It's just that Loki's villain image and his previous relationship with Thor are too deeply rooted in people's hearts. This caused Jean Grey to quickly let down her guard against Loki. She smiled at Loki. Welcome to join. You'll soon know that your choice is right. After walking out of Jean Grey's room, Loki was about to say something, but was stopped by Magneto's eyes. Come with me. I'll show you around here first. Magneto took Loki on a tour of Manhattan. This is Storm, the real Loki. This is Beast. This is... Magneto introduced Loki to the others. At the moment, Loki also understood his intention, and while greeting them, he wrote down the names and appearances of these people. These are the mutants who need his help to return to normal. Zhengbin saw the message from Magneto and smiled. Loki has successfully entered the mutant camp. After Magneto and Loki left, Black Widow also had to go back to the Avengers. Before leaving, she said to Zhengbin, I will only give Loki 2 days. If he still hasn't restored mutant to normal in 2 days, I will tell Captain America about the gene bomb. Once the gene bomb comes out, not only ordinary people, but many superheroes don't have the X gene, and they will also be the targets of the gene bomb. If Loki can't stop mutants' actions, then she can't care about anything else. Captain America can only start a war to ensure the safety of most people. Okay, Zhengbin agreed. If that time comes, even if there are no Avengers, he will not let mutant go. After receiving Magneto's message, Zhengbin finally felt relieved. Although Loki's temperament is completely different from before, he is still a smart man. As long as he can get into mutant, the rest of the things will be much easier. The message alert sound of the mobile phone rang again. Zhengbin took out his mobile phone and found that the message came from an unfamiliar number. The content of the message only had an address. Eros XXXXXXX. This number was not blocked in any way, and Zhengbin easily found the address that sent this message. The address is the same as the one in the text message. Zhengbin asked, "Who are you?" "Wanda Maximoff." Wanda and her brother left the Shin Industry factory in Sokovia when Zheng Bin went to space. According to the factory people, the two of them disappeared suddenly without leaving a single word. After Zheng Bin came back, he also learned about this from the file Emma Frost gave him. It turned out that the siblings went to Oris. Zheng Bin continued to ask, "What is this address?" This time, after a long time, he did not receive a reply text message. In Zheng Bin's memory, Wanda and Pietro have always been loyal to him. Before he went to the universe, they did their best to help him guard the Sokovia factory. If it was really Wanda, she must have sent this message for a reason. Zheng Bin's intuition told him that this address must be related to the current chaos in Yinhue. He opened the Heroic Spirit card library and equipped himself with the Conqueror King's card. He flew towards Oris on the God Wheel. "Damn it, Pietro. Can't you be more careful?" Wanda controlled the red power in her hand to block the bullets from all directions. Pietro was originally running in the room, so fast that people could not catch his trace at all. After hearing this, he stopped and said to Wanda, "How do I know he is so perverted? A grown man is like a high school girl who can't leave his phone for a moment. This is Hydra's laboratory." Wanda and Pietro did not come to Hydra's laboratory by chance. They were captured. Hydra has always been obsessed with the weapons of Shin Industry. After a while, they finally found the address of Shin Industry's new factory. Before, they didn't dare to confront Zheng Bin head-on, so they found a way to capture Wanda and Pietro, two siblings who seemed to have a high status in the factory, and brought them back for interrogation. These two people were very stubborn. No matter what kind of torture, they couldn't pry out anything about Shin Industry. It happened that Hydra got the Tesseract and was going to use it for human experiments. So they threw the two siblings into the middle of the volunteers and participated in the experiment together. Unexpectedly, all the experimental subjects died. In the end, only the two of them survived and gained ability. With Wanda and Pietro's current abilities, it would be easy to leave here. Before leaving, they wanted to take away their own experimental reports, but who knew they would find something amazing. They found that Hydra was actually using Professor X's body for experiments, trying to destroy the world. They wanted to tell Zheng Bin this information. But when the two siblings were captured, they had nothing on them. Pietro had to steal a HYDRA agent's phone and send a message to Zheng Bin. Before the message was sent, it was discovered. Wanda had just obtained the ability and had not yet mastered the calendar. Soon, her arm was shot through by a bullet. "Wanda!" Pietro saw that Wanda was injured and was distracted for a moment and was also shot through the calf by a bullet. 0.0 Because these two people were rare experimental subjects, the agents on the scene avoided their vital points when attacking. Otherwise, the two shots would have shot through their hearts. Damn it! Pietro's legs hurt so much that he couldn't stand up, and he couldn't help but curse in a low voice. "Tie them up and take them back." The leading agent ordered his men. After hearing this, several agents took out Hydra's special ropes and walked towards the two. At this moment, the wall made a huge amount of noise. Two cows actually broke through their wall and flew in with the car. When the Hydra people saw it, they all showed an expression of disbelief. Two cows? You know, the wall of their laboratory is made of special materials. Even missiles may not be able to break it. The man in the car stood up from a car. When everyone saw his face, the head snake executives present recognized who he was at a glance. Zheng Bin. Zheng Bin got off the Shenwei wheel. Wanda and Pietro were delighted when they saw Zheng Bin. "Boss!" Zheng Bin walked to Wanda's side and looked at the wound on her hand. "Are you okay?" Wanda shook her head and replied, "I'm fine." Zheng Bin looked at Pietro not far away. Pietro also waved at him, indicating that he was fine. When the Hydra executives saw Zheng Bin's face, they immediately signaled to the subordinates standing beside them with their eyes. The subordinates nodded and retreated quietly, intending to sneak away when Zheng Bin was not paying attention. Now for this laboratory, no, for the entire HYD array, nothing can be more important than Professor X's body. They must move Professor X's body to another place before Zhang Bin finds it. Before the agent took a few steps, a huge amount of swords flew through the air and stabbed straight into the floor in front of him. The sword was only a few centimeters away from his feet. If he had walked faster, the sword would have pierced his instep. The HYDRA agent was startled by the sudden attack. Seeing the big sword deeply inserted into the store, he felt a tremor in his heart. Zhang Bin, who was standing behind him, shouted, "Where are you going? Take me with you." The HYDRA executive knew that it was impossible to slip away under Zhang Bin's nose. So he pulled Pietro, who was very close to him, in front of him, took out a gun, and pointed it at Pietro's head. "Let him leave. Otherwise, I will shoot this kid in the head." Pietro had a wound on his leg and was forcibly pulled to stand up. His face showed a painful expression, and the gunshot wound on his leg bled more. Zhang Bin looked at the other party with a gloomy face. The other party's action reminded him of the scene when he first met Gwen, and also reminded him of the tragic death of his mother that day. These damn terrorists. Seeing Zhang Bin's eyes and feeling the pressure coming towards him, the HYDRA executive's hand holding the gun trembled and then grabbed Pietro more forcefully. He wanted to use Pietro as a shield to block Libalian Sakate's anger. Zhang Bin saw this and showed a mocking smile. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers lightly. The executive who held Pietro hostage suddenly fell down. When he fell, he still held the gun in his hand. His eyes were wide open, and until the last moment before his death, he didn't know what had just happened. When his body fell to the ground, everyone found that his head and neck had been separated. His head was actually cut off by someone, and the wound on his neck was very flat, as if it was cut off by a sharp knife. But Zhang Bin just snapped his fingers. If there was a magician at the scene, he would have noticed that Zhang Bin had just used a wind blade to cut off the head of the Hydra executive. It's just that there are no magicians here, and the wind is invisible. No one present could detect the wind blade. They just felt that there was a strange, strong wind blowing in the laboratory just now. All HYDRA raised their guns and pointed them at Zhang Bin. The HYDRA agent who just wanted to slip away began to tremble when he saw the end of his boss. Zhang Bin ignored the countless guns pointed at him and just used the wind to lift Wanda and Pietro up and sent them to the Shenwei wheel. Although the Hydra people saw Wanda and Pietro suddenly float up from the ground, no one took action. Just now, the senior executive wanted to use Pietro to threaten Zhang Bin, and his head was cut off in an instant, and he didn't even know how he died. They could only watch Zhang Bin settle Wanda and her brother. "You are injured. Wait for me outside." Wanda and Pietro both showed expressions of being moved and embarrassed. They obviously wanted to help Zhang Bin, but they had to trouble Zhang Bin to take care of them later. Wanda quickly spoke up before being sent away. "Professor X's body is in this lab. We saw the file before." Zhang Bin was a little surprised. This was a really unexpected gain. He had been looking for Professor X's body. Although Sanzang's skills can help Chaoying return to normal, this kind of trouble still needs to be solved from the root. Otherwise, what if he just restored the person, but was reversed again a few days later? The God Wheel and Zhang Bin, who was equipped with the Conqueror King card, were connected in spirit. After Wanda and Pietro got on the God Wheel, there was a bang sound, and there was another hole in the wall of the laboratory, which was said to be extremely hard. The God Wheel took them out of the laboratory at invisible speed. Zhang Bin looked at the Hydra people who were facing a great enemy. Who is the person in charge of this laboratory? The HYDRA people looked at the Hydra executives who had just been separated from their bodies on the ground. Who is the second person in charge? Everyone looked at a Mediterranean man with glasses surrounded by agents. Mediterranean stood up and said, "I am." Zhang Bin asked directly, "Where is Professor X's body?" "I will never tell you. People like you." Zhang Bin snapped his fingers, and Mediterranean hadn't finished speaking before his head was cut off by an unknown weapon, just like the person who died before. There was silence on the field. Who was the third person in charge? This time, everyone's eyes were faster than the last time, and they immediately looked at the middle-aged man standing in the corner. The middle-aged man stood up without fear. Where's Professor X's body? Before he even said the word year, E.G. snapped his fingers. This person also shut up forever. The fourth person in charge, come out. The fifth person in charge. They could still point out the first few people clearly. After all, these people have status in the laboratory, and everyone knows who they are. 850, however, when Zheng Bin read the larger the number, the fewer people came out. Everyone was pushing each other away, pushing the people around them out first. If someone is going to die, it will be someone else who dies first. In this way, the number of Hydra people decreased one by one. The HYDRA organization, which was feared on Earth, was now a lamb to be slaughtered in front of Zheng Bin. When Zheng Bin shouted the 10th person in charge, a Hydra was pushed out by his companions behind him. Zheng Bin asked as usual, "Where's Professor X's body?" The people in front did have some status in HYDRA, so they were also tough. Even if Zheng Bin threatened them with death, they were unwilling to tell the secret of HYDRA. And the person who was pushed out was just an ordinary agent of HYDRA, and he had been frightened by Zheng Bin's weird killing method. When Zheng Bin asked him, he immediately said, I know where it is. I'll tell you. Zheng Bin's hand, which was ready to snap his fingers, was still raised and did not put down. I'll take you there. In theory, Professor X's body is such a top secret that ordinary agents like them cannot touch it. This agent also found the place where the body was placed by accident. Let's go. Snap. Zheng Bin snapped his fingers, and except for the agent, all other Hydra members fell to the ground, and their bodies were still torn apart. The remaining Hydra agents stared at the heads and corpses on the ground in amazement. Zheng Bin, the culprit, said calmly, "Since you know the location, the rest of us are useless. However, if you lied to me, believe me, you would rather die right now." The HYDRA agent said quickly, "Don't worry, I dare not lie to you. Please follow me." Walking on the way to the laboratory, the Hydra agent led the way in front, and Zheng Bin followed behind him. He felt a chill as long as he thought of such a dangerous person staring at his back. Now he and Zheng Bin are the only two living people left in the whole laboratory. When the two walked together, they seemed particularly quiet. He gritted his teeth and talked to Zheng Bin. "I found Professor X's body accidentally. I came back from my last mission and saw them transporting the body. Although I didn't see the body, I knew it must be very important when I saw the faces of the senior executives." "So you're not sure whether it is Professor X's body?" Hearing Zheng Bin's question, although the other party's tone was very calm, HYDRA Moth was not afraid of cold sweat on his forehead. "Don't worry, it shouldn't be wrong. We will know soon." Hydra agent now hated himself for being too talkative and dared not say more. The two walked to the door of a laboratory without saying a word. "It's here." Zheng Bin looked at the door of the laboratory, which needed to be opened with pupils. "I'll help you carry the person over." "No need. Those senior executives died first. Dead man's pupils had already dilated. What's the point of moving here now?" Zheng Bin's mind moved, and suddenly there was a loud noise, and the door of the laboratory in front of him was knocked open. The Shenwei wheel stopped inside the laboratory. Wanda and her brother were sitting on the Shenwei wheel at the moment, looking confused. They were just staying outside, and suddenly they were brought in by the Shenwei wheel. Zheng Bin walked into the laboratory and saw that Professor X's body was indeed in this room. His body was placed in a transparent jar, and his whole body was full of tubes, and the other end of the tube was connected to the laboratory machine. Zheng Bin walked to the machine, tapped on the keyboard a few times, and backed up the contents of the machine. Then he walked over and smashed the glass jar containing Professor X with a punch. Professor X's body flowed out along with the liquid that had been soaking him in the glass jar. Zheng Bin snapped his fingers, and Professor X, who was soaked all over, floated up and flew to the Shenwei wheel. Pietro felt a little uncomfortable with a wet body next to him. "Boss, are you going to take him back to New York? Aren't you going to destroy his body?" "Zheng Bin, take him away first. I still have use for him." Wanda glared at Pietro, blaming him for being too talkative. Whatever the boss wants to do, they should obey unconditionally. Why ask so many questions? The HYDRA agent who had been standing next to him saw Zhang Bin move Professor X's body away and knew that he was leaving and asked excitedly, "Since the body has been found, can I leave now?" Zhang Bin looked at him and said, "Thank you." Just after thanking him, Zhang Bin snapped his fingers with his right hand. The HYDRA agent's head and neck also separated. His eyes were wide open, as if he didn't understand why he died, and there was endless unwillingness in his eyes. Zhang Bin had no intention of letting this agent survive from the beginning to the end. The death of this Hydra agent was not only because he didn't want anyone to disrupt his plan and cause trouble. It was more because of Zhang Bin's hatred for terrorists. All the people in Hydra deserved to die, and no one was innocent. Wanda and Pietro saw Zhang Bin killing people with indifferent expressions. They grew up in a war-torn country and had long been accustomed to life and death. Not to mention that this person was killed by their god. They would not take it to heart. Wanda said to Zhang Bin, "Boss, I also have a super ability now. If you want to kill someone in the future, just let me do it." "Yes." Pietro also echoed from the side. "Just leave it to us in the future. Can you tell me about your abilities?" Wanda and Pietro told Zhang Bin everything from the time they were captured by Hydra to the time they were tested. They even told Zhang Bin about their own abilities without reservation. After listening, Zhang Bin thought to himself that it seemed that their abilities were the same as those in the movies he watched in his previous life. Pietro's abilities were speed, and Scarlet Witch's were origin magic power. Wanda asked Zhang Bin excitedly, "I think mutant and superheroes will have their own names. Since we now have abilities, why don't you come up with a name for us, boss? Then let's call them Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver." Zhang Bin blurted out, "Okay, let's call it this." After hearing these two names, Wanda and Pietro thought more and more that they fit their own image. They agreed immediately. Then, Zhang Bin asked Wanda and the others to take him back to the place where they had been doing experimental subjects before and took away the Tesseract. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. can't protect this Tesseract, then he will take care of it. Look at Wanda and Quicksilver's powerful abilities. They're all obtained by this Tesseract. He can also study what surprises this Tesseract can bring him. Zhang Bin swept through the Hydra laboratory, turned the entire laboratory upside down, and took away everything he thought was useful. After finishing these things, he immediately took Wanda and Pietro back to New York. Although it was only half a day since he left New York, Zhang Bin still rushed back as quickly as possible. The current situation is very tense, and something can happen at any time. Sure enough, Zhang Bin received a message from Black Widow not long after he returned home with Wanda and Pietro. "Bin, Captain America has discovered Jean Wei. He has decided to attack Manhattan tonight." Zhang Bin looked solemn. How could it be so fast? He knew that with Captain America's current control-freak personality, he would definitely plant spies and mutant, and it would be a matter of time before he knew about the gene bomb. But according to Magneto, this was a decision made by Jean Grey not long ago, and only a small number of core figures knew about it. Could there be Captain America's spies there? It's too late to think about these things now. Zhang Bin immediately conveyed this information to Magneto, and then asked, "The plan needs to be advanced. There are only a few hours left. I will come to meet you now." Zhang Bin brought back Professor X's body and Hydra's experimental records on him. Originally, he planned to study in the next 2 days to see if he could use Professor X's body to turn the others back to normal. But now the situation is urgent and it's too late. Zhang Bin took Wanda and Pietro and flew towards Manhattan. "How is it?" Magneto looked at Loki, who was pale and breathing heavily. Loki was so tired that he couldn't speak. He used a command spell to replenish his magic power before he recovered. Xuanzang Sanzang came over and answered for Loki. "The negative status of these two people has been lifted." Storm and Colossus, who were doubting their lives, stood not far away. Magneto shouted at the two men, "There is no time for you to repent now. Take Loki to find other mutants immediately." After that, he pulled up the still very weak Loki and pushed him to Storm's side. Storm saw Loki was dying and hesitated. "Is he okay?" Magneto said coldly, "Don't worry about him. Time is running out." taken their first. Father Loki smiled at Storm and said, I'm fine, don't worry. If Sanzang uses a few more skills, you will die because of the overdraft of magic power. Zhang Bin drove the Shinwei wheel and brought Wanda and Pietro to Manhattan. He happened to hear the conversation between Loki and Storm. Magneto saw Zhang Bin's figure and suddenly felt a surge of heart. His originally anxious heart was soothed. Zhang Bin walked down from the Shinwei wheel and changed the card. He changed to the Solomon card. Just like before, Solomon card made Zhang Bin look like a human being, with only indifference to life in his eyes. He waved his hand at Loki expressionlessly. Come here. Loki felt the amazing aura on the other side and walked over obediently. Right hand. Loki put his right hand on Zhang Bin's palm, and Zhang Bin stretched out his hand and gently wiped his arm, and saw a series of bright red command spells directly covering his arm. Left hand. Loki was frightened by the countless command spells, and before he could react, he handed his left hand to Zhang Bin with a wooden expression. Just like before, Zhang Bin gently wiped it, and dozens of command spells appeared on Loki's hand. Here are a total of 108 command spells. When you feel that your magic power is overdrawn, use these command spells to replenish your magic. Loki, who once had a servant, knew how to use the command spells, and he was also very clear about the magic contained in the command spells. The magic power contained in the 2 command spells is more than the magic power of the god of Asgard. And there are 108 command spells here. If it was still the ambitious Loki before, he would definitely be ecstatic to get these command spells. Even the Loki who has been affected and become very holy now can't help but be moved by these powers. Solomon is the king of magic, and Zhang Bin can't think of a more suitable candidate than him to make command spells for Loki. However, after making the command spells for Loki, the consciousness chose to release Solomon's status. Although Solomon is very strong, this card will make him become indifferent after being equipped. Sometimes, some things still need to be judged by emotions, especially now, when facing these reversed heroes. Loki immediately used a command spell to replenish his magic, and his originally pale face became ruddy, and his magic power also returned to the best state. Zhang Bin listened attentively, then said to Storm and the others, Take Loki to help others recover first. Jean Grey is coming. I will help you hold her back. Okay. Storm agreed and looked at Zhang Bin with pleading eyes. Please don't kill her, okay? Zhang Bin killed Jean Grey. All the X-Men knew about this. Although the world is in chaos this time, all of them have to rely on Zhang Bin to return to normal. But Storm still hopes that Zhang Bin can let Jean Grey go. Jean Grey is their companion. Zhang Bin agreed. Don't worry this time, I won't kill her again. After getting Zhang Bin's guarantee, Storm left with Loki at ease. Jean Grey controlled ability and flew to Zhang Bin. It's you again. Why are you always against me? Zhang Bin looked at her calmly. What you are doing now is wrong. Professor X would not want to see his favorite student become like this. What do you know? Jean Grey raged. The professor is dead. We mutants are nobler than ordinary people. We should rule the world. Your idea is too selfish. Magneto said in a deep voice beside him. After hearing this, Jean Grey looked at Magneto and laughed sarcastically. Sure enough, you also betrayed Mutant. I just don't know how much you will regret when you recover and think about missing such a good opportunity. Recover. Zhang Bin noticed the word in Jean Grey's words. It seems that you know what is happening in this world. Jean Grey admitted generously. Definitely. To be precise, this happened with my acquiescence. Oh, what do you mean? You don't have to delay any longer. Even if you recover everyone, I can still reverse their minds. What you're doing now is useless. Although Zhang Bin's plan was exposed by Jean Grey, he was not panicked at all. It seems that you are determined to destroy this world. So what? Then I can only break my promise and kill you again. Jean Grey laughed as if he heard a joke. Then he looked at Zhang Bin provocatively. You can try. A huge amount of stone rushed towards Jean Grey like a cannonball. Seeing Jean Grey's stubborn look, Magneto attacked her first. Jean Grey raised her hand without even looking at her, and a golden force blocked her. The boulder hit the wall made of energy and shattered instantly. Her eyes, shining with golden light, looked at Magneto indifferently. She waved her hand casually, and the helmet on Magneto's head that could isolate the telepathy ability began shape-shifting. Ah! The sudden pain made Magneto couldn't help but shout out, and he was also activating his own ability to restore the shape of the helmet. But Jean Grey's ability was obviously better, and no matter how hard Magneto tried, the helmet continued to shrink. Jean Grey laughed sarcastically. It's useless. Our strength is too different. Release infinite weapons. Seeing Magneto kneel on the ground in pain, Zhang Bin immediately released his own treasure. An exquisite musket appeared in his hand. He shot at Jean Grey quickly. As before, a golden energy wall appeared in front of Jean Grey. Jean Grey had a confident smile on her face. Her current strength was much stronger than before she was killed by Zhang Bin. She believed that Phoenix Force could help her block any attack. But when the bullet was about to reach the energy wall, the smile on her face disappeared, and she dodged the bullet in a panic. The bullet actually penetrated the energy wall directly. If Jean Grey hadn't dodged quickly, the bullet would have shot through her heart. Although she had avoided the vital parts, the bullet still cut her arm, and blood flowed from her fingertips to the ground. Jean Grey felt that her wound was burning. The musket in Zhang Bin's hand was a copy of Francis's musket. Not only is the appearance exactly the same, but the power is also the same. Maybe Jean Grey the ability has become stronger, and he can use Phoenix Force more skillfully. But it is still not as good as the weapons of the heroic spirit. The weapons of the heroic spirit are the fantasy of everyone in the world. Human fantasy is endless, so the weapons of the heroic spirit are also endless. Zhang Bin's shot interrupted Jean Grey's attack on Magneto. Magneto felt the pressure of the helmet disappear and quickly activated the ability to take off the helmet. At this time, they had already torn their faces with Jean Grey, and it didn't matter if she saw through them. Zhang Bin helped Magneto, who was kneeling on the ground and had not recovered yet, up. Leave this to me. You go help Loki and the others. Okay. Magneto agreed very straightforwardly and walked directly towards Loki and the others. The difference in strength between him and Jean Grey was too great, and staying here would only be a hindrance. In this case, he might as well leave and let Zhang Bin perform well. He was very confident in Zhang Bin's strength. Jean Grey saw Magneto leave and did not stop him, but looked at Zhang Bin with a gloomy face. She knew that as long as Zhang Bin was solved, all problems would disappear. No one in this world could resist her Phoenix Force. As long as Zhang Bin was gone, she could become the master of this world. Zhang Bin snapped his fingers, and his body was wrapped by the wind summoned by magic, and flew into the air, flying to the same height as Jean Grey. He looked at Jean Grey calmly. He was ready for the battle. Jean Grey looked at Zhang Bin, who flew up to the sky and looked at her level, and sneered. Although Zhang Bin had just hit her with a bullet. But Jean Grey had now completely mastered the Phoenix Force, and she felt that her strength was no worse than Zhang Bin. She looked at Zhang Bin arrogantly, and when she was about to take action, a loud noise suddenly came from not far away. This sound came from the center of Manhattan. Jean Grey listened attentively, and suddenly her expression changed drastically. She didn't even care about Zhang Bin, who was standing beside her, and flew directly in that direction. 903-inch. Zhang Bin raised his eyebrows after seeing it, and didn't stop him, but followed Jean Grey closely. Seeing her anxious look, there must be something that she valued very much over there. The two flew to the center of Manhattan, one after the other. This is the building in the center. It looks like it is about to collapse, and many of the glass on the outer wall of the building have been broken. There are also traces of collisions when people fight on it. This building is the office location of the mutant country, and Jean Grey usually works here. Researchers also conduct their research here. Therefore, there are many valuable data inside. When Jean Grey arrived, she was so angry when she saw the central building turned into this state. Regardless of whether they were enemies or friends, she raised her hand and used Phoenix Force to blow away all the people surrounding the building. Zheng Bin, who was following behind, quickly used magic to protect those flying people. The power of Phoenix Force is very strong. If these people fall to the ground or hit any obstacles, they will definitely be injured. Zheng Bin found that there are many familiar faces among these flying people. Peter Parker came, and the people from the Avengers also came. Zheng Bin only used magic to help them block a little, and after blocking the strongest impact at the beginning, he retracted the magic. Everyone fell to the ground in embarrassment. Everyone present was experienced in battle, and naturally found that after Jean Grey hit them just now, there was a force that helped them block the impact. Everyone looked puzzled, and Wanda and Pietro, who were sent by Zheng Bin to assist Storm, were the first to discover Zheng Bin. Wanda nodded to Zheng Bin. Zheng Bin immediately understood what Wanda meant. It seemed that Loki had completed the mission, and the mutants here had returned to normal. However, looking at Captain America's hatred for the mutants now, even if the mutants returned to normal, it did not mean that the war could be stopped. Jean Grey noticed Zheng Bin's action, glared at him angrily, and then controlled the Phoenix Force to attack Zheng Bin. Release infinite weapons. Zheng Bin once again released his treasure, and a red, white, and blue shield appeared in his hand, with a 5-pointed star in the middle of the shield. Zheng Bin used the shield to block Jean Grey's attack and directly dispersed the golden-red Phoenix Force. This Phoenix Force seemed to have its own consciousness. After the red light dispersed, it gathered again and attacked Zheng Bin again. Zheng Bin had to raise the shield again to disperse it, and after it was dispersed, it was raised again. It was simply a ghost that lingered. People standing on the ground found that Zheng Bin in the air was struggling with a golden-red force. When they saw the shield in Zheng Bin's hand, both the Avengers and the mutants turned their heads to look in the direction of Captain America. Captain America was holding the same shield in his hand. Captain America didn't care about the surprised looks of others. He only wanted to make the mutants exterminate. He threw the shield in his hand and hit Colossus hard, knocking him to the ground. At this time, everyone realized that they were now on the battlefield and were back in the fight. Zheng Bin was entangled by the Phoenix Force and had no way to get out for a while. Jean Grey smiled at Zheng Bin sarcastically, then turned around and flew towards the central building. Beast, who was fighting on the ground, noticed where Jean Grey was going and shouted to Zheng Bin, "Mr. Zheng, it's a gene bomb. The launcher of the gene bomb is in that building." No wonder Jean Grey just flew over in a hurry. On the Avengers side, most of the superheroes don't have the X gene. As long as the gene bomb is launched, all the Avengers present will die. Mutant can easily win. After hearing what Beast said, the Avengers and all the people in the mutant camp no longer cared about fighting with the other camp and ran towards the central building together. Stopping Jean Grey was the most important thing now. Wanda flew into the air and blocked the Phoenix Force's pestering for Zheng Bin. "Boss, leave this to me, you go first." "Okay, thank you for your help." Seeing Wanda dealing with the Phoenix Force with ease, Gaiwu felt relieved. He also flew towards the Manhattan Central Building. Using the magic flight, he was extremely fast and soon caught up with the others. After seeing his target, Zheng Bin lowered the height of flight, grabbed Loki's collar from behind, and lifted him off the ground. "Give me Sanzang's command seal." Loki's body was originally covered with densely packed command spells, but now only a few were left. Sanzang consumed a lot of magic power when using skills, and his own magic power was not enough, so he could only replenish magic power continuously. How to give it? Zheng Bin's magic system was completely different from his, and he didn't know how to transfer the command spells. "Relax, don't resist my magic invasion." Zheng Bin grabbed Loki's collar, flew forward, and snatched Loki's command spells. After a burst of light, the few remaining command spells on Loki's hand disappeared, and there was an extra command spell on the back of Zheng Bin's hand. Okay. After finishing the work, Zheng Bin let go of Loki's collar and threw him back to the ground. For Zheng Bin's attitude of throwing away after use, the current Saint Father Loki had no complaints. He patted the dust off his body and ran with the others again. After regaining the command seal, Zhengbin landed on the ground and summoned Sanzang to his side. He hugged Sanzang's waist and flew up again. Later, as long as you see someone, you will use your skills, no matter which camp they are from. Anyway, his magic power is abundant. No matter how many times Sanzang uses his skills, he can withstand it. If you use skills indiscriminately like this, the speed can't be faster. Okay, master. Zhengbin took Sanzang and flew over the heads of the crowd. One after another, bright lights flashed. These were the lights that flashed when Sanzang activated his skills. The mutant camp had just been baptized by these lights not long ago and knew what they were, so they continued to run calmly. The people in the Avengers camp didn't know what it was. Many people stopped and tried to avoid these lights, and some even cursed. Damn it, Zhengbin, you traitor, actually attacked us. However, after being hit by the light, their expressions changed from anger at the beginning to confusion, and finally to guilt. The same was true for Gwen Stacy in the crowd. Before she was attacked by Zhengbin, she showed a sad expression, and when she was finally hit by the light, she closed her eyes tightly and looked desperate. She looked like she was betrayed by her lover. But after being hit by the light, she finally regained consciousness and understood what had happened recently. One after another, the superheroes recovered, and only Captain America was still resisting. He was always very vigilant strong. After his personality was affected, this vigilance has developed to an extreme level. He is wary of everyone in the world. So when Zhengbin launched the attack, he was the first to discover it and the first to dodge it. He dodged the light that Sanzang shot at him. Seeing this, the Avengers who were standing in place did not care about guilt and came forward one after another, trying to restrain the captain of the Magnesium country. The captain of the Magnesium country saw the allies rushing up and roared, "What are you doing? Do you want to betray the Magnesium country?" Black Widow, who was walking in the front, persuaded, "Captain, don't struggle. You will know later that we are all 987 for your own good." Damn it, you have all been deceived by Zhengbin. Under the heavy attack, even the captain of Magnesium, who never swears, couldn't help but curse. Finally, the cobweb sprayed by Gwen Stacy tripped the captain's feet and fixed him in place. And the skills launched by Sanzang also landed on him accurately. After the light faded, the bitter and vengeful expression of the captain of Magnesium disappeared. He turned back to the calm, peaceful, and beloved captain of Magnesium. After recalling what he had done during this period, the captain of Magnesium's blue eyes, which were as tolerant as the sea, flashed with pain. He closed his eyes and suppressed these emotions in his heart. He made too many mistakes, and if he had to accept punishment, he was willing. But not now. Now, there are more important things waiting for him to do. The captain of Magnesium looked at Zhengbin with a firm look. Where is Jean Grey? The Avengers present all returned to normal because of Sanzang's skills. However, this also delayed them for some time, and they ran to the control room one step slower than Mutant. When they arrived, they found Mutant lying on the ground outside the control room. Gwen Stacy could hear the breathing of these people. They are still alive, but they are unconscious. Suddenly, the sound of fighting came from the control room. Captain America took the shield in his hand and knocked hard on the electronic lock on the sensor door. After the electronic lock burst out a few sparks, it was directly scrapped, and the sensor door opened automatically. Everyone saw a blonde beauty fighting with Jean Grey. After seeing the beauty's appearance clearly, everyone turned their attention to Zhengbin. This blonde beauty is Zhengbin's secretary, Emma Frost. Jean Grey controlled the debris in the room to attack Emma Frost. Emma Frost's ability is similar to Jean Grey. She also controlled the debris in the room to block the attack. But her ability is not as good as Jean Grey's. Everyone can see that she is at a disadvantage and can't hold on any longer. Captain America immediately threw the shield in his hand at Jean Grey, interrupting her attack. With the help of Captain America, Emma Frost was able to take a short break in the fierce battle. She saw Zhengbin in the crowd and shouted, "Boss, the gene bomb has been launched. Now it's counting down." The screen in the control room was showing a bright red number, 300. and this number is constantly decreasing. 299, 298, 297, 296. There are less than 5 minutes left before the gene bomb will be launched. Zheng Bin immediately ran to the side of the console and typed on the keyboard with both hands. As long as the program is destroyed, the launch can be stopped. Jean Grey discovered Zheng Bin's move and used Phoenix Force to knock Captain America, who was entangled with her, away and wanted to attack Zheng Bin. Then, her hand was entangled by cobweb at some point. Jean Grey turned around and saw Gwen Stacy standing at the other end, pulling the cobweb in her hand hard to control her movements. Others also joined the battle. Jean Grey faced so many superheroes alone, but she was not at a disadvantage and even seemed to be at ease. Facing these Avengers, Jean Grey would not show mercy like she did when fighting Mutant just now. One after another, superheroes fell under Jean Grey's fierce attack, and their lives and deaths were unknown. Zheng Bin noticed the battle situation and ordered Xuanzang Sanzang. Sanzang, stop her. Okay, master. Xuanzang Sanzang replied sweetly, and a red stick appeared in her hand, with both ends of the stick being golden. In addition to the 9-ring tin staff given to her by Guanyin Bodhisattva, Xuanzang Sanzang can also use the weapons of her disciples. This one is the Rui Jingu Bang of her eldest disciple Sun Wukong. She rushed towards Jean Grey, waving the golden hoop. The joining of Xuanzang Sanzang completely changed the battle situation. As soon as she came off the stage, she released her treasure. Release 5 Elements Mountain Sakyamuni Buddha Palm Seedling. Xuanzang Sanzang's body was emitting dazzling light, as if a huge amount of Buddha's statue appeared in the light. In a moment, the Buddha statue turned into a huge amount of palm and slapped Jean Grey. Jean Grey wanted to dodge, but the area of this palm was too large, covering the entire room, and she had nowhere to escape. However, after the golden light dissipated, she was safe and sound. Jean Grey was confused for a second, but before she could think clearly, Xuanzang Sanzang had already rushed up with the Rui Jingu Bang. Xuanzang Sanzang just hit Jean Grey with a stick without any rules, but the speed of swinging was extremely fast. Even though Jean Grey tried her best to dodge, she was still hit a few times by accident. These hits made her scream in pain. Seeing that Jean Grey was beaten by Sanzang without any chance to fight back, other superheroes also came forward to help. At this time, Jean Grey finally realized something was wrong. These superheroes fought together, with many punches and kicks. No matter how fast she was still inevitably hit once or twice. She was always wrapped in Phoenix Force, so at the beginning, these people's punches and kicks could not penetrate Phoenix Force and hit her. When Jean Grey was hit by Sanzang, she still thought that the opponent was Zheng Bin's man and must be very powerful. It was normal that the strange stick could penetrate Phoenix Force and hit her. But now, when other superheroes attacked him, she also felt pain. There was something wrong with that golden light, just now. Jean Grey looked at Xuanzang Sanzang with cold eyes. What did you do to me? Xuanzang Sanzang said heartlessly. Amit Ba, this donor, you have too much evil spirit. Only the Buddha can help you resolve it. Jean Grey was angry at Xuanzang Sanzang's careless attitude, and she became more and more ruthless. But no matter how vicious she attacked, it was easily resolved by Xuanguan Sanzang. Xuanzang Sanzang was beating and chanting to Jean Grey. This donor, have you considered converting to Buddhism? I only have male disciples now, but no female disciples. Why don't you join me? And I will definitely teach you well. Look at my eldest disciple. It turns out he is the same as you. Shut up. Stop arguing, dead man. Jean Grey roared, and a golden-red phoenix force-shot towards Xuanzang Sanzang's face. Xuanzang Sanzang was beaten apart with one stick. This is also what Jean Grey is upset about. The phoenix force that had been entangled with Zheng Bin for a long time was easily broken up by Xuanzang Sanzang. This woman's ability is too weird. At this time, a sharp alarm sounded in the control room. This is the sound made after the program was released by Zheng Bin. The countdown number on the display disappeared, and now it shows program closed. The launch program of this gene bomb was designed by Beast. Beast Hank is one of the smartest people on Earth. He has outstanding performance in many fields such as mechanics, biology, electronics. His program design is very complicated, but compared with the program on Tony Stark's steel battle suit, there is still a big gap. Tony Stark's ability in this regard is unmatched. Although Jung Bin cannot crack the steel battle suit for the time being suit's program, but his skills were still higher than Beast's. So it only took a few minutes to crack the launch program. After seeing the font on the screen, Jean Grey's face twisted. Why? She obviously has such a powerful power now. The timing is so good this time. She has already planned everything. She looked at Jung Bin with resentment. She was right. Jung Bin was the key to everything. As long as he was there, her desire would never come to fruition. Jean Grey, who was extremely angry, suddenly roared and then rushed towards Jung Bin like a cannonball. Equip Gilgameshka. Okay, host. Jung Bin's body emitted huge amounts of light, and the heroic spirit card was equipped in an instant. When Jean Grey rushed to Jung Bin, the light just dissipated. Everyone saw that Jung Bin had changed into a set of golden armor, and at the moment he was impatiently grabbing Jean Grey's wrist that attacked him. You female cockroach, you've had enough trouble. After equipping Gilgamesh, the familiar violent emotion filled his heart again. Jean Grey struggled hard in Jung Bin's hand, trying to break free from his comfort. She used her other free hand to wave at Jung Bin's face. A golden chain tied up Jean Grey's hands, blocking her attack. The chain was like a living thing, starting from Jean Grey's wrist and wandering around her body. Soon, she was tied up. Jean Grey tried her best, even using Phoenix Force, but the chain didn't move at all, tying her tightly. It's so boring. Jung Bin turned sideways and dodged the cobweb that Gwen Stacy fired at him. Jean Grey used her telepathy ability to control Gwen Stacy. In addition to Gwen Stacy, other people in the room also attacked Jung Ji uncontrollably. All kinds of attacks attacked Jung Bin. Master, I'll help you. Sanzang stepped forward and blocked the attack with the golden hoop. Jung Bin took out a golden medieval helmet from Gilgamesh's treasure house and threw it at Jean Grey. The helmet landed accurately on Jean Grey's head. At this time, the people who unconsciously launched the attack also stopped their actions and looked at each other blankly, not knowing what had just happened. This is a sea-level treasure, which is said to be the first helmet in Western history. In the Middle Ages, there are constant wars between Western countries. The person who studied this helmet claimed that this was a divine object given to them by God, and this helmet could isolate all harm. Their country is the chosen country, and it will definitely bless them. But this is definitely a lie. The person wearing this helmet was killed by the enemy on the battlefield. At this time, the person who invented the helmet said again that this helmet could not resist the damage of swords, but it could resist the damage of demons. The person wearing this helmet can always be pure in mind and will not be polluted by demons. Gilgamesh has all the treasures in the world, and legendary weapons like this are definitely in his treasure house. According to legend, this helmet has no resistance to physical damage, but can block all mental damage. Under the special properties of this helmet, the person wearing the helmet has no way to launch mental attacks. Now that she is tied up by the heaven's chains and wearing a helmet on her head, Jean Grey is really helpless. Although the heaven's chain and the helmet can trap Jean Grey, as soon as Jung Bin removes the equipment of Gilgamesh's heroic spirit card, these two treasures will also dissipate. Jung Bin can't keep equipping this heroic spirit card. He saw Jean Grey's resentful expression and knew that she must be unwilling to give up. This person is powerful, but mentally unstable, and keeping her is a hidden danger. Jung Bin walked to Jean Grey, who was tied with the heaven's chain and kneeling on the ground. Before equipping Gilgamesh, Jung Bin might have had a little pity for her. Now that he was affected by the heroic spirit card, facing such an ignorant woman, he only had impatience in his heart. Jean Grey saw Jung Bin's cold eyes, as if telling her, "If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time." Facing Jung Bin's murderous aura, Jean Grey's face changed. Gilgamesh killed countless people, and after equipping this card, Sakatake was also affected. Facing this deep and terrifying, Jean Grey couldn't control her fear and trembled slightly. Jean Grey showed mercy when fighting mutants, so the mutants lying outside the door were not seriously injured. At this time, they woke up one after another. "You promised me that you wouldn't kill her." Storm held the doorframe and said weakly. Zheng Bin's murderous aura paused, and then disappeared without a trace in an instant. "I cannot kill her, but can you guarantee that she will not do anything that harms the Earth again?" Zheng Bin. The Avengers heard that Zheng Bin wanted to let Jean Grey go, and they all spoke up. "This woman is too dangerous. We must not let her go. She destroyed the peace between mutants and ordinary people." Jean Grey sneered. "Destroyed the peace? Those so-called peace are all illusions. They are obtained by sacrificing the dignity of our mutants." Although the mutants present did not agree with Jean Grey's approach, they all flashed a trace of sadness on their faces when they heard Jean Grey's words. No matter how much they contribute to the Earth and how many humans they protect, for ordinary people, they will always be just aliens. The ability of mutant is the original sin. As long as their ability is still there, they will never be able to truly integrate into the Earth. And this time, after their personalities were affected, they have openly declared war on ordinary humans. The days ahead will be even more difficult. Everyone cast their eyes on Zheng Bin. They are all waiting for Zheng Bin's decision. If Zheng Bin wants to kill Jean Grey, no one here can stop him. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. If he wants to save Jean Grey, similarly, no one can resist. At this moment, Quicksilver appeared holding a person. Before entering the building, Zheng Bin arranged for Quicksilver to do something. In order to prevent the same situation from happening again, he has decided to destroy Professor X's body. But Professor X is the leader of mutant after all, and he thinks it is necessary to inform them before doing this. So he asked Quicksilver to bring Professor X's body over. Quicksilver gently placed Professor X's body on the ground. All the mutants present couldn't help but shed tears when they saw Professor X's body. Mutants who were close to Professor X even cried out in pain. Professor X was not only a teacher, but also a father to them. When Professor X died, many of them were not there. When they rushed back to school, his body had been stolen. Therefore, for many people, this was the first time they saw Professor X's appearance after his death. Jean Grey's originally gloomy face was also moved when she saw Professor X. She held back the tears in her eyes and asked Zheng Bin, "What do you want to do by bringing Professor X's body here?" After hearing Zheng Bin's words, Jean Grey's tears that had been rolling in her eyes flowed down. Mutants didn't say anything after hearing this, although they felt bad seeing Professor X's body. But if they were given a choice, they would also choose to destroy Professor X's body. If Professor X's brain was kept, it would be the most dangerous thing for the Earth. Zheng Bin stood aside and let the mutants come forward one after another to say goodbye to Professor K's body. During this process, Jean Grey kept her head down, making it difficult to see her expression. When the last mutant said goodbye, Jean Grey looked up and said to 260 Zheng Bin, "I also want to say goodbye to the professor." Zheng Bin raised his eyebrows after hearing this and nodded in agreement. The heavens chain wandered around Jean Grey's body, and finally only tied her limbs to facilitate her movement. Jean Grey walked slowly and heavily to Professor X's side, knelt on the ground, and held Professor X's hand, which had become cold and stiff. Jean Grey's eyes suddenly widened, revealing an unbelievable expression. Professor X's voice rang in her mind. "Professor," Jean Grey quickly responded in her mind, "You are not. This is my last consciousness." Professor X saw what happened on Earth recently in Jean Grey's memory and sighed. His voice was full of pain. "This is all my fault. I'm really sorry. No, you were just used by HYDRA. And I just did what I always wanted to do. Jean, this is not you. The students I teach will not be like this." Scenes appear in front of Jean Grey. When she first joined the X-Men, she was on a mission and rescued many ordinary people from terrorists. There were sincere smiles on their faces. She helped a little girl take down a balloon hanging on a tree and got a sweet kiss on the cheek from the little girl, soft and warm. These are the bits and pieces of Jean Grey's interactions with ordinary people. She forgot that she had also felt warmth and touched by these ordinary people. She also forgot her original intention of joining the X-Men. Protection, not only to protect her own tribe, but also to use her special power to protect the world. Jean Grey cried to Professor X in her mind, "I can't turn back." "Okay, look behind you." After Jean Grey grabbed Professor X's hand, she suddenly burst into tears. The mutants showed concern when they saw it. Although their current ideas are completely different, they were once such close comrades. This bond cannot be easily cut off. Jean Grey turned her head, and in her blurred vision wet with tears, she saw the worried expression on her friend's face, and her tears became more violent. Professor X's voice rang in Jean Grey's mind. "Jean, don't forget the softness in your heart, and don't be controlled by the Phoenix Force. You are my proudest student, and I believe in you." Jean Grey could feel that after Professor X said this, his last bit of forgiveness dissipated. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Jean Grey woke up, and she was about to suffocate in the surging guilt. The various crimes she committed, killing the troops sent by the government, launching genetic bombs. Unlike other mutants who were affected, she was always sober when doing these things. Jean Grey looked at Zhang Bin firmly. "I was wrong. I am willing to accept any punishment." The strong hostility in Jean Grey disappeared completely, and now her eyes were clear. Zhang Bin showed an interested smile. Jean Grey's attitude changed drastically in such a short time. It seems that something happened to her when she met Professor X that he didn't know about. Professor X is really a mysterious existence. Zhang Bin's collecting habit of Gilgamesh broke out. He put the body of Professor X lying on the ground into Gilgamesh's treasure house. "It seems that you have no ill will towards the earth now, and it is not my job to judge you." Zhang Bin removed the heavenly chains from Jean Grey. The Avengers Wonder Man made a dissatisfied voice. "You believed her when she said she had no ill intentions. How could you let such a dangerous person go?" Suddenly, a 5.5 long sword appeared out of thin air from behind Zhang Bin and shot towards Wonder Man. Wonder Man didn't expect Zhang Bin to suddenly attack, and stood there for a while without reacting. Captain America, who was standing aside, hurried forward and blocked the attack of the long sword with a shield. The long sword attacked very quickly and with great impact. At the moment of collision with the shield, huge amounts of sound were made, and sparks flashed at the place where the weapons collided. Captain America took several steps back with the shield before he could barely stand firm. A clear scratch appeared on the shield, which is said to be made of vibranium, the hardest metal on Earth. Captain America roared in a low voice, "Zhang Bin, I want to completely destroy his body." Zhang Bin raised his eyes nonchalantly and glanced at Captain America. "When will it be your turn to question my decision?" Because of Zhang Bin's unreserved help this time, Captain America and others felt that Zhang Bin was a person who was easy to get along with. And until at the moment, Captain America and other people who had contact with Zhang Bin before suddenly remembered what he had done when they saw the malice in his eyes. Remembered his previous contempt for human life. For a moment, the scene became quiet. Zhang Bin was deeply bored when he saw the Avengers face as if they were facing a great enemy. Zhang Bin knew that his current state was influenced by Gilgamesh. If he continued like this, he would most likely not be able to suppress the malice in his heart and do something interesting. Everyone saw a burst of light, and the golden armor on Zhang Bin disappeared and turned back to the original modern clothes. And the suffocating pressure on him also disappeared. "There is nothing else that needs my help, so I will leave first." 11. Black Widow moved her mouth after hearing this, wanting to ask Zhang Bin to stay. Although Mutant seems to have returned to normal now, it is unknown whether there will be any unexpected situation. It is still reassuring to have Zhang Bin here. But before Black Widow could finish her words, she saw Captain America shaking his head at her, so she had to swallow her words. Captain America's thoughts were exactly the opposite of Black Widow's. Although the Avengers made a lot of mistakes in this incident, they did not break the law under the high pressure of Captain America. Mutant is different. Not only did they establish their own country, they also killed a lot of ordinary people. He must take these mutants back and let the government judge them according to the law. Zhang Bin's attitude is unclear now, so don't be on guard against him if you stay here. Before leaving, Zhang Bin said to Gwen Stacy, who was looking at him eagerly, "Come to me when you are done, and we'll have a good talk about your ability." After saying that, he left with Sanzang. After leaving Manhattan, Zhang Bin still had one thing to do. He first called Pepper. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." "Hello, Miss Pep. The Nyoyu issue has been resolved, and they are back to normal." "Really? That's great." Pep's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's just that I didn't see Mr. Stark here at the Avengers." "Is he busy during this period?" "No." Pepper's hesitant voice came from the other end of the phone. "He has been busy with extremists recently." "Is he in San Francisco now?" "He left yesterday." "Do you know where he went?" "No. You know Tony's character. He left without telling anyone." Pepper's voice became very uneasy. "Mr. Zhang, is there something wrong?" "Nothing, just curious. If you see Tony Stark, remember to say hello for me." After Zhang Bin hung up the phone, the expression on his face immediately became gloomy. "MD, I was deceived. Captain America would not have informed Tony Stark that he was going to attack Mutant. For the real Tony Stark, the gene bomb, which concerns the lives of tens of millions of people, would definitely be his top priority. So why didn't we see him in Manhattan? Tony Stark has not recovered at all." Zhang Bin laughed in anger. Tony Stark looked like he was pretending that day. He looked so upright. 623, why would he be an entrepreneur with such acting skills? He might as well be an actor. Since Zhang Bin obtained the heroic spirit system, he has been living smoothly. There are very few times when he is not satisfied. This time, being deceived by Tony Stark, in addition to being angry, aroused his desire to win. If Tony Stark told other lies, Zhang Bin's heroic spirit's intuition would have noticed it. However, Tony Stark's lie this time was just to play himself. He integrated the backup of Iron Man, and his acting was flawless. Even the heroic spirit's intuition could not find that he was lying. But it seems that the lie at that time was just a temporary solution for Tony Stark. Zhang Bin, who is also a genius, knows that a proud person like Tony Stark would never be willing to pretend to be someone else. So, what is Tony Stark planning to write this time? He will wait and see. The farce that lasted for more than half a year finally ended. After the farce ended, all the superheroes involved in this battle had to go to court and be tried. The trial lasted for several months, and there were nearly 100 defendants. This was a trial of the century, which shocked the world. The TV station broadcast the trial of these superheroes in court every day. When there was no live broadcast, the news broadcast was also an analysis of heroes or events related to this. This time, Zhang Bin was also involved in this war, so he was supposed to sit in the dock. It was just the confessions of the Avengers and Mutant that proved his innocence and contribution. So Zhang Bin's trial was just a formality, and he was acquitted on the day of the trial. As soon as Zhang Bin walked out of the court gate, he was stopped by countless reporters who heard the news. "Mr. Zhang, what do you think of this war?" "Mr. Zhang, you're the first superhero to come out. Did you use the relationship with the capitalists?" *SZ. Countless microphones poked in front of Zhang Bin, and flashlights flashed wildly. "Mr. Zhang, who do you think is innocent in this incident?" Originally, Guan Ban, who was walking forward with his eyes straight ahead, stopped when he heard this. He looked at the reporter who asked the question seriously and said, "In my opinion, everyone is innocent in this incident." The next day, the headlines of major newspapers were, "The chairman of Shun Industry believes that all superheroes are innocent." Emma Frost handed the newspaper to Zhang Bin. "The government will never announce the truth of the reversal of the axis of good and evil. Otherwise, it will cause panic. What you said will only cause the public to be disgusted." Zhang Bin put the newspaper aside. "It doesn't matter." Emma Frost was very troubled. "Obviously, you have made the greatest contribution this time and can improve the image of the company. Such a good opportunity was wasted like this." Don't worry, it won't be wasted. Just when Emma Frost and Jung Bin were chatting, the doorbell rang. Emma Frost, I'll go open the door. When the door opened, Gwen Stacy was standing outside. Female version of Spider-Man. Gwen looked at Emma Frost generously. Excuse me, is Ben here? Emma Frost raised her eyebrows. This little girl feels different from before. Every time Gwen saw her before, she always had a polite smile on her face. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that. It was a forced smile. Emma Frost was too good, and Gwen Stacy always felt a little inferior when facing her. Now Gwen looked generous. Even without using the ability, Emma Frost could see that the girl in front of her was different from before. She was full of confidence now. It seems that getting the Spider-Man ability has changed her. Yes, he's in the living room. Thank you. Gwen Stacy smiled brightly when she saw Jung Bin sitting in the living room. Bin, I missed you so much. Gwen Stacy rushed to Jung Bin and hugged him tightly. Jung Bin was a little surprised by the sudden warmth and softness. He and Emma Frost had the same feeling, but Gwen Stacy seemed a little different. He hadn't felt such enthusiasm from his girlfriend for a long time. Why did you come here? Have you finished the court? Not yet. Gwen Stacy pouted, a little dissatisfied. They scheduled my Wang Zhaohao time at the end of the month because I'm not important enough. They scheduled the trial time of the core figures of the Avengers before me. Zhang Bin touched his girlfriend's long hair. This is good. Otherwise you won't have time to find me. Emma Frost just walked into the living room and saw the intimate behavior of the two. Her face couldn't help but become a little ugly. Feeling Emma's gaze, Gwen Stacy smiled even more charmingly in Jung Bin's arms. Bin, I came to you today to tell you about my experience. Can Miss Frost leave first? Jung Bin agreed. Emma, you go first. I'll contact you later. Emma Frost's stiff smile could no longer be maintained. She looked at the two people on the sofa expressionlessly and left. Jung Bin saw Gwen's smug smile on her face and pinched her cheek helplessly. Emma has left, so you can start talking. He has always known that Emma Frost has feelings for him. Emma Frost is beautiful, has excellent abilities, and is considerate. It can be said that it is difficult for any man not to be tempted. Moreover, Emma Frost is his right-hand man and has helped him a lot at his work. But Jung Bin has never given her any hope. In addition to the fact that he already has a girlfriend, he does not want to lose such a capable assistant. After obtaining the heroic spirit system, he has equipped many heroic spirits. Most of the 413 are emperors. His personality is also deeply influenced by these heroic spirits. His current personality is decisive and ambitious, and he does not care much about love. Compared with a girlfriend who only brings him pleasure at certain times, a capable assistant is definitely more important. So Jung Bin has never broken the paper between him and Emma Frost, maintaining a close relationship. As for Emma, whether Frost would be killed because of this was no longer within his consideration. Gwen enjoyed the intimate moment with her boyfriend. She gently rubbed her cheek against Jung Bin's hand. I just want to be alone with my boyfriend for a while. After acting coquettishly with Jung Bin for a while, Gwen said seriously, Bin, there's a problem with the Osborn sect group. Osborn. Jung Bin remembered that Harry Osborn was the heir of the Osborn group. Yes. You know, I have always been interested in biology. Before, the school had the opportunity for us to visit the Osborn group, so I went with them. I was bitten by a spider in the Osborn group by accident and gained super abilities. After I discovered my abilities, I went back to Osborn to find out what my abilities were. Gwen's face showed an uncomfortable expression. Then, I saw that the Osborn group was doing human experiments. They were conducting an evil, cruel, and disgusting experiment. I saw with my own eyes that a man turned from a human into a monster with a green body, and then turned into a pool of water. I originally wanted to figure this out, but not long after, my personality was affected. I completely forgot about it. Jung Bin, do you want to continue investigating this matter now? Gwen Stacy looked firm. Yes. Then go. Jung Bin said to Gwen. But if you encounter danger, you must contact me as soon as possible. You have the rescue software I designed on your mobile phone, and I will find you as soon as possible. Gwen looked at Jung Bin tenderly. Bin, thank you. There have been too many things happening recently. Zheng Bin left the Earth some time ago. The two of them haven't been intimate for a long time. Gwen Stacy got the spider's ability. Her physical strength is much better than before, and her senses are also enhanced, and the touch brings her a stronger feeling. And Zheng Bin's physical strength is now far beyond that of ordinary people. The contact between the two is also more harmonious. They persisted until the next morning. This kind of refreshing feeling is also the first time Zheng Bin has experienced it. Men are really sensual animals. Because of this pleasure, when Gwen left, Zheng Bin rarely felt a little reluctant. Gwen Stacy left a kiss on Zheng Bin's forehead and left. Zheng Bin lay on the bed with a satisfied look on his face and savored it for a while, and got up. After washing up, Guy Wu prepared to go out to Shin Industry. The company has been closed for such a long time, and it is time to start operating. Shin Industry has been in a state of loss for several consecutive months. Although the company is now closed, he has been paying salaries to employees. If this continues, his originally not rich worth will be used up. As soon as he returned to Shin Industry, Min Jung-woo saw Emma Frost was already in the office. "Good morning," Emma Frost said with a face full of resentment. Zheng Bin pretended not to notice Emma Frost's face full of resentment and directly arranged the task. Contact the employees to come back to work. Their vacation is over. When Emma Frost first met Zheng Bin, she wanted to say something. But later, seeing Zheng Bin's official appearance, she had to grit her teeth and leave the office. After Emma Frost left the office, Zheng Bin didn't rush to work. Compared with work, he had something more important to do. That is debt collection. System, I let so many superheroes remove blackened status, which can be regarded as completing the task. Right? Where's my reward? Unlike the usual summons, the system waited for a long time without responding. System. Zheng Bin called again. Wouldn't the system be reluctant to give him the reward because the amount was too much? Replying to the host, I just communicated with Chaldea. The task issued is to kill, and contacting blackened status does not count as completing the task. Then why was Captain Marvel considered to have completed the task before? That was a special case. Special situation? Zheng Bin's eyes were filled with a storm that could erupt at any time. If that's the case, how about I go and kill all those superheroes now? I'll kill as many as I recover. Wait! The system's mechanical voice suddenly sped up, and then there were a lot of noises. After a while, a clear male voice sounded in the noise. Hello, host, I'm Romani Ackerman, the acting director of Chaldea. Zheng Bin suddenly heard a strange voice in his head, a little surprised. Hello, Romani Ackerman, it's like this, host. Actually, when your soul traveled, our Chaldea was attacked. Most of the heroes have been scattered in this world. In fact, there are not many heroes left in Chaldea. We didn't expect that you, the host, would complete the task so quickly. Now we only have 5 heroes left that you haven't summoned yet. The rest of the heroes have either been summoned by you or collected by you, and there is no way to meet the host's many card draws. Zheng Bin was puzzled. If you really don't have many heroes left, why did you release such tasks before? You released dozens of tasks in one go. Roman's voice was a little awkward. Well, it's because we have some problems in Chaldea. I can't keep an eye on your situation all the time, so the authority to release tasks is entrusted to artificial intelligence. When I came back yesterday, I was also shocked to see the number of card draws I owed you. So all the card draws I used to complete the task before are invalid. Roman sighed. Alas, I am actually very happy to reward the host. The more heroes the host draws, the stronger the ability and the faster the speed of collecting heroes will be. It's just that our current situation does not allow it. Please forgive me. The Roman Ackerman spoke in a very sincere tone, and his voice had a soothing magic. It stands to reason that with Zheng Bin's personality, he would definitely be disgusted by the system's inconsistent behavior. But under the comfort of Roman Ackerman, he accepted this statement. Please give me flowers. Okay, you don't need to redeem all the card draws for me. But didn't you say that Chaldea still has 5 heroic spirit cards? In this case, give them all to me at once. 1. Definitely no problem. Roman's voice was full of smiles. Thank you so much. Don't thank me yet. I still have questions. Zhang Bin continued to ask. If there are no more chances to draw cards, then what will you use to reward me in the future? I've thought about this a long time ago, Roman said excitedly. Just like before, you get a chance to draw a card for each task you complete. Every time you collect 10 chances to draw a card, you can summon one more heroic spirit at the same time. What do you think? 0. Zhang Bin's eyes lit up. In other words, I only need to collect 10 more chances to draw a card to summon 2 heroic spirits, and 20 chances to draw a card to summon 3 heroic spirits. That's right. The strength of a heroic spirit is already amazing enough. If you can summon a second and a third one, then in this world, he can destroy the world with just a wave of his hand. I agree. Zhang Bin agreed immediately. Okay. Roman's voice was accompanied by more and more noises. It's a pleasure to work with you. Our machine is now running out of energy, and artificial intelligence will still serve you next. I hope we'll have a chance to meet in the future. Roman's voice stopped abruptly. The system's mechanical factor replaced Roman's voice. Host, I have received the order and will now issue 5 heroic spirit cards. They are Small, Morley Artie, 5-star class, Archer. Ishtar, 5-star class, Archer, 1. Karna, 5-star class, Lancer, 11. Enkidu, 5-star class, Lancer. Neza, 4-star class, Lancer. For the 5 cards given by the system this time are 5-star. Zhang Bin now finally knows why he's been drawing 5-star cards before because of 9, 8, 7, or something. It's not because of his good luck, but because the most left in Chaldea are 5-star cards. You can draw it at any time. All the heroes of Chaldea have been issued, and the card drawing service will be closed from today. Okay. Zhang Bin looked at the 5 newly drawn cards, kept Enkidu's card, and put the other 4 stations into the heroic spirit library. He carefully looked at the life story of Enkidu on the card. When Zhang Bin equipped the heroic spirit, because of the integrate of the soul, he would see some memories belonging to the heroic spirit. The more times he equipped, the more memories he saw. When he equipped Gilgamesh several times before, Zhang Bin could see a very important person in his memory, Gilgamesh's best friend, Enkidu. Enkidu was originally a divine weapon made by the gods to balance the hero king Gilgamesh, but later became Gilgamesh's unique best friend. Enkidu is also the only one who can appease Gilgamesh's tyrannical character. Zhang Bin thought, maybe when he summons Gilgamesh in the future, if he can't control him, he can equip Enkidu to try. After satisfying his curiosity, he put Enkidu back into the heroic spirit library. Nick Fury leaned against the head of the bed, and he and Other the superhero was trapped by Captain America. Unlike other superheroes, although he is the king of agents, his physical fitness is better than that of ordinary people. But in the end, he is just an ordinary person. After this period of time, his body became very weak. He is now recuperating in the hospital. However, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., even in the hospital, he still pays attention to the situation outside. After a week of judgment, the heroes who betrayed innocence now include Captain America, and some are waiting to go to court. As for Mutant, most of them should be found guilty. Black Widow thought of Mutant and felt a little reluctant. They were actually affected to become like that. The real them never thought of hurting ordinary people. At the last moment, they also went with us to stop Jean Grey from launching the gene bomb. Nick Fury did not comment. Let's wait and see. He looked at the document in his hand, which had a list of the participants in this incident. 066112424 Phila 181190470. Why is Tony Stark not here? Before the war, Captain America had contacted Tony Stark to fight against Mutant together, and he agreed. But he didn't show up at the last moment. Didn't you say that Zhang Bin had restored him? Yes. Zhang Bin went to San Francisco to restore him. Nick Fury pondered. The Tony Stark I know is not someone who would ignore the lives of tens of millions of people. Go and investigate Tony Stark's recent whereabouts. Okay. When necessary, you can ask Zhang Bin for help. Black Widow raised his eyebrows. Director, didn't you say that Zhang Bin's personality is volatile and we should try to avoid contact with him? Yes, Nick Fury said, but Jungbin really surprised me this time. He saved the world. If it weren't for him, we would definitely have more deaths, and the scope of the impact would be 4.7 larger. Thinking about Zhang Bin's previous performance, Black Widow agreed very much. Yes, it's really fortunate that he is here this time. So, Zhang Bin will not ignore Tony Stark. He knows very well that if a genius like Tony Stark really stands on the side of evil, how much disaster can it bring to the world? Nick Fury thought for a moment and continued to say to Black Widow, if necessary, you can reveal to Zhang Bin the true relationship between him and Tony Stark. Shin Industrial is back on track, and ordinary employees and mutant employees have returned to their posts one after another. In the office of Shun Industrial, Wanda, boss, Pietro and I don't want to leave Yo-Yo. We want to work at headquarters. Wanda and Pietro looked a little nervous because they didn't know whether Zhang Bin would agree to their request. But they joined Shin Industrial in the hope of being closer to their god. Their current ability is stronger than most mutants, and Sure thinks she is stronger than Emma Frost. Since Emma Frost can stay with Zhang Bin, why can't they? Zhang Bin immediately agreed to 24 after hearing their request. Yo-Yo is not stable yet, and he needs more manpower here. Even if the two siblings say it, he will take the initiative to propose it. In this way, Wanda and Pietro both stayed in Shan Industrial and were temporarily arranged in the security department of headquarters. The trial of the century has also come to an end, and Zhang Bin's reputation has risen to an unprecedented height. Zhang Bin's name appeared in almost every hero's confession, and all of them mentioned Zhang Bin's contribution in this war. Some people even edited the clips of Zhang Bin mentioned in the live broadcast of the trial and put them online. If it weren't for him, this war would definitely last longer and the casualties would be even more severe. He is the key to this war, and he brought us peace. The one I'm most grateful to is Zhang Bin. Countless people clicked on this video, and after watching it, they deeply engraved Zhang Bin's name in their hearts. All the media praised Zhang Bin, and all kinds of good words were piled on him like they were free. After all, they are just ordinary people. If Mutant really launched the gene bomb at that time, they would also be victims. After escaping a catastrophe, they're definitely grateful to their savior. And Zhang Bin took advantage of this momentum to reopen all the home appliance stores of Shin Industry. The economy of magnesium is now in recession, and there is not much profit even if it is reopened. But there is also an overseas market. With this publicity opportunity, the industry has really made a name for itself around the world. The profits in the overseas market have increased significantly. In addition to the people, the government of the United States also has a very good impression of Zhang Bin. They used to think that Zhang Bin was difficult to control and was a time bomb. After this incident, the government of the United States realized how lucky it was for their country to have someone like Zhang Bin. What rebelliousness, what moodiness, all our prejudices. He is a real hero. The government of the United States also took the initiative to purchase a large number of weapons from Shin Industry, and the price and conditions offered were very favorable. When Zhang Bin arrived at the scene to sign the contract, General Ross looked at him with a complicated expression. Very good. I was wrong before. I'm really sorry. After experiencing the dictatorial captain of the United States and the massacre of a large number of soldiers by Mutant, General Ross had to admit that he was wrong before. Sometimes strong suppression does not bring peace, but more resistance. After hearing General Ross's sincere apology, Zhang Bin was surprised for a moment and then accepted it. He didn't know what the old man had in mind, but it would not do him any harm to ease the relationship with the military's top brass. Just as Nyoyu was gradually recovering, a riot broke out in San Francisco. 070. A large number of people surrounded the San Francisco branch of Stark Industries. All of them looked crazy, holding various weapons in their hands and smashing the glass on the first floor of the building. Miss Pep, what should we do now? Although we use bulletproof glass on the first floor, we can't stand them knocking like this. They will rush in soon, an employee said anxiously, with a look of fear on his face. The other employees were the same, and their faces showed expressions of fear. Those people downstairs were crazy. Who knew what would happen if they rushed in? Chili frowned and asked the assistant beside her, "Did Tony's call go through?" "Not yet." Chili thought for a moment, took out her mobile phone, and dialed the number. "Hello, Mr. Zheng. I'm sorry. I have something to trouble you with." Not long after Zheng Bin hung up the phone with Pepper, Black Widow came to the door. "Bin, just now. San Francisco rioted." Black Widow was stunned. "You already know about this?" "Yes, I just received a call for Pep. But I am very curious why she asked me for help instead of choosing the Avengers, who are closer to her." Black Widow knew that in addition to the fact that Zheng Bin gave people the impression of a savior in the previous war, which made people dependent, there's another reason why Pepper trusts Zheng Bin. But this reason, she can't say it now. So Black Widow smiled and replied, "Maybe it's because you saved New York before, so she believes you can save San Francisco." Zheng Bin also laughed and said, "Then she should be very disappointed, because I refused her request for help." "What?" Black Widow was very surprised. She had never expected Zheng Bin to refuse. She had discussed with Nick Fury for a long time before coming here how they could help Zheng Bin solve the problem in San Francisco. Their plan was for Zheng Bin to be the main force, and they, the Avengers, would only assist. After all, not only New York City, but also many superheroes were seriously injured. This serious injury not only refers to physical injuries, but more to psychological injuries. They were all repenting and feeling guilty about what they had done before. Some heroes were almost collapsed and needed the government to send psychologists to help them with psychological counseling. They simply could not send people to solve such a large-scale riot in San Francisco. Who knew that Zheng Bin had no intention of intervening? Black Widow's smile became a little forced. "Can I ask why?" Zheng Bin asked back with a smile. "Why should I go? It seems that it is your duty to ensure social security. Isn't it for you to better protect the country that my god industry pays so much tax?" He had participated in the axis of good and evil before, and only a small part of the reason was because of his little kindness left. More importantly, he made a choice after weighing the pros and cons. Zheng Bin's series of questions made Black Widow speechless. She also saw Zheng Bin's attitude. Indeed, Zheng Bin has never been a member of their Avengers. Even if he participated in the Avengers for a period of time before, it was just a stopgap measure. They have no position to ask Zheng Bin. In the end, Black Widow had to leave God Industry with a heavy heart. She had to go back and tell Nick the bad news. Fury. Since Zheng Bin did not issue any task for the San Francisco incident, he would not take action. Otherwise, he would have to ask him for help if something happened in the future, which would be very troublesome. The last riot was suppressed by the army in San Francisco. It was Emma Frost who told Zheng Bin about this, otherwise he would not know. Because he has been too busy recently, he has no time to take care of these things. Shin Industry is finally going to go public. Shin Industry has been developing well from the beginning. In fact, Zheng Bin has been preparing for the listing with Emma Frost. After solving the plagiarism incident of Justin Hammer, Emma Frost has already submitted the materials for listing. The listing process takes about half a year, Chien Nuaz, about 9 months. Originally, when Zheng Bin came back from the universe, Shin Industry should have been about to go public. Who knew that the previous axis of good and evil incident would delay his listing plan? And now, after the axis of good and evil incident, the entire U.S. economy is depressed and all companies are losing money. Only Shin Industry, because of Zheng Bin, has stood out and has turned from loss to profit in a short time. At this time, the listing process has also ended, and Shin Industry can choose a time to officially go public. Before the listing of Shin Industry, the valuation of each share of IPO was about $250,000 US. You know, the share price of Stark Industry owned by Tony Stark, the richest man in New York, is about $300,000 US. It is the highest praise for Shun Industry that a new company like Shun Industry, which has been rising for less than 2 years, can have a share price similar to that of Stark Industry. Many economists believe that the valuation of Shun Industry is so high, perhaps due to Zheng Bin's current national favorability. When it is actually listed, the actual share price will definitely be lower than the valuation. Who knows, when the day of listing, the share price of Zhengong in will soar to 320,000 US dollars. It is even higher than the first enterprise in New York, Stark Industry. It seems that the position of the richest man in New York will soon be replaced. All economists who have published about the inflated valuation of Shun Industry have been slapped in the face. All the shares of Shun 823 Industry were sold out on the day of issuance. Did you buy it? Justin Hammer asked his men. After the news of Shun Industries' listing was released, Justin Hammer kept watching, although he is slandering God Industry all day long. But the development of God Industry is obvious to all. Anyone who is not stupid can see that God Industry has risen now and will soon become a legend of American enterprises. Justin Hammer's subordinates looked pale. No, didn't buy it. Damn it, didn't I tell you to buy it as soon as possible? How could you not buy it? Hammer Industries has been getting worse and worse since the plagiarism of God Industry. Recently, when he heard that God Industry was going to go public, Hammer Justin quickly took out all the cash in the company. He also sold a lot of real estate to raise money. Now he said that he couldn't buy God Industries stocks. On the other side, Wakanda. Shuri, how is it? A black girl with 2 buns rolled her eyes at her brother. I'm going to take action. What else is there to worry about? All the stocks are in hand. But I don't understand. Shuri looked at his brother, now the king of Wakanda, T'Challa, puzzled. What's so special about this company? So special that you bought its stock and asked me to use hacker techniques. I don't think its market value is much. Only the royal family of Wakantian can easily say that a company worth hundreds of billions is not worth much. After all, they have mines. Vibranium mines. Chatra said to Shu Rue. Anyway, I have my own intentions. You don't need to care. God Industry. Emma Frost rushed into Zheng Bin's office in a hurry. Boss, all our stocks have been sold out. Zheng Bin looked down at the documents without looking up. Isn't this a normal thing? He chose this time to go public after evaluation. It just so happens that this cash can make up for the losses of God Industry during this period and invest in the company's operations later. After all, they just signed a big order with the United States. Even if the deposit has been received, it still requires initial capital investment to manufacture such a large number of weapons. It's normal, but so far, the number of our shareholders has only increased by 1 compared to before the listing. This means that all their listed stocks were bought by 1 person. Zheng Bin's hand, which was originally writing, paused. 1 person? Yes. Zheng Bin attaches great importance to the shares of his company. He is now influenced by the character of the Emperor's spirit and does not want to share his rights to the company with others. And now, someone has actually obtained 10% of his company's shares. Even if most of the shares are still in his hands, he still has absolute decision-making power. This matter will make people feel unhappy after all. Emma Frost stood aside and dared not speak. When Zheng Bin was in a bad mood, the breath exuded from his body was very compelling. She was originally telepathic and was more sensitive to this breath than ordinary people. Even if this displeasure was not directed at her, this overwhelming pressure made her body and mind terrified. Soon, the pressure dissipated. Help me check who bought the shares. Emma Frost moved quickly. The current Shin Industry is no longer the small company with no foundation in the beginning. The current Shin Industry is a towering tree in the business world of magnesium, with intertwined roots and firmly rooted in the ground. With the current connections of Shan Industry, Emma Frost did not even activate her mutant ability and easily got the other party's name. T'Challa. This person bought the shares of our company. Zheng Bin was a little surprised when he heard the name. He was not surprised because the name was not from magnesium at first glance, but because he had seen this name in his few memories of Marvel. The King of Wakanda, Black Panther. The stock price of Shin Industry is so high that even Tony Stark can't take out so much cash at once. But T'Challa can. He is the owner of the vibranium mine, the rarest metal in the world, let alone such a small number of shares. He can afford 100 Shin Industries. So, this is the strange part. How could the richest man in the world be interested in his divine work? This was not even the complete divine industry, but only 10% of the shares. This puzzled him. Okay, I understand. Zheng Bin said to Emma Frost, hold the shareholders' meeting next month. It is now certain that Black Panther has intentions towards Divine Industry. In this case, Black Panther will not miss the shareholders' meeting next month. But before the shareholders' meeting started, Black Widow came again. This time, Black Widow said to Jung Bin very seriously, "Bin, this time we really need your help. Sorry, I'm really busy with the company recently and can't get away. Now the trial is over. If there is anything, you can ask Captain Magnesium and others to go." Captain Magnesium and other Avengers have already arrived in San Francisco. But San Francisco is now completely out of control. Even if they go there, they can only temporarily control the riot. But those people are really too crazy. They can't hold on for long. In this case, it won't help if I go there. Jung Bin is very persistent. As long as the system does not issue a task, he will never take action. Black Widow gritted her teeth and looked at Jung Bin anxiously. She knew that Jung Bin must have a way to solve the problem this time, just like the previous axis of good and evil incident. Didn't the woman next to him use a way to restore everyone to normal? The current situation in San Francisco is caused by extremists released by Tony Stark before. Extremists can change people's physique, become stronger and smarter, and in addition, it can also change people's appearance. After using extremists, their appearance will gradually become perfect. Extremists is good in every way, except for one thing. It can only last for 1 month. This is the time set by Tony Stark. If it exceeds a month, everyone will return to their original form and become their flawed self again. If you want to continue using extremists, you have to pay to renew it. Barot. It's just that Tony Stark has disappeared recently, and people found that even if they renewed their subscription, they didn't become perfect again. They have been using extremists for a while, and they're used to perfection, and they suddenly fell into madness. They have long forgotten what they looked like before, and only remember how they looked after being transformed by extremists. Suddenly becoming ugly and physically deteriorating, no one can stand this gap. They have completely lost their minds and blame the government for Tony Stark's disappearance. It must be the government of Magnesium that trapped their savior. As long as Tony Stark comes out, they can become perfect again. So the riots in San Francisco broke out. The population of San Francisco is close to 1 million. Such a large population can only be dealt with by the military, and superhero is powerless to resist. You can't just kill everyone. The government of Magnesium has been blocking the news, so until now, other cities don't know about this. Magnesium has been in tatters after the last incident, and such rumors cannot be spread again. The problem must be solved before the information leaks out. And now, they put all their hopes on Jung Bin. Black Widow's expression changed, and finally made up her mind and said to Jung Bin, "Jung Bin, you must solve the San Francisco riots." Jung Bin saw that Black Widow's expression was so sure, and he was also a little curious about what reason she would give. "Oh? What?" "Because Tony Stark is your biological father." Jung Bin was really shocked this time. His eyes were fixed on Black Widow, not wanting to miss every subtle change in her facial expression. "What did you say?" Facing Jung Bin's pressing eyes, Black Widow's heart trembled, but she still looked at Jung Bin's eyes seriously. "I said, Tony Stark is your biological father." No wonder. He had noticed Tony Stark's attention to him a long time ago. At first, he thought it was because Tony Stark saw his potential. But after 760, he found that Tony Stark seemed to care about him especially, and even had an inexplicable liking for him. He thought Tony Stark was paving the way for him to use him in the future. So this is the reason. Black Widow saw that Jung Bin was silent, thinking that he didn't believe it. "We took your hair for identification before. If you don't believe it, I can give you the report." "I believe it." Jung Bin had no doubts about what Black Widow said. He knew that a Child would not tell such a low-level and easily exposed lie. Black Widow heard Jung Bin's words. Her face was sunny. "When are you going to San Francisco?" "I won't go." "What?" Jung Bin's expression was unusually cold. "Why? Do you think I will clean up the mess for this so-called father?" It turns out that the suffering he and his mother have suffered for so many years was caused by this man. If Tony Stark had not disappeared now, Wu would definitely go to find him. Give him back all the suffering he and his mother have suffered over the years. He now has many ways to make Tony Stark want to live, but not die. Tony, he didn't know you existed before, and he has always wanted to compensate you. Zhang Bin directly ordered him to leave. There is nothing to say about this matter. The only thing I can do for Tony Stark is to collect his body for him. Seeing Zhang Bin's face full of anger, Black Widow could only leave first. Walking out of the building of Shun Industry, she looked at the building in front of her with a sad face. She originally thought that blood ties were inseparable. No matter how cold-blooded Zhang Bin was, he would be moved when facing his last relative in the world, who knew that this incident not only did not help at all, but also made Zhang Bin so disgusted. Is San Francisco really hopeless? 000. The shareholders' meeting was held, and all those present were senior executives who had been allocated a small portion of the original shares in Zhang Bin's company. Emma Frost walked to Zhang Bin's side and whispered in his ear, "Boss, we set the shareholders' meeting to start at 10 o'clock. It's already 10:20 now. The person Zhang Bin thought would appear has not appeared yet. Did he guess wrong? Black Panther bought shares of Shun Industrial, just on a whim. No, it's impossible. Just like he wouldn't buy those roadside shops. The heir of Wakanda would never be interested in such a small share of Shun Industrial. He believed in his own judgment. Wait a little longer." The meeting room was silent, and everyone saw Zhang Bin's calm expression and didn't dare to breathe. They all felt that the boss's aura was getting stronger and stronger, and the pressure on them was getting greater and greater. Many people present were veteran employees of Shun Industrial. When they first joined the company, they saw that Zhang Bin was so young, and they were very relaxed and comfortable with each other, and even joked from time to time. But now, they all felt that the pressure on Guy Wu was too heavy. Even staying in the same space with him alone was a kind of trembling feeling. 15 minutes passed, and Black Panther still didn't come. Zhang Bin had to admit that he might have guessed wrong this time. "Emma, let's start." Emma Frost, the executive CEO of Shun Industrial, stood up and spoke. "Everyone, this is the first shareholders' meeting after Shun Industrial went public. First of all, please look at the screen behind me. This is Shun Industrial's quarterly 3.9. Emma Frost reported Shun Industrial's quarterly earnings and future development plans to the shareholders present. When the meeting was halfway through, the door of the conference room was opened. A tall, well-dressed, and very majestic black man walked in. Behind him were several black women wearing strange, see-through clothing. "Sorry, I'm late." The black man looked at Zhang Bin, who was sitting in the middle of the conference table. "I'm Chala." Because the meeting was still going on, Zhang Bin just stood up and shook hands with Chala before sitting down again. He was not in a hurry to say anything to Chala. On the contrary, Chala's appearance showed that his previous guess was correct. Chala must have some plans for Shin Industry, or rather for him. Since he had already appeared, he was just waiting to take action. Sure enough, after the meeting, Chala stepped forward to stop Sakatake, who was about to leave with everyone. "Mr. Zhang," Chala smiled and said to him, "Can you please leave some time for me?" Zhang Bin raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Definitely." The two of them went to Zhang Bin's office together. The bald black women also followed in. "I wonder what Mr. Chala wants to tell me." "Mr. Zhang, I will buy the shares of Shin Industrial because I think Mr. Zhang is a very capable person, so Shin Industrial will definitely develop better in the future. It is not easy to buy so many shares of Shin Industrial at one time. I wonder what industry Mr. Chala is in. I'm just the leader of a small African country. Buying shares of Shun Industrial can be regarded as an investment for our country. A country needs to buy shares of other companies for investment, which sounds really backward." Zhang Bin smiled without saying anything, watching the performance of the hidden richest man in the world. The funds of this world's richest man may be beyond the reach of all the companies in their entire New York City. Zhang Bin's eyes were astonished, and he saw Chala's dress from the moment he came in. Although Chala was well-dressed, his watch, shoes, and suit were not luxury brands. If Zhang Bin had not seen Marvel in his previous life, he would probably have been fooled, seeing that the things Chala wore were so ordinary, neither luxurious nor expensive. But Zhang Bin had seen Marvel in his previous life. The things on Chala should have been made by the country of Wakanda. Think about the advanced and sci-fi scenes of that country, which are far ahead of the high-tech of other cities on Earth. Wakanda's products will definitely not be inferior. Even someone like him who has seen the technology of other planets in the universe is very curious about Wakanda. And knowing Wakanda is so powerful that Zhang Bin would not offend such a country casually without conflict. After all, Mr. Chala's attitude seems to be very friendly and sincere. Seeing that Zhang Bin did not speak, Chala continued, Mr. Zhang, and I hope that if God Industry, there is another very important reason. Here it comes. Zhang Bin knew that Chala was going to tell his true intentions. Before, there was a man named Ulysses Clow who came to my country and killed my father. Chala's eyes flashed with pain. Our country tried every means to hunt him down, but we couldn't find his whereabouts at all. I heard that God Industry has the most stringent security department in the world. I hope that God Industry can help us find this person so that I can kill my enemy and avenge my father. Ulysses Clow, 10 famous mercenary leaders. Zhang Bin went to learn about the mercenary groups in this world when he established the security department before. Ulysses Clow is the leader of an internationally notorious mercenary group. He plundered countless wealth with brutal means. I have heard of this person. He is very dangerous. Mr. Chala, why do you think I am willing to do this for you? Just because you bought our shares? If you have learned about Shun Industrial, you should know that these shares can be sold out in a short time, even if you don't take action. The bald black woman behind Chala frowned when she heard what Zhang Bin said, as if she was very uncomfortable with the tone of Zhang Bin talking to Chala. After listening to Zhang Bin's words, Chala just smiled politely. Definitely, I know that Shun Industrial is the most promising enterprise in the United States now. I didn't order Mr. Zhang because I bought these shares. I'm just asking for Mr. Zhang's help. 673 definitely. This help is not free. I will pay Mr. Zhang. If even Wakanda, a country with the most advanced technology, can't find Ulysses Clow, it means that this person can't be found by technological means. And non-technological means can be said to be what Zhang Bin is best at. Whether it's his heroic spirit system or the security department of Shun Industrial, which is full of mutants. Finding Ulysses Clow is just a piece of cake. Zhang Bin thought about it and agreed to Chala's request. I agree to cooperate with you to find Ulysses Clow. However, I have a condition. Chala heard Zhang Bin's words and showed a happy expression. You said, as long as I can do it, I will definitely agree to you. I want a piece of vibranium that weighs no less than 50 kilograms. Chala looked at Zhang Bin in doubt. Why did he mention vibranium? Does he know the secret of our country? After hearing what Zhang Bin said, several bald black women looked at him with suspicion. Their muscles were tense, as if they were ready to attack Zhang Bin at any time. The air froze for a moment. Zhang Bin looked at Chala naturally, as if the person who just opened his mouth was not him. 50 kilograms of vibranium metal is definitely a small amount for Wakanda. But now the total amount of vibranium metal in the United States may be less than 10 kilograms. Logically speaking, how could a backward African country like them come up with so much gold? Chala looked embarrassed. Mr. Zhang, don't joke. How could a country like ours have vibranium? Anyway, this is my request. I will help you only if I see vibranium. Please think about it carefully. Although there are many rare metals in the universe, Zhang Bin has always been interested in vibranium produced on Earth. The owner of the vibranium mine came to him himself. How could Zhang Bin miss this opportunity? As for what the other party might think and doubt, he didn't care at all. Since you need help from others, you should have the attitude of asking for help. Can you let us consider it? Definitely. Chala left the building of God Industry with several black women. The black woman in the lead asked Chala worriedly, Does Zhang Bin know the secret of our Wakanda? I don't know whether he knows our secret or deliberately makes a condition to make things difficult for us because he doesn't want to help us. Chala frowned and said, Let Shuri monitor Zhang Bin comprehensively. Notify me immediately if there is any unusual movement. King, don't you know Wakanda? No. During this period, I will stay in the United States to see if I can find Ulysses Clow. San Francisco. The riots of San Francisco residents are getting worse day by day. Although SHIELD has sent all the superheroes to San Francisco, but because they don't want to hurt the residents of San Francisco, they have many concerns when they take action. So they are at a disadvantage when suppressing the mob. You must know that these mobs have long lost their reason, and as time goes by, their hearts become more and more crazy. Everyone has only one thought in their mind, that is, let the government hand over Tony Stark. Although Captain America's genes have been modified by serum, he still feels tired from fighting day and night. Captain Golden Gate Street. Falcon put away his steel wings and landed next to Captain America. When he saw Captain America resting tiredly against the wall, he stopped talking. Captain America looked at Falcon with bloodshot eyes. Golden Gate Street? Falcon worriedly advised, Captain, your condition is too bad. You should rest first. No, I feel fine. Golden Gate Avenue is not far from here, and Captain America ran in that direction with a shield. When he arrived at the scene, Captain America saw that there were already troops there to maintain order. They threw countless tear gas and flash bombs at the mob. But when a group of mobs fell, new ones joined the battlefield. Captain America rushed into the crowd and tried to knock them out one by one without hurting them. But many of the mobs were carrying weapons, and Captain America was injured again. Oh my God, there is another group of mobs here. Where did these people come from? Why can't we catch them all? Peter Parker's panicked voice came from the headset. Captain America's movements became a little weak due to the new and old injuries. Just hearing the content in the headset, he gritted his teeth and held on. In the past, we were fighting against our enemies. Now our weapons are actually aimed at these citizens of magnesium who we have always wanted to protect. Captain America felt very sad. Someone in the mob actually took a pistol and shot Captain America's right leg. Captain America fell to the ground in pain, and the mob rushed up to punch and kick him. At the beginning, Captain America used the shield to fight back a few times, but there were too many people rushing up. In the end, he could only use the shield to protect his head. The mobs kicked the shield that symbolized the American spirit. Captain Black Widow, who came over, saw this and threw smoke bombs into the crowd. King Zhao. Damn it, they have experienced so many severe wars and survived in the end. Isn't he going to die in the hands of ordinary people like them? Wow, it's really wonderful. Sure enough, the effect of watching it live is much more exciting than using acute eyes. Black Widow was startled by the sudden appearance of the person next to him. The man was wearing a robe like a British necromancer and a huge amount of hat on his head. Black Widow looked at the strange man who appeared out of nowhere with caution. Who are you? The man put his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly to Black Widow, looking very elegant. Hello, beautiful lady. Let me introduce myself. My name is Merlin Tail. Black Widow saw Merlin's peculiar outfit and his special temperament. Her intuition told her that this person must be related to Zhang Bin. But in this situation, she couldn't think too much. If this continued, Captain America would definitely be more seriously injured. Black Widow fired 2 shots at the sky with a pistol. Enough! Stop it! Suddenly, the mob stopped their actions, and the crazy look on their faces turned into a happy expression. Then they fell down one after another. Exclamation point! Black Widow was startled and found that Merlin beside him had a scepter taller than a person in his hand. Merlin noticed Black Widow's surprised look, turned his head, and smiled at her. Miss Beautiful's wish? I will definitely help to achieve it. Captain America, who was originally lying on the ground, found that the fists and feet on his body were gone, and he opened his eyes. He saw people lying on the ground, and hurriedly got up and checked the pulse of the people around him. He was relieved to find that there was only a heartbeat, and that 787 must have fainted. Merlin's outfit was so conspicuous that Captain America saw Merlin standing next to Black Widow at a glance. Like Black Widow, Captain America also thought of Zhang Bin when he saw Merlin for the first time. He limped to the front of the two. Did you do this? They are not in danger of life, right? Don't worry. They are just in a dream, sleeping peacefully as if they had died. Hearing Merlin's words, Captain America felt relieved. Normally, he would not trust someone he met for the first time so much. Maybe it was because the aura of this person was very similar to Zheng Bin. Yes, even if Zheng Bin refused to lend a hand to save San Francisco this time, he still had an inexplicable trust in Zheng Bin. Because he had experienced so many Sev things before, he always felt that Zheng Bin would never let the world go. Black Widow couldn't help but ask, "Do you know Zheng Bin?" Merlin, "Definitely. I'm his teacher. Teacher of magic." Black Widow was shocked when she heard it, and looked at Merlin a few more times. She thought Merlin was also Zheng Bin's subordinate, like the previous ones. There are often people wearing strange clothes, with special temperament and strong strength around Zheng Bin. And the names of these people are usually related to historical figures. They all call Zheng Bin Master. Shield had studied Zheng Bin's ability before. These people should all be summoned by Zheng Bin, and summoning powerful helpers is one of his abilities. However, considering that Nick Fury had asked Zheng Bin about the ability before, and a series of disasters were triggered later, they dare not explore Zheng Bin's ability now. Zheng Bin never avoids the heroic spirits he summoned, and calls them by their names directly. However, because the images of most heroic spirits are too different from those in history, even if they hear them, they will not associate them with historical figures, but will only think that they are code names, just like Black Widow of Shenkaku. "I didn't expect you to be Zheng Bin's teacher. Then you must be very strong," Captain America said from the bottom of his heart. Merlin smiled without saying anything, looking like a hermit. If Zheng Bin heard Captain America's words at the scene, he might roll his eyes. Zheng Bin obviously learned all the knowledge of magic by himself, and Merlin only provided some notes at most. He actually took the title of teacher for nothing. "So, Merlin, may I ask if you are here to help us solve the difficulties in San Francisco this time?" Merlin looked around and said indifferently, "Right. It just so happens that I am more interested in this extremis and the person who invented it. In this case, I will also get involved." Hearing Merlin's words, Black Widow and Captain America showed pleasant smiles on their faces. "That's great." Merlin followed the two back to the Avengers' temporary base in San Francisco, and the group of mobs who were in a coma just now have been handed over to the military. When they wake up, they will find themselves in prison, waiting for the final judgment. After returning to the temporary base, Black Widow found a deserted place and called Zheng Bin. "Hello, Bin." The last time the two met, the atmosphere was very stiff, and Black Widow, a social expert, didn't know how to start for a moment. "What's the matter, Natasha Romanoff?" Black Widow was relieved to hear Zheng Bin's tone, as usual, without any change. "Do you know someone named Merlin?" "Huh? Merlin came to San Francisco." "Yes. He said he is your teacher." Zheng Bin was speechless for a few seconds because of Merlin's shamelessness. "Please tell Merlin to come to me when he is free. I need his help with something." When Black Widow conveyed Zheng Bin's words to Merlin, he had his own concerns. "If you leave San Francisco, will you come back?" "Definitely. Don't worry, I will be back soon. I know where Tony Stark is, and I will take you to see him." You know, Black Widow was a little surprised. The Magnesium government tried every possible means, whether it was technology or other supernatural powers, but failed to find the whereabouts of Tony Stark. Merlin actually found the whereabouts of Tony Stark. Merlin pointed to his eyes. "Because I am watching everything that is happening in this world." Black Widow didn't understand what Merlin meant by this, but it didn't prevent her from telling this good news to others. Hawkeye couldn't believe it after hearing it. "So many of us have been looking for Stark for several months, but we still have nothing. Do you believe this weird man?" "Definitely. He is Zheng Bin's teacher. You know, Zheng Bin always has some means that we can't understand. Captain America, in that case. Let's wait for him to come back. I believe him too." On the night when Zheng Bin finished his phone call with Black Widow, Merlin showed up. It was already early morning when Merlin came, and Zheng Bin had already fallen asleep in bed. He suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. "You're here." Zheng Bin sat up from the bed, looked at Merlin standing in the middle of his room, and said with a smile, "Teacher Merlin?" Hearing the sarcasm in Zheng Bin's words, Merlin didn't feel embarrassed at all and smiled and replied, "My students need help. I definitely rushed here as soon as possible." Zhongbin saw Merlin's calm look and didn't bother to argue with him anymore. The few months he had been with Merlin before had made him accustomed to this person's thick skin. Do you know why I asked you to come here? Ulysses Clow. You want to find this person, right? Yes. Zhongbin said half-truthfully. Sometimes I really want to take you back to the Heroic Spirit Library. Acute eyes. This kind of ability is really annoying. No one wants to be in a state of being helmeted at any time, let alone people like Zhongbin. Acute eyes made him feel threatened. Merlin raised his hands in surrender. I have no ill will towards you. You know, this is just a little hobby of mine. So you're going to find Ulysses Clown now. Not for now, but it should be in the next few days, and I will contact you then. Black Panther has never come to Zhongbin since the shareholders' meeting that day. Since he hasn't got what he wants, there is no need to rush to find someone. But he knows that Black Panther will find him in the end. If Wakanda has spent so much time before and hasn't found this person, that means that he is the only one in the world who has the ability to find him. Black Panther must have thought of this. Merlin smiled meaningfully. Okay, then I'll wait for your notice. In this case, I'll leave first. There is still a group of lost lambs waiting for my guidance. Zhongbin waved his hand and watched Merlin's figure gradually fade until it disappeared. Black Panther's compromise was faster than Zhongbin thought. He thought Black Panther would take a few days. Who knew that he would call Zhongbin the next morning after meeting Merlin? Mr. Zhong, I agree to your request. But I have one condition. I hope you don't tell anyone about vibranium. A small African country can produce so much vibranium. These dozens of kilograms of vibranium may even exceed the total amount of vibranium known in the world now. Chala doesn't want his country to be targeted by others. 0. As for why Zhongbin knew the secrets of their country, Chala didn't want to delve into it for the time being. Don't worry, I'm not a talkative person, Zhongbin said to Chala on the phone. In this case, you should get ready. I will take you to find him later. What? You have found him? Chala screamed out, and the voice coming from the phone showed how surprised he was now. Yeah, with Merlin's acute eyes, it is so easy to find someone. Chala shouted excitedly. I'll come right over now. As soon as he hung up Chala's phone, Zhongbin's phone rang again. It showed that Black Widow was calling. After the call was connected, Merlin's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, it's me, Merlin. So this is how it feels to use a mobile phone? It's quite. Zhongbin knew that Merlin must have seen the conversation between him and Chala just now. So he interrupted his chattering and talked about business. Come to San Francisco to find me. I'll take you to find an artificial person now. Chala and his guards rushed to Shin Industrial as quickly as possible. As soon as Chala saw Zhongbin, he couldn't wait to ask, Where is Ulysses Clow? Come with me to San Francisco first, and you'll know when the time comes. Okay, I'll get my plane over now, and we'll go right away. Your plane is too slow, so let's take my transportation. Francis. As soon as they entered the door, they saw a red-haired woman with a scar on her face and very revealing clothes standing directly behind Sakatake. At this time, she responded cheerfully, Okay, master. 837. They heard the girl mutter a few words, and they didn't know what she said, and suddenly huge amounts of light appeared on her body. When the light faded, they saw a luxuriously decorated wooden boat floating outside the office's ground-floor building. Chala asked Zhongbin, Is this a magic ship? When analyzing Zhongbin's ability, the Magnesium media named this ship Magic Ship. In addition, there are many inexplicable supernatural abilities of Zhongbin, and the media will add the word magic in front of them, because his skills and treasures look dazzlingly beautiful, just like scenes from legends or fairy tales appearing in the real world. Although the word magic sounds childish, it is actually the closest to people's understanding. Yes, Zhongbin can understand from Chala's question that Chala has already checked his abilities. Think about the technological level of Wakanda. Maybe he knows himself better than the government of Magnesium. After Zhongbin touched the glass window of the office with his hand, the glass window slowly fell down. Zhongbin made a pleased gesture and asked Chala and his party to go up first. Chala and his guards stepped out of the window and stepped onto the Golden Deer's boarding stairs. One by one, they got on the ship. As soon as the people of Wakanda got on the ship, they couldn't help but look at the wooden ship. The decorations on the ship were as gorgeous as the hull, but it was just an ordinary wooden ship. There was no mechanical trace on the hull, and I really didn't know how it could fly. Chala gently stroked the cuffs of his suit and turned on the scanning function. Immediately, the perspective, stereoscopic, and plan views of the ship were transmitted to Wakanda. Finally, Zhang and Francis also boarded the ship. Francis stepped onto the golden deer and immediately took the captain's posture. She raised her right hand and shouted, "Set sail." Everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the scenery on both sides changed rapidly in front of them, making it impossible to see clearly. It took only a few minutes to get from New York to San Francisco. Normally, the golden deer only takes 0.1 seconds to circle the Earth. But considering that there are ordinary people on the ship, Francis was asked to control the speed to a level that humans can bear. So it took a little longer to reach San Francisco. Chala and his guards shook their bodies and got off the ship, and finally couldn't help bending down and shaking violently. After enduring the limit of human beings, they just vomited instead of fainting, which was already a manifestation of their usual well-trained. After Chala finished vomiting, Shuri's voice came from the nano-communicator hidden in his cochlea. "Brother, you've finished vomiting, right?" Shuri didn't care that her biological brother had just vomited to death, and just said excitedly, "It's amazing. I just saw from the invisible camera that the speed of this ship is so fast. This speed is faster than our latest supersonic aircraft. I think it's at least 10 times faster. In addition, I have finished watching the perspective you just sent over. Guess what I found? This ship is just an ordinary wooden boat. The perspective does not show any machinery or power source. I'm really curious. How does this ship start?" After listening to Shuri's words, Chala looked back at the wooden boat parked behind them with a complicated expression. The scanner invented by Shuri found nothing on this ship? Is it really magic? If it is magic, how powerful must it be to achieve this? 4.1. Just as Chala was lost in thought, a group of people approached them. Chala's men saw a vague figure not far away, and they all put their hands on their weapons and were on guard. The leader of this group of people was a handsome man wearing a strange robe. Behind this man followed a dozen people, all of whom were very familiar superheroes. Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Falcon, etc. Merlin raised his hand and waved, greeting Zhang. The superheroes standing behind him had very complicated expressions when they saw Zhang, especially Black Widow. She was the one who had the most contact with Zhang among the superheroes present. She was also the one who was rejected the most in this San Francisco riot. It was impossible to say that she had no grudges against Zhang, but she could not forget the help Zhang had given them. So her feelings for Zhang were particularly complicated. When everyone greeted Zhang, she was the only one who hid in the crowd silently without saying anything. "Merlin, since everyone is here, let's go. The person you're looking for is in the same place." Tony Stark and Ulysses got together. Zhang couldn't help laughing. "This is really interesting. The world's #1 philanthropist is actually mixed with the villain." Captain America looked at Zhang with a request. "Can we get on your Transport 24? This way we can get there faster." Zhang would not refuse such a small request, so the group boarded Francis's golden deer together. The ship was moving forward at an incredible speed, and just like before, the people standing on the ship endured huge amounts of discomfort. The golden deer stopped in a snowy land according to Merlin's instructions. All the people rushed to get off the boat and vomited. Even the superhero who had been strengthened could not avoid feeling dizzy. Zhang, Merlin, and Francis walked down from the boat leisurely. Zhang looked around and asked Merlin, "Mousy country?" "Yes." Merlin raised his hand and pointed to a cave halfway up the snowy mountain. "That's it." Zhang nodded and said to Francis, "Next, I need to change a hero to play." Francis, who usually behaves very freely, is unwilling to leave easily this time. "Master, am I just a tool in your eyes? You only summon me when you need my treasure every time." Hearing Francis' words, Merlin smiled and watched the show. Zhang Bin saw the vulnerability hidden in Francis's rare, serious expression. But he was most impatient to deal with these romantic matters. So he asked in a hurry, "What do you want?" 11. Forget it. Seeing Zhang Bin's impatience, Francis's pride made it impossible for her to make any demands on Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin had no choice but to recall Francis' card to the Heroic Spirit Library. "You are really popular with women. You're almost catching up with me." Merlin looked meaningfully at Black Widow, who had just vomited and was sitting on the stone with a pale face. A playboy like him had long noticed the vague feelings for Wu in Black Widow's eyes. Zhang Bin ignored Merlin's teasing and just walked to Chalia's side. "The person you're looking for is there. Do you want to go there now?" Chalia's eyes burst with hatred. "Definitely. Then let's go." Zhang Bin snapped his fingers, and he and Chalia and his party floated in the air. Seeing Zhang Bin was about to leave, Captain America exchanged glances with the other Avengers. If Tony Stark was also inside, he must have already made arrangements here. There would be countless mechanisms and weapons waiting for them inside. The safest way is to follow Zhang Bin. "Merlin, can you help us get there?" Captain Magnesium asked Merlin. "No problem." Merlin waved the scepter in his hand, and the Avengers also floated up. Zhang Bin suddenly noticed something, and when he turned around, he saw the group of people flying behind them. The magic used by Merlin was the same magic as Zhang Bin. The basis for launching this magic was the magic base that Zhang Bin had engraved in the Earth's veins. If he wanted to use the same magic as Zhang Bin, Merlin had to build a magic base and engrave it on the Earth's veins. Otherwise, he could only use magic through Zhang Bin's magic base. Obviously, he used magic without hesitation through the magic disc built by Zhang Bin. As the builder of the magic base, Zhang Bin felt someone using the magic base at the same time as Merlin started the magic. It was like the Wi-Fi in the next room was stolen and the speed slowed down. Because he shared a magic base with others, Zhang Bin clearly felt that the power of the magic he was using had dropped by 920. He glanced at Merlin, who had already flown to his side. "You are very good at it." However, Zhang Bin was not very surprised that Merlin could use the same magic as him. After all, he was the legendary magician. With the base built, how could he not be able to use such a simple magic? Merlin heard the sarcasm in Zhang Bin's words and smiled indifferently. Soon, everyone landed outside the cave. Almost at the same time their feet touched the ground, countless artillery fires shot at them from all directions. Seeing these artillery fires coming from nowhere, the first thought that flashed through everyone's mind was, "It's over." Even though their reaction ability and physical ability were far higher than ordinary people. But facing this sudden and fierce attack, they had no time to react. At this moment, several silver walls suddenly appeared around them, blocking the storm-like attack for them. The shells hit the wall, making a heavy sound. Although the shells were blocked by the wall, everyone was still very tense. When everyone was on guard, only Merlin was still leisurely. "Don't worry, these shells can't penetrate these mercury." Black Widow and Captain America, who had seen Zhang Bin's ability, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw these walls appear. Others were even more scared after hearing Merlin's words. "Mercury. Mercury is so fragile. How is it possible?" Since Zhang Bin's own ability was enhanced, after equipping the heroic spirit, the impact on his personality was much smaller. However, after equipping the first Emperor, when he heard these foreigners questioning his ability, he couldn't control his anger at this moment. "You dare to say that my Mercury is fragile?" An arrow made of Mercury was aimed at Falcon, who had just spoken. At this time, everyone realized that Zhang Bin's current decoration was completely different from the beginning. Captain America and Black Widow looked at each other. It seems that Zhang Bin was possessed again. The word possession was developed by SHIELD after studying Zhang Bin's information. They found that in addition to being able to summon various non-humans with super abilities, Zhang Bin himself can also inherit these abilities. The method to detect whether he has inherited an ability is also very simple. Just see if he is wearing clothes that are different from modern clothes, as well as his way of doing things and his demeanor. If Zhang Bin is possessed, His personality seems to be affected by these abilities. Black Widow knows that Zheng Bin's personality may have become someone else now. Seeing his aggressive behavior, he hurriedly comforted him. No, Bin, he didn't mean it when he said this. Please forgive him. I apologize for him. Zheng Bin glanced at Black Widow and snorted coldly. However, the mercury arrow aimed at Falcon disappeared. The sound of the shells blocked by the mercury wall continued to sound. Logically, the sound of the shells hitting should be very loud. But this mercury wall not only isolates the shells, but also seems to isolate the noise. They only heard a slight impact sound inside the mercury wall. The shells have been fired for more than 10 minutes. Hawkeye, damn it! Why does Tony Stark have so many shells? When will it stop? I thought he was no longer an arms dealer. Chala, maybe Tony Stark is no longer an arms dealer, but the other person inside, Ulysses Klaue, is the most notorious mercenary leader in the world, and he has a lot of inventory. In fact, Ulysses Klaue's remaining inventory is not much. Tony Stark leaned against the wall, looking at Ulysses Klaue with despair on his face, and said casually, I told you a long time ago that as long as Zheng Bin is here, such an attack is useless. Damn it, my ammunition depot is almost empty. Where are the weapons developed by vibranium that I gave you before? Didn't you say that the development is ready? Take it out quickly. It's useless. Look carefully. Tony Stark stepped forward and pointed at the mercury wall on the display screen. It's obvious that no matter what shells you launch, as long as they touch this silver wall, they will be melted and then absorbed, even vibranium. Is there no way now? Stop the attack and let them in. Tony Stark smiled confidently at Ulysses Klaue. As long as they come in, I will find a way to stop them from leaving. The violent attack finally stopped. Zheng Bin withdrew all the mercury walls. Chala looked at the surrounding environment. They're on the snowy mountain. They made such a big noise. Aren't they afraid of avalanches? Captain of the Magnesium Country, we will know what's inside soon.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.